Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met Recovery Girl's Granddaughter. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. That's Recovery Girl's sidekick, Seraph. I heard she can heal just like Recovery Girl does. But she's still a kid. That doesn't stop her. Still, her face is like an angel. She's so pretty. Dumbass. Don't be fooled by her looks. She's actually quite tough. What do you mean? She's not like Recovery Girl. She only heals those she thinks are worth it. If she doesn't like you, good luck. What kind of logic is that? I don't know. I don't even understand why she's a hero at such a young age. You sighed upon hearing the upperclassmen's murmurs about you. They weren't entirely wrong though. You weren't exactly tough, but the way you worked and healed had earned you that reputation among the gossipers. You had your reasons, but you couldn't just announce them for everyone to understand. It was enough for you to work behind the scenes and save people in your own way. The entrance exam was approaching, and you were preparing to assist your grandmother, Recovery Girl. Even though you were only 15, you had been appointed by the principal himself to work at UA. You had graduated early from middle school, making you the youngest hero ever to graduate. Although you were just in a support role, it was a pleasure to work for UA, especially since your grandmother loved the school. Heels clicked on the floor as you walked confidently down the hall, despite the countless murmurs surrounding you. With papers in hand, you turned the corner and slid the door open to the infirmary. There sat your grandmother, papers in her hands. Here you go, Ma. You smiled as you handed her the papers from Principal Nizu. Thank you, dear, she replied sweetly, returning to her work. You took a seat at your own desk, pulling open a cabinet to continue making handmade medicine that you formulated yourself. The entrance exam is near, don't you think? You glanced at your grandmother and nodded. I suppose. That means new people will be here at the academy. At your age too. Aren't you excited? You stared at one of the candy-like medicines you had made before shrugging. Not really. With a sigh, you glanced at the sidewalk, watching the sun slowly dip below the horizon. Your eyes softened at the sight. The day had passed so quickly, making you feel as if time was slipping away. So fast that I think I couldn't catch up. Suddenly, a loud masculine scream snapped you out of your thoughts. You looked toward the shore and saw a boy with green hair, about your age, struggling to pull a refrigerator with a rope while shouting in both desperation and determination. You frowned. Such a small body and weak muscles. Why is he pushing himself like that? That's reckless. You clicked your tongue in annoyance, rolling your eyes at the determined boy with misguided strength. He was obviously trying his hardest to accomplish something that could hurt him, and it frustrated you. What a way to treat your body, you mumbled to yourself, wishing you could say it to him directly. You hated seeing people recklessly endanger themselves for no good reason. You knew that people often pushed their limits just to feel alive, but you refused to heal someone who was sacrificing their body for such a foolish goal. With a scoff, you turned to walk away, but the boy's cries tugged at you, making you freeze. You knew it was just stubbornness, but you couldn't help but feel otherwise. DM it. You turned back to the boy, seeing him nearly collapsing from his own stubbornness. You sighed, gripping the strap of your shoulder bag before sprinting down to the shore. In it, why am I doing this again? Hey you seaweed. The boy turned groggily in your direction, his eyes half closed and sweat dripping down his face. Seaweed. You rolled your eyes and scowled as you approached him. You should stop and take a break. You're obviously exhausted. Rest for a moment. He gritted his teeth and continued pulling the heavy object, completely ignoring you. You stared at him in disbelief, your irritation growing. Hey, are you listening to me? Your words seemed to vanish into thin air, and you felt frustrated. You stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder, making him turn to you. I said, I heard you the first time, he mumbled, barely audible. Then why aren't you stopping? He turned to you with an exasperated but bright smile and said, because I need to do my best to be the best. Your eyes widened at his determination, your mouth slightly agape in disbelief. This guy. You sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of your nose in distress as you dug through your bag. So, that's a reckless way to train. You'll hurt yourself if you're not careful. Finally, you found it a small ball of pink candy that you had made specifically to regain stamina. You held it out to him. Take this. It'll give you a temporary boost. I'll only give you one because taking more than that within 24 hours can be dangerous. I made these for emergencies, but... He stared at the candy, slightly confused about your intentions. Of course, you were a stranger to him, so it was understandable that he might feel suspicious. At least, that's what you thought. He took the candy and popped it into his mouth without hesitation, smiling widely at you. Thank you for your help. You pursed your lips, surprised by his reaction. He took it even though he wasn't sure if it was real medicine. What is up with this guy? You really shouldn't take something from a stranger. What if the thing I gave you was dangerous? He laughed lightly, his bright and hopeful eyes meeting yours. If you weren't so frustrated with his actions, you might have been lost in those eyes and his laughter. That's really ironic, coming from you, who wanted to stop me from overexerting myself. You scoffed, pouting slightly as you crossed your arms in annoyance. You finally admitted that you're pushing yourself too far, you silly seaweed. And so ends our meeting regarding the entrance exam. The principal placed the papers down, and you sighed, closing the folder that had been given to you. Ms. Wine, you'll take care of those with minor injuries while Ms. Chio tends to the more seriously hurt. Is that clear? You nodded briefly, and he clapped his hands together, chuckling. That's it for now then. Dismissed. You stood up, gathering the folder as you walked out of the conference room with your grandmother. She noticed your unusual silence and raised an eyebrow, tapping your back to get your attention. What's wrong, YN? You blinked, snapping out of your thoughts, and turned to her with a blank expression. Shaking your head, you dismissed the idea and looked down at the floor. Just thinking about some things. She hummed in curiosity, gesturing for you to share your thoughts. You brought your eyes back in front of you and muttered quietly, "Why do people let their unreasonable resolve drive them to the edge?" Chio sighed, her expression worried as she looked at you, hair partially obscuring your face. Is this about your parents, YN? You cast your gaze down, trembling slightly, your hands clenched into fists until they turned white. Maybe yes, maybe no. Why did I make that promise in the first place? Why am I still keeping it anyway? Finally, it was the day of the entrance exams. You were stationed in the infirmary near the battle center with your grandmother, watching the screen that displayed the participants. As usual, there were thousands of candidates, but you knew that the school would only select a few. Yawning, you rested your head on your folded arms, trying to stave off boredom. You swung your legs, hoping to keep yourself awake. If boredom could be sold, you'd be a millionaire. There are plenty of candidates, don't you think, YN? You hummed in agreement, fixing your gaze on the screen. Yet many of them could be great heroes for sure. Suddenly, you spotted a familiar figure with green, curly hair, the same boy you had seen at the shore. You furrowed your brows, blinking a few times before squinting at the screen to see more clearly. It was him. Leaning back in your chair, you exhaled and crossed your arms, watching him intently. He seemed to be struggling, aimlessly running around the ground, panic-stricken and unsure of what to do. Your grandmother noticed the change in your mood and chuckled softly. Are you interested in him, YN? That boy with the green hair? You inhaled sharply, realizing your attention had once again been captured by the same guy from the beach. Shaking your head quickly, you looked at your grandmother with mild disapproval. I'm not. I just... Your words trailed off into a soft murmur, lowering in volume. Glancing back at the screen, you pursed your lips, discomfort washing over you. I met him at the beach a few days ago. He was almost fainting from exhaustion. He just is reckless. I don't like it. That doesn't mean you don't like him. Whining, you shook your head vigorously, contradicting her statement. We just met, Ma. That's ridiculous. He's so foolhardy, and you know I can't stand that attitude. Chio chuckled lightly, saying nothing as you huffed in frustration. You clicked your tongue and rolled your eyes, standing up and huffing again as you straightened your white coat. Why am I interested in him? This is crazy. You mumbled to yourself, shaking your head to dismiss the thought as you turned your gaze away from the screen, preparing the gummies for the wounded. Observing Midoriya earlier, you already knew he would probably struggle in this test. Baseless strength. Huh. The moment you turned back to the television, you gasped, eyes wide in shock. Izuku Midoriya, the boy you had met on the shore, was now flying through the air, his legs injured and his fist bruised. You inhaled sharply, holding your breath as you watched him fall, only to be caught by a girl who slowed his descent. Might that was really risky, Chio said, shaking her head as she stood up. You followed her, still in shock at what had just happened. Let's go, YN. You nodded, lacking the voice to respond as you attempted to calm yourself and started walking toward the battlegrounds. The unbelievable moment of his recklessness replayed in your mind, refusing to sink in. What on earth? You cut off your own exclamation, inhaling in distress and annoyance at Midoriya's actions while your grandmother chuckled softly. What was that boy thinking? You silently scowled to yourself, stomping your way to your destination. A thought suddenly stopped you in your tracks, causing your grandmother to notice your abrupt halt. Why am I worried about him? Your face twisted in confusion, annoyance, and embarrassment as you gritted your teeth, digging your nails into your palm, glaring at nothing. Everything is so frustrating. You scoffed and straightened your white coat, a habit you always resorted to when uncomfortable or restless. Flipping your hair away from your face, you huffed angrily and continued walking alongside your grandmother, who was laughing in amusement. You felt your cheeks heat up and bit your lip, trying to sort through your emotions. When you arrived at the battlegrounds, you noticed a crowd gathered in one area. Some people were lightly injured, while others appeared completely fine. Okay, good work. Good work, good work. Seraph, can you hand out some gummies? Your grandmother said softly, smiling at the students. Some turned to her, while others cast curious glances your way and whispered among themselves. Angel hero, Seraph, right? She looks intimidating in person. She does seem pretty intense now that you mention it. You shot a glare at the whisperers, feeling a flutter of anxiety. With a sigh, you tossed some gummies their way. Enjoy those. Your voice came out flat, almost threatening. It wasn't the best way to communicate, especially since you were a healer and a nurse, but you couldn't help it. One person caught the gummies and turned to you with an apologetic expression. Thanks. You weren't cold enough to ignore him, so you gave a quick nod and moved on to distribute more gummies. That lady is the backbone of Yua, and that dark angel is with her. Oh dear, you were hurt this much by your own quirk? You looked at the green-haired boy before you, wincing at the damage his quirk had inflicted. It was as if he carried immense power within a fragile body. That's foolish, you scoffed. Chio used her own quirk to heal Midoriya in an unusual way, leaning in close and touching her lips to his forehead, which caused gasps from those nearby. What was that? You moved to heal the girl lying on her chest near Midoriya. You placed your palm on her forehead, channeling a bit of strength into her. A warm light radiated from your hand as the girl lifted her head to look at you. Thank you. I feel better, she sighed. UA High's licensed school nurse and her sidekick. The youthful hero, Recovery Girl, and her grandchild, Angel Hero, Seraph. Recovery Girl's quirk supercharges healing abilities, while Seraph's is similar, though she heals and restores strength and stamina from her own reserves. You can only have such a daring entrance exam because of the two of them, a fancy-looking blonde guy explained. You knelt beside the girl, tapping her shoulder gently. Thank you for helping Midoriya. She blinked, tilting her head in confusion as she sat up. Midoriya? You mean him? Yeah. He's quite passionate and tends to risk himself too much. If only she had seen how desperate he was when he pulled that fridge. She nodded in agreement. He is. He saved me when my foot was stuck under the debris, so I'm grateful to him. You tilted your head and stood up, moving around her to inspect her. Which foot? Does it hurt? She pursed her lips and nodded. The right one. It hurts a bit, but... You held her right foot gently, using your quirk to mend her wounds. A warm sensation coursed through your veins as you felt some of your strength ebb away. Your palm glowed with a bright light, radiating warmth that tingled at your fingertips. She sighed in relief, and once you finished, she hopped off the debris and bowed. "Thank you for healing me." You waved your hand dismissively, placing a light tap on her shoulder. "It was nothing. It's my job. Seraph dear, please take this young boy to the infirmary to rest. I'll continue to heal more injured participants, okay?" You nodded as you watched the robots carry Midoriya on a stretcher to the infirmary. You turned to the girl. "I'll be going. Thank you again." She smiled and waved goodbye. When you arrived at the infirmary, Midoriya was laid on a white bed, and the robots soon left. You pulled the covers up to his chest, watching him sleep soundly as you prepared some candies for him. Once finished, you sat in the chair beside his bed, waiting for him to wake up. Several hours passed, and it was already lunchtime. Thankfully, a staff member delivered 2 lunch packs to the infirmary, as your grandmother was attending a meeting about the students. When the lunch arrived, you noticed Midoriya stirring and groaning as he opened his eyes. You placed both meals on your desk and walked over to him. He groaned and sat up, holding his aching head as he looked around. "Where am I?" "You're in the infirmary, you know," you replied, crossing your arms and giving him a sharp look. "YYN-san?" he exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. You snorted, shoving your hands into the pockets of your white coat. What are you doing here? Am I dreaming about you again?" "Stupid seaweed," you clicked your tongue in annoyance, averting your gaze. "I work here at UA." His mouth dropped open in shock as he processed your words. He lifted a trembling hand to cover his mouth. "Are you a pro hero?" You nodded, smirking slightly, though your expression was tinged with annoyance. "Nice to see you again, Midoriya." Your voice was low and firm, as if you weren't thrilled to be meeting him again. He squeaked, taking a sharp breath, brows furrowed in fear and surprise. This was going to be a long afternoon for Midoriya. Midoriya swallowed nervously as you walked to your desk, placing 2 chairs before turning back to him. "Can you stand up? Or do I need to give you a little boost just to do something simple?" you asked, your tone sharp. Midoriya bit his lip, pushing the covers away before gripping the headboard to help himself up as he swung his feet to the floor. He held his head and groaned, eyes half closed as he stood. He stumbled slightly but managed to walk to you, sitting down in the chair you had set up while you placed the meals in front of him. "Eat," you instructed nonchalantly, taking your own seat. He stared at the meal before him, blinking in confusion. You looked at him, slightly frowning. "You know your stamina is low, and you need to eat to regain it, right?" He remained silent, his expression twisted in disappointment and regret. He scooped a bit of his food and ate slowly, almost sadly. You stared at him as he continued to eat, tears falling down his cheeks. He sobbed quietly, and it clenched your chest tightly, as if suffocating you too. "I'm going to fail. Definitely." His voice cracked, and his hands gripped the spoon tightly until his knuckles turned white. His teeth were gritted, eyes tightly closed, and tears spilled endlessly. You sighed, putting down your utensils and clasping your hands. "Seaweed." You gave him a serious look and placed your palm on his shoulder, gently squeezing it in reassurance. "You gave your best to be the best. This is just the starting line. You have no right to give up that easily." Then you dug something from your coat pocket, a white handkerchief with a lone flower, your favorite flower, embroidered on the corner. You handed it to him, and he hesitated before accepting it, looking at you with watery eyes and a sad smile. "Wipe your tears. Don't jump to conclusions without seeing the final results first." He silently nodded while you rested your cheek on your palm, elbow propped on the desk. You tipped your chin to him and smiled gently, your eyes soft and caring. "By then, continue giving your best." The green-haired boy's eyes widened in surprise, and his cheeks flushed at your sweet reassurance. Warmth enveloped his chest as he found comfort in your words. He blinked away his tears and nodded, a wide smile spreading across his face as his eyes regained their bright and determined state. "Why yes." You nodded, your smile fading into your usual poker face. Midoriya had to admit, He wanted to see that angelic smile again. Anyways, continue eating. All right. Both of you resumed eating, a comforting silence settling between you. Midoriya looked around and noticed that it was just the two of you in the room, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment at being alone with you. By the way, Midoriya, you started, lifting your gaze to him with a slight frown of confusion. What do you mean by dreaming of me? Again? When Midoriya heard you ask that, especially emphasizing the word, again, he squeaked and tensed up in nervousness. He avoided your gaze, looking everywhere but at you while laughing anxiously. It's nothing. Don't mind it. I am literally minding it, by the way. He said in a shaky breath through gritted teeth, embarrassment painted across his face. He looked down, nervously fiddling with his thumbs as his face turned red. After what happened at the beach, I may have dreamt that we met again, that it was blurry, and I can't remember most of it, but that I recognized that it was you. So when I saw you this time, I couldn't believe that I was actually seeing you here, so... His voice was barely audible, but in the infirmary's silence, you heard him clearly. You felt a blush creep onto your cheeks as you gripped your skirt tightly, biting your lip while staring at him. He's so cute, why? You coughed to clear your throat, mostly to dispel the awkwardness hanging in the air, before nodding in understanding. I see. There was a long pause, both of you unable to speak. It might have been the lingering awkwardness or the desire to avoid further embarrassment. What's up with this tense atmosphere? Suddenly, Midoriya stood up from his seat, causing the chair to screech against the floor. He turned to you, and you blinked in confusion as he smiled and bowed. Thank you for healing me, he exclaimed. You were surprised by his sudden expression of gratitude, so you sighed and shook your head. You should thank my grandma. She was the one who healed you. I just watched over you while you were resting. But even as you dismissed his gratitude, he stood firm, shaking his head. No. I'm very grateful because you lifted my spirits too. You looked at him with slight annoyance, a bit irked by his insistence. It wasn't you who healed him, it was the girl earlier and your grandmother he should thank. Yet here he was, bowing in appreciation to you as if you had done all the work. This thought made you exhale deeply. This stubborn boy. He lifted his head, pumping his fist in determination with a bright grin and glimmering eyes. I'm going to do my best. Your expression softened at his cheerful remark. Such resolve. You bowed your head, letting your hair fall in front of your face as you frowned. You cast your glance down towards your lap, hands gripping your skirt tightly. Then you mumbled, barely audible but clear enough for Midoriya to hear, just don't let your dreams lead you astray, Midoriya. Promise me you won't put yourself at such high risk again. Promise me you won't injure yourself like that again. He looked confused at the sudden change in your tone and expression, your hair covering your face. His brows furrowed in concern as he took a step closer, lifting his hand as if to comfort you, but he halted and clenched it into a fist at his side. I won't. I promise. You quickly raised your eyes to his, seeing him smile reassuringly at you. As if it was your own cure, you sighed in relief, feeling the pressure and tightness on your chest ease with his mere promise. Good. He truly is something extraordinary to make me feel this way. Not long after, Midoriya changed into his old uniform and stood outside the infirmary, clutching the straps of his backpack. You crossed your arms and leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow. You sure you're okay? He nodded enthusiastically, beaming a bright smile at you. I'm good. Thank you again, Ryan-san. He exclaimed, bowing slightly, while you sighed and pinched the bridge of your nose. I told you it was my job. I was supposed to do it. He brushed off your statement as if it were nothing, just like he had at the beach park, smiling cheerfully as if the incident at the entrance exam hadn't happened. I'll be going now. Goodbye. You waved to bid him farewell and watched him run toward the exit, exhaling through your nose and subconsciously smiling. Oh, was that the young man you were interested in earlier, dear? You inhaled sharply, surprised to hear your grandmother beside you. You sighed in relief when you confirmed it was really her, holding your chest as your heart raced from the shock. Ma. You whined, causing the old lady to chuckle softly as she walked into the infirmary. I can see why you like that boy. Izuku Midoriya, huh? He is indeed an interesting fellow. You blinked in curiosity and closed the door behind you, following your grandmother inside. You gave her a confused glance while she sat in her chair, turning to you with her usual kind and soft smile. What do you mean? 60 points on rescue points. Shock washed over you as you gasped, eyes widening and mouth agape. Really? That means he passed, right? Realization dawned upon you, and you quickly changed your expression back to your usual frown, noting your sudden excitement. I mean, you cleared your throat, that's good. At least he gained some points. You sat in your own chair and pulled open the drawer beside you, just like you usually did. Your grandmother hummed in agreement, and you could sense the amusement in her tone. You are definitely happy, YN. He must be a very good friend, despite having met him just twice, You didn't respond, not because you wanted to deny it, but rather because you were searching for the right words to express how you felt. It was confusing. You were definitely seeing something in him that made you feel attached. Then it came to you, one possible reason why you couldn't keep your eyes off him. Taking a deep breath and glancing down at the floor, you spoke softly. He might remind me of someone I used to know. Maybe it's selfish. Maybe it's fear of witnessing something like that happen again. You intertwined your hands tightly, closing your eyes and pursing your lips. It feels cowardly. Then you go and heal him when he's hurt. Your eyes flew open in shock as you quickly turned to your grandmother, who was giving you a warm smile, reassuring you from the dark thoughts pulling you down. Dear, I know you can take care of and protect what you want to protect. What happened back then? She paused, looking at you, that you were too young to act. She hopped out of her seat and walked toward you, placing a palm on your tightly clenched hands. Her comforting warmth eased you a little, causing your hands to loosen. You're meant to learn, YN. It's time to try again and be everything you want by giving everything you can. And there it was, the smile your grandmother wanted to see, the one Midoriya wished to see again. It was angelic and soft, expressing relief as if all the burdens had been lifted off your shoulders. I understand. You pulled her into a hug, wrapping your arms around her petite figure as a single tear fell from your eyes. You're the only thing I have, and I will do everything to protect you. You do have your friend, right? The sudden statement made you pull away from the hug, giving her a look of disbelief. Your grandmother returned to her seat, chuckling. There are going to be new faces around here, YN. You can join them in their activities and hang out. I want you to have friends besides Mr. Aizawa. You sighed, resting your cheek on your palm with your elbow on your desk. He's not even a decent friend. He just sleeps when I hang out with him. Present Mike is the same. You huffed, puffing your cheeks in slight annoyance at the thought of the loud hero. He's too noisy. Your grandmother chuckled and started arranging papers. At least you still hang out with them. They're still friends. You exhaled. Whatever. Then you looked at the sky, frowning at the thought of the new batch of students your age. I wonder what will happen this year? I hope it's awesome. What? I said, come with me to the field. We'll do the same thing we did last year. You narrowed your eyes at the man before you, suspicion etched on your face. No. I don't want to. You returned your gaze to the textbook you were reading. Your official start of the subjects is tomorrow, so you have plenty of time to spare. With a sigh, you closed your book and placed it on your desk, sitting up straight. You turned to him, Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead. It's the first day of school, you do know that, right? Exactly. Don't say that. You're going to do that? You stressed the word, that, your expression revealing disbelief and worry, as if the word itself were a curse meant to be avoided. Aizawa clicked his tongue as he settled into his yellow sleeping bag, zipping it up to just below his chin before rolling out. You watched him leave the faculty room, surprised by his sudden request and the way he exited. That man wasn't really going to take no for an answer. At first glance, you wouldn't believe he was a hero. He always seemed exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, unshaven stubble, a laid-back stance, and a tired gaze as if he were slowly fading away. But despite his appearance, he was a remarkable man and a great hero. He had watched over you when you first started teaching at UA, giving you valuable tips on how to act and speak, especially since your students were older than you. You owed him a lot, and as a friend, you felt compelled to let him run things his own way, even if it meant expelling students unexpectedly. You had to admit, passing his homeroom was quite a challenge, but he didn't do things without reason. He was a great teacher, and you were sure he had his methods for a purpose. The chair screeched against the floor as you stood up with a sigh and stretched your arms. I'm so done witnessing Aizawa-sensei's expulsion antics. You started walking out to the field with a clipboard in hand. Poor students. You finally arrived in the field and waited for Aizawa and his new class. This was your second year of teaching, and your subject was first aid training for the hero course. With Principal Nizu as your mentor and the cram schools you attended for medical technology, you had stepped into the academy at a young age. You graduated when you were 14 and began working here the same year. It was said to be unfair for other professionals to see such a young pro hero in the field, and many felt that someone your age shouldn't have such a significant responsibility. So, you were stuck at UA, teaching first aid training until you turned 18, the legal age for a pro hero to be out in the field. Of course, you hated it. You didn't endure the pressure of competing with classmates who were older and stronger than you just to become a teacher and school nurse. It was clear you felt left out that year. Despite this, you used your time to study harder and train with your own quirk. After all, healing and providing strength weren't the only things you could do. Hey! You turned to the source of the voice, seeing Aizawa walking toward you. You sighed. You're not going to do that again, are you? He gave you a look as if he didn't understand what you were talking about. You waved your hand dismissively while letting out another sigh. He snorted, shoving his hands into his pockets as you both waited for the students to arrive. Why am I here anyway? You asked, looking up at him. Aizawa shrugged. To assist me in recording and evaluating things. You can literally do it by yourself. He huffed and crossed his arms, looking down at you. You know Izuku Midoriya, right? From the general exams? The boy who scored high on rescue points. His statement caught your attention, and you suddenly became interested in the topic. You slowly nodded, sneaking a glance at Aizawa. His mood seemed to drop, as if the sun had vanished from his soul. I've got a bad feeling about him. With a sigh, you averted your gaze downwards, gripping the clipboard tightly. You understood his concern. With Midoriya's recklessness, he might not get far in hero society. If his quirk was uncontrolled and always inflicted damage on him, it would be dangerous. Even as a healer, you couldn't always guarantee safety. You furrowed your eyebrows and huffed. Aizawa-sensei, if you ever see him use his quirk in a destructive way, or if he attempts something that could hurt him. You paused, looking up at him with a serious expression as you clutched your clipboard tighter. Stop him. The students finally gathered, and Midoriya noticed you. Strangely enough, he didn't say hi or wave. Instead, he stole glances at you, blushing whenever your eyes met. It almost made you laugh because you were definitely aware of his shy actions. As Aizawa began explaining, you remained silent. You caught Midoriya glancing your way again. This time, your eyes met, causing him to frantically look away, his face turning even redder. Chuckling, you shook your head and turned your attention to Katsuki Bakugo, who was preparing to launch the ball. Everyone was astonished by the results. He had aced the exam after all. Aizawa continued explaining while you stood there, feeling a bit bored. What was your role here? Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will face expulsion. You swallowed hard, frowning as nervousness washed over you at his challenge. There was merciless Aizawa. Most students shouted in disbelief. Who would expel a student right off the bat? It seemed outrageous, but the school had given teachers the freedom to make such decisions. You noticed Midoriya frowning, his teeth gritted and his face conflicted. This challenge might be too hard for him, and your expression softened at the thought. I see myself in him. After Aizawa explained further, he turned to you and spoke. This is YN Shizenji. She's here to record the test and evaluate your overall stats, both physically and mentally. I'll give her the authority to grade you during this test, and trust me. When she grades you, he smirked. She gets serious. It wasn't a compliment or reassurance. It was a command, a reminder that even though you were young, you were still a hero and a teacher. And that gap was significant. You smiled and nodded to the students. Very well then, everyone. Let's get this started. The Quirk apprehension test was about to begin. You ran every test and recorded them for future reference, while Aizawa ranked them based on his observations of each student's potential to be a hero. Midoriya was struggling. At first glance, his stats were well below the average for a hero, and he almost appeared quirkless. It was clear he wasn't using his quirk due to the risk of injury, which could lead to serious consequences. As the tests neared their conclusion, it was time for the ball throw. Midoriya stepped into the circle, his eyes unfocused. He had to get this right. Otherwise, you were aware that failure could lead to his expulsion. You knew he would end up at the bottom of the rankings, and it felt like a dead end for him. But you also believed it wasn't over. As long as he gave it his all. You bit your lip, furrowing your brows in anxiety. Midoriya needed to impress Aizawa, otherwise he was out. Then he threw the ball and you sighed. Stop him. Your words echoed as the ball landed with a soft thud. Aizawa halted him. I was definitely trying to use it just now. Midoriya said frantically, looking at his hands as if he had lost something vital. You looked down, your hands clenched into fists and your eyes closed. It hurt to hear how desperate he was during this test. I erased your quirk, Aizawa said in a low, almost irritated voice. The entrance exam was definitely not rational enough. He looked at Midoriya. Even a kid like you was accepted. Aizawa was right. You couldn't argue with that. Midoriya frowned. You erased my quirk? Then he gasped, realization dawning on him as he noticed Aizawa's goggles. Those goggles. I see. You can erase other people's quirks just by looking at them. The erasure hero, Eraserhead. The other students seemed unaware of Aizawa's identity, and you understood why. He avoided the media and refused to waste time on it. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Do you plan to become incapacitated again and rely on someone else to save you? Aizawa glanced at you. Just because you see a nurse by my side, you think you can act recklessly? He paused, huffing. No. Even without a nurse, you might still do that. Midoriya frowned. That's not my intention. Before he could finish, Aizawa wrapped him in his cloth and began mumbling to him. When Aizawa finally allowed Midoriya to throw the ball again, you gripped your clipboard tightly, frowning. He could do this. You believed in him. Show him that you're a hero, Midoriya. Show him the determination you have. Show him what you demonstrated to me at the beach. Aizawa noticed your focused expression. You had never been this invested in anyone before, especially someone you barely knew. Even without words, Aizawa could read you like a book. Then you watched as Midoriya threw the ball, using his quirk to minimize the damage while maximizing power. The ball landed and Aizawa observed it while you gulped, slightly shocked and impressed. Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya called, I can still move. Aizawa grinned, amusement evident on his face. Midoriya. You chuckled, your grip on the clipboard loosening as your expression softened. The tension and nervousness in your chest faded as Midoriya looked at Aizawa, his hand clenched into a fist. You're so cool, you know that? The tests soon concluded, not without Bakugo shouting and nearly confronting Midoriya out of nowhere. He was upset about how Midoriya had a quirk when he had nothing back then. You understood his frustration. As the tests ended, Aizawa displayed the results, ranking the students from 1 to you watched Midoriya scan the list until he found his name. Rank dread filled him as he realized he was at the bottom. He was going to be expelled, and he didn't want that. It was only the first day of class. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. You turned to Aizawa, surprised, but your face broke into a relieved smile as you chuckled. A sigh of relief escaped your lips while the other students stood frozen in shock. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. You glanced at Aizawa, giving him a knowing look as he grinned, an expression that conveyed he was interested in Midoriya. Before Aizawa walked onto the field to announce the curriculum, he tapped your shoulder and handed you a slip. Give this to you know. Have him recover in the infirmary before he goes home. You nodded, holding the slip as you ran to Midoriya. Seaweed. You called out, and he turned to you, a slight frown on his face, his cheeks tinged with pink. San? What is it? You handed him the slip and gestured for him to follow you. He followed, glancing at his injured finger while you walked alongside him. I told you you would make it. Welcome to you, Midoriya, you murmured. He shyly nodded, his head bowed and eyes averted. Thank you. I would have lost hope if it weren't for you. And I almost forgot. He rummaged through his pocket, and you raised an eyebrow at his actions. He pulled something out and handed it to you. Here you go. Your handkerchief. You shook your head. You can keep it. As a welcoming gift. But I said keep it. You tapped his shoulder reassuringly. You earned it. Midoriya looked down at your handkerchief, holding it gently in his palm. It was soft and smooth, a blend of silk and cotton. He wondered if your hand felt the same. But he quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head as he continued to follow you to the infirmary, tucking the handkerchief into his pocket. You opened the door and let him in, closing it behind you as you gestured for him to sit in the chair across from you. As he sat, he chuckled and looked around while you opened the drawer to retrieve the bandages. He spoke as he wandered his eyes around the infirmary. I could get used to this. This is my second time here since we met. You growled, flicking his forehead, and he cried out in surprise, hands flying to protect his forehead even though it was already too late. Why did you do that? He babbled as he clumsily rubbed his forehead, pouting childishly and cutely while you stared at him in surprise, a slight blush creeping onto your cheeks. Do you mean it? What? Because you bit your lower lip as you stuttered, words stumbling around in your head, along with the image of him pouting like a cute puppy. Shaking your head, you lifted your index finger and pointed at him. Every time you come here with an injury, I swear I'll do it again. You tried to sound commanding and intimidating, but your embarrassment slipped through as your voice squeaked at the end. He bowed slightly, his shoulders shaking with laughter, his uninjured hand covering his mouth. That's indeed a very scary punishment, and now that you say it. You sighed, furrowing your brows into a frown, your lips curling into a twisted smile. Although your voice was stern and serious, you couldn't help but sprinkle a bit of irritation and humor as you insisted, even with a squeaky voice, I'm serious, Midoriya. You can't just let yourself get hurt and expect me to heal you. There are times that. You paused, blinking as your tone dropped flat and low, looking down at your lap, your hands clenched into fists. Times that I can't heal you. Midoriya sensed the change in atmosphere and looked at you with concern. He was worried about your sudden shift in tone and expression, as if you were reminded of something troubling. You couldn't see his expression, but you were surprised when his uninjured hand gently held your clenched fist, squeezing it in reassurance. Your face flushed several shades of red as you lifted your gaze, seeing Midoriya smiling softly at you. I promise something to you, San. And I'm so happy that you care for me even if we just met. He lifted your fisted hands, uncurling them and gently touching your fingertips to help you relax. So don't worry and don't be tense because of me. I promise that I won't put myself in high-risk situations. But technically, I still can take some risks, right? Not too much, though. Hee. You were about to retort when he suddenly added, his smile soft and genuine. After all, heroes have to risk themselves to save someone, right? Your gaze darkened as you looked at your hand held within his and slowly nodded. I understand. Then he froze, eyeing his hands that were gently holding yours. Suddenly, he scrambled away, letting go of your hand as if it were something he shouldn't touch. When you looked up at him, you saw him blushing really red, like a tomato. He kept his hands on his lap, clenched into fists as if to keep them from touching yours. And you had to admit that it was so cute. I just wanted to reassure you that everything's fine. I'm so sorry. You chuckled, shaking your head and waving your hands. No, I don't mind it. Besides, it's okay. You intertwined your hands, feeling the warmth you had sensed at the beach lingering, stronger than before, making your stomach twist into knots and your heart race. Not literally but figuratively. You held out your hand, gesturing for him to take it. But before he could grasp your hand with his uninjured one, you said, "The injury. I need to heal it." He shyly nodded, drawing back his other hand before holding out his injured finger, placing his palm over yours. His gesture was almost hesitant and nervous, but you gently held it to reassure him. Then you placed your palm over his hand, like a sandwich, and let your strength flow into your skin. A warm light emitted from your hands, soft and not overly bright, almost like the light of a fire but colored blue. Midoriya shivered as he felt the tingling sensation coming from your fingertips. "Your hands are soft and warm, softer than your handkerchief," Midoriya mumbled, staring softly at your hands. You blinked, tilting your head in confusion. Come again?" Midoriya soon realized he had spoken his thoughts aloud, causing him to gasp and frantically shake his head in an attempt to dismiss the idea. "Nothing." You hummed thoughtfully, your expression softening as you stared at your hands healing his. "My hands." You heard him, of course. You wanted to tease him about saying it again, but it would be unfair to push him. You opened your hands and saw his finger already healed before you got the bandage and wrapped it around his finger. By the time you were done, you huffed and lazily leaned back in your chair, letting go of his fully healed hand. "It was more injured than I thought it would be." You sighed, slumping your shoulders while Midoriya looked at you, worry and guilt etched on his face. "Are you okay, Wyan-san?" You nodded, closing your eyes as you yawned. "Unlike my grandmother, my quirk relies on my own strength and stamina to be effective." You paused, opening your eyes and squinting in thought. "Let's see. Imagine a game. Unlike others who use physical quirks with MP, I use my own HP to give them HP." Midoriya's eyes widened in shock. Then, you immediately shook your head. "It's okay. I just get tired, that's all. It's not a big deal, I just need to sleep to regain my strength. Besides, it's not your fault I'm this tired. I had to restudy all the lessons I need to teach. So I may have pulled an all-nighter yesterday." You drowsily placed your cheek on your palm, your eyes half-lidded and your shoulders tiredly slumped. Midoriya pursed his lips. "I'm so sorry. That again." You groaned, exasperatedly rubbing your face with your hands. "I already said this is my job. Don't apologize." "But, Bapapapab no buts." You waved him away, turning to your desk as you rested your head on your arms, tiredly mumbling. "Go now, suit. Let me pass out for a sec." His brows furrowed in worry as he stood up to look at you. "Okay then, have a good nap." You lazily groaned in response, your voice muffled as your face rested on your arms. Little did you know, before Midoriya left, he had wrapped a blanket around your petite frame and left you a note on a small sticky note. "YN. Hey, YN. Wake up, YN. Don't disturb me and my sheep." Your head shot up as you exclaimed, startled awake. You quickly scanned the room for the source of the noise, irritation bubbling up inside you until you spotted Aizawa and Yamada standing behind you. "Sleeping in the middle of your work? That's quite irresponsible," Aizawa remarked flatly. You groaned and rested your head back on the desk, your hair spilling over it. "I'm just 15 years old, give me a break." Yamada burst into laughter at your response, giving you a reassuring pat on the back. "It's fine, young hero. We will give you time to rest, but are you ready for some fun?" You remained silent, lifting your head to give Yamada a tired look, your eyes narrowed and brows furrowed in exhaustion. "You're not worse than me, so stand up and let's go to the teacher's meeting," Aizawa said as he walked out of the infirmary. You groaned but slowly stood up, the blanket that had been draped over your shoulders slipping to the floor. You blinked in confusion at the fallen blanket before turning to Yamada. "Hey, Yamada-sensei, did you put that on me?" You asked, pointing at the blanket. Yamada raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. "No, I didn't." Curious, you bent down to pick up the blanket and turned to Yamada. "I'll catch up to the conference room. See you there." Yamada grinned and gave you an enthusiastic thumbs up before shouting, "See you there then." Yahoo! He exited the infirmary, leaving you alone. You folded the blanket and placed it on the cabinet where the extra blankets and bed covers were stored before heading to your desk to gather your materials for the meeting. As you turned the corner of your desk, you noticed a small sticky note resting on top. Thanks for healing me, Wine-san. We will see each other tomorrow, and I'll treat you to lunch to repay you. I'll come to the infirmary at lunchtime. I hope you'll be here by then. Midoriya Izuku. Reading the note made your lips curl into a soft smile, your eyes gentle and cheeks slightly flushed. Hello, dear. Why are you smiling there? You jumped, surprised by your grandmother's sudden appearance as she closed the door behind her. She smiled at you, waiting for an answer. Nothing important, you replied, trying to dismiss the note as you neatly folded it and tucked it into your pocket. Not important, huh? Is the young boy not important to you? He's not a friend. And yeah, he's important. It took a moment for you to realize what you had said, and you quickly turned to your grandmother, feeling heat rise to your cheeks. But not that important. Your grandmother chuckled, settling into her chair. If you say so, YN. You sighed, giving her a look. Ma. She watched you gather your papers and then suddenly said, Take care of the young boy, YN. Her brows furrowed in concern, lips slightly turned down. He is, after all Might's successor. You froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, what? Midoriya is what? He's All Might's successor, YN. All Might gave him his power, and he was the one All Might chose. You sank back into your chair, staring at the floor, still in shock. But that doesn't mean you have to spoil him, YN. You turned your head to her as her tone shifted from worry to seriousness. Your grandmother's expression was firm, and you could tell she meant what she said. Just because you can heal him without exhausting his stamina doesn't mean you should always heal him. You need to be careful with your abilities. It could be dangerous for you, okay? You nodded, understanding, and slightly bowed your head. I understand. Your grandmother sighed and stood up, tapping your back gently. It's okay to rely on me, dear. You looked at her and nodded, a small smile forming as you replied, Thanks, Ma. I'll keep that in mind. I have to keep my promise in mind too. It was the second day of school, and you were on your way to Class 1A's classroom. With your textbook in hand, a determined expression on your face, and strides filled with confidence, you navigated the hallways. It was their fourth subject, just before lunchtime. From 11:40 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., you had the opportunity to teach Class 1A about first aid, your specialty. You excelled in medical training, and you were sure the students would receive proper instruction. Oh, how exciting it would be! When you arrived, you slid the door open, earning several gasps and murmurs of disbelief. Nice to meet you, my name is Shizenji, YN. I'm your first aid training teacher, and today, we're going to discuss the basics of first aid. One student raised his hand, a boy wearing glasses with a serious expression. You placed your hands in the pockets of your white coat and nodded for him to speak. He stood up, frowning as he squared his shoulders. How come you're teaching us despite your age? Doesn't that go against the rules? You smirked, crossing your arms and leaning against the blackboard. Unless you've advanced and skipped several grades, yes, it would. But I was given the title of pro hero, so that's that. Now, let's move on to our lesson and start the class. Surprisingly, the entire class listened quietly to your lesson. Perhaps they had already received the message from your encounter with Aizawa yesterday, and you were grateful for their cooperation. In the last 30 minutes of your class, you decided to demonstrate everything you had taught them about artificial ventilation and CPR. Tomorrow, we'll have a test where you demonstrate first aid to me, especially CPR. For now, I need a volunteer to show the basics of first aid in case you didn't understand my earlier instructions. Just remember all the precautions, especially when performing CPR. Some of the boys looked at you hopefully, waiting to be chosen. One boy in particular seemed to be staring at you in a way that made you uncomfortable. Rolling your eyes and crossing your arms, you turned to Midoriya. Midoriya, you called, causing him to jump in surprise. Everyone turned to look at him, some boys glaring for reasons unknown. He slowly lifted his head, trying to avoid the gazes directed at him, his eyebrows furrowed in worry. Why yes. You smiled and gestured for him to come to the front, prompting gasps from the class. Raising an eyebrow, you smirked at the class. What's wrong? Do you have a question? Kaminari Denki, as you recalled from attendance, slammed his hands on his desk in protest. Shouldn't you do CPR on a girl? It's more comfortable to watch. You chuckled, shaking your head. Teasing this class was too much fun, especially since you had the power to play with their expectations. If you had to perform CPR on a woman, would you hesitate just because it's not comfortable to see? But in order to be a hero, you must act without hesitation or reluctance when saving someone. If CPR is needed for a boy, girl, or even an elder, you must do it quickly to stabilize the victim. You glared at Kaminari, your eyes sharp and your voice firm. In hero society, your hesitations aren't needed. Do you understand me? Kaminari sat back down, muttering under his breath about how unfair it was that Midoriya was chosen for such a heavenly task. You watched Midoriya walk up to the front and patted his back to help ease his nerves. You offered him a light smile, whispering gently to calm him down. Relax, seaweed. I'm not going to do anything crazy. This is just a demonstration, no need to be stiff. Okay? He nodded rapidly, his head bowed and voice barely audible. You couldn't see his expression due to his curly green hair, but when you helped him lie on his back, you noticed his cheeks were flushed and his eyes tightly shut. When doing CPR, remember that this method is only used when the victim is unconscious. It's specifically applied when someone has been electrocuted, drowned, suffocated, or inhaled dangerous gases. And remember, do not perform CPR if the victim has possible neck or spine injuries. You turned to Midoriya, noticing how red he was, as if he might burst. Kneeling beside him, you lifted his chin and said, if the victim has no neck or spine injuries, you lift their chin to open the airway. You tilted his chin up, opened his mouth, pinched his nose, and rested your palm on his forehead. And force air through their mouth. If it's still not effective after 2 breaths, check for a pulse. Letting go of his nose and chin, you placed your fingers near his windpipe and slid them toward the groove of his neck. His eyes were tightly shut, hands balled into fists, trembling slightly. You noticed him gulp as he shivered, stifling a laugh at his nervousness. Once again you whispered, relax, seaweed. I won't perform actual CPR. I just need to show them the key points, okay? He nodded slowly, his freckled cheeks still reddening. You continued despite his embarrassment. To know whether to proceed with cardiac compressions, you need to check this specific area. This is where the carotid artery is located. Check the pulse for 5 seconds, but not more than 10. If there's a pulse, continue administering artificial ventilation once every 5 seconds, or 12 times a minute. If it's still not effective, you will have to perform cardiac compressions. You placed your palm over his chest and felt his heart racing. You chuckled lightly, shaking your head before continuing. You don't do cardiac compressions without knowing where to apply pressure. The boy who had been staring earlier snickered, nodding in understanding, but you could tell he had something else on his mind. You rolled your eyes and placed your fingers near his side, turning to the class. First, locate the bottom of the victim's ribcage with your index and middle fingers using the hand closest to the victim's feet. You ran your fingers up to his sternum, causing him to exhale a shaky breath, his lips trembling as he bit them to steady himself. He was clearly nervous about your touch, worried that his heart might leap out of his chest from how fast it was beating. You couldn't help but snicker at his reaction but continued explaining. Then slide your fingers up to the notch where the ribcage meets the sternum, also known as the breastbone. Place the heel of your other hand beside your fingers on the sternum, intertwining it with the hand you used to locate the notch. Keep your fingers off the chest by interlocking them, elbows straight, and shoulders positioned directly over your hands for downward force. Then push down, but not too hard, as it could harm the victim. After explaining, you withdrew your hands and crossed your arms. That's how it's done. Now, remember to be careful with the force you use, as the person could end up with a broken rib and other serious complications. You paused and smiled at them, resting your palm on your lap. Let's quickly review for the test tomorrow. First up is artificial ventilation. Mouth-to-mouth is the most common method, so let's practice. The whole class stiffened at your words, several eyes widening in shock. They thought you were genuinely going to demonstrate, especially Midoriya, whose heart raced, pounding in his ears. You were about to lean in and playfully trick your class into thinking you would give Midoriya mouth-to-mouth ventilation. However, you never intended to actually kiss him or touch your lips to his. You were simply going to lean in closely when, out of nowhere, Midoriya head-butted you, his forehead colliding with yours with a soft thud. You winced in surprise, rubbing your forehead. What the hell? You were about to scold Midoriya when you noticed his forehead was red too, his eyes wide with shock and his cheeks flushed as he shook his head and waved his hands in a panic. He was clearly overwhelmed by what had just happened. I was just nervous, so. The class erupted into laughter, causing Midoriya to squeak in astonishment, burying his face in his hands in embarrassment. You chuckled, rubbing your forehead. When Midoriya peeked through his fingers and saw you laughing, he felt his heart leap. It was a delightful sound that sent butterflies fluttering in his stomach and made him blush a deep shade of crimson. Out of all the laughter in the classroom, yours stood out. He wanted to hear you laugh again. Suddenly, the bell rang, and the laughter faded into cheerful chatter as it was lunchtime. You stood up and extended your hand toward Midoriya, who hesitated before taking it and rising with your help. You patted his shoulder and turned to the class. Class dismissed. I'll see you all tomorrow for the practical exam. Make sure to eat well. They responded with a chorus of agreement, and you grabbed your textbook from your desk before leaving the classroom without another word. Midoriya watched the door where you had exited, staring at his hands. He longed to hold your hand again. It had been a brief moment, but he couldn't help it. The warmth of your soft hands was comforting. Uraraka tapped Midoriya's shoulder to get his attention, smiling as he turned to her. Do you want to go to the cafeteria and eat lunch with me and Ida? Midoriya blinked, then his face lit up with a sudden thought. Oh right. I'm sorry, Uraraka. I have something to do. I need to apologize to Sensei. Uraraka laughed and waved her hands. No, it's okay. You can go. She tapped his shoulder again and gave him a thumbs up. Good luck, Dad. I know you'll do great. Treat her like a princess. Midoriya blushed, shaking his head frantically as he stumbled over his words. It's not like that. Uraraka snickered, looking mischievously at him. You two seem very close. She even knew you before the entrance exam. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, his face turning even redder. Who told you that? Uraraka smiled. She thanked me for saving you. Meanwhile, you were biting your lower lip, your eyebrows furrowed in thought, your forehead slightly warm from what had just happened with Midoriya. It made you smile. His clumsiness and flustered demeanor were endearing, and you found it delightful to watch. He was so cute and pure, you couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. You chuckled as you made your way to the infirmary, noticing people looking at you as if you were a little out of your mind. But you didn't care. Your first class had been unexpectedly fun. This year was going to be really interesting. Indeed it would be. By the time you arrived at the infirmary, you stretched your arms and yawned, feeling a bit exhausted from teaching a new lesson and staying up late for no particular reason. You had just wanted to keep busy, but it had taken a toll on you. You waved to your grandmother, greeting her with a smile. Hi, Ma. Chio turned to you with her usual kind smile. Perfect timing, dear. I need to go to ground beta to watch Class 2A and Class 2B's combat training and be on standby in case someone gets hurt. Can you watch over the infirmary during lunch? You nodded. I can do that, Ma. Take care. You hugged her before she left the room. Sitting at your desk, you stretched your arms and prepared your formulas and test tubes for making your own medicines. Just then, you heard a knock on the door. You turned and opened it to reveal a curly green-haired boy holding 2 lunch packs, sheepishly smiling at you. The memory of what had happened in class flashed back, and you bit your lower lip to suppress a laugh. What had occurred earlier was not embarrassing at all. It was quite amusing. He stuttered, Shizenji-sensei. I'm sorry for headbutting you earlier. And here. He moved one of the packs toward you, smiling brightly, though a light blush colored his cheeks. A lunch, just like I promised. With a surprised expression, you accepted the meal, glancing at it before looking back at him, a soft smile forming on your lips as you remembered the note he had left for you yesterday. His effort was greatly appreciated. No one had ever promised to treat you to lunch or even to have lunch with you before. You had often felt like a loner during your school days, out of place among your classmates. Having an age gap wasn't a joke at all, especially since high school was supposed to be fun and memorable. But looking back, you realize that you rarely smiled back then. This year could be different. You didn't have to, Midoriya. But thank you for this, you said, looking at him with a small smile. And call me, Wyan, when we're out of the classroom. We're the same age anyway. He shyly nodded, and you gestured for him to come in, which he gladly did as he stepped inside the room. You moved one of the chairs towards your desk, placing it beside yours. Both of you sat down and set out your lunches when Midoriya bowed to you. I'm really sorry for headbutting you, Wyan-san. I was really nervous, so I may have overreacted. He laughed nervously, lifting his flustered gaze and scratching the back of his head as he averted his deep green eyes from yours. You curled your lips into a bright smile, your eyes crinkling and cheeks lightly flushed. You always make me smile, you know? It's been a while since I've been this happy. He stared into your eyes as if trying to read your thoughts. You quickly tore your gaze away, fearing he might see through you. You didn't want him to know how vulnerable you felt. Let's eat? What do you have here for me? He quickly snapped out of his trance, glancing at you as you put away all the test tubes and formulas into their respective drawers. Wyan-san, Midoriya called. You turned to him, humming in response and gazing at his worried expression. He continued, I'm your friend, right? You can tell me your problems as a friend. Then he looked down at his hands in his lap, thumbs fiddling and lips pursed. If I'm really your F. Of course, Midoriya. You opened your lunch. I would tell you. Just not this time. Let's eat lunch first, okay? He was still worried, but it was sweet of him to smile and respect your privacy with his patient demeanor. Right. As you opened your lunch, your eyes widened in wonder and amusement when you saw your favorite meal before you. Wow, this is my favorite lunch. How did you know? He turned to you, blinking in confusion. I didn't know. I just thought you might like it. You playfully punched his shoulder and chuckled. I love it, you doofus. Nice choice. He laughed nervously, averting his gaze as he blushed. I'm glad I made the right choice then. Both of you started to eat and chatted about various topics. Midoriya was the one doing most of the talking, but you didn't mind. It was pleasant and comfortable because you enjoyed hearing about the things he liked. He didn't leave you out, either, asking questions that you comfortably answered. He made sure the conversation wasn't one-sided, even though he spoke a lot. Not that you hated it. San? Can I ask about your quirk? Midoriya suddenly asked as he finished his lunch, while you nodded and put yours away. Of course. Ask away. Suddenly, he pulled out a slightly burned and worn notebook, scribbling in it as he asked, Is your quirk just about healing? You shook your head, chuckling as you eyed his notebook. What is this, an interview? But you gladly answered anyway, it's not. I have a quirk called Angel Hands. It's a mutual process kind of quirk. I heal people by giving them strength using my own stamina, but I can also take it from another person if I want to. You know, give and take. Midoriya's eyes sparkled with wonder as he listened. Why Angel Hands? You smiled and snorted, resting your chin on your palm. It's a new generation type of quirk, and they didn't know what to call it. Yamada-sensei came up with it since he said it was like the hands of an angel, especially since it glows. You chuckled and looked out the window, watching the clouds drift across the blue sky. Though it doesn't feel very angelic when I take strength from a villain. What do you mean? You shrugged. It emits a dark light when I absorb energy. It's quite flashy, and villains can easily notice it. You huffed, crossing your arms with a smirk. But I've practiced a lot and managed to make it powerful. Just one tap can bring a man to his knees. When you glanced at Midoriya, he was mumbling to himself while scribbling in his notes, looking like an adorable nerd. What? Then another thought crossed your mind, causing you to turn quickly to Midoriya, your eyebrows furrowed and lips pressed into a thin line. Seaweed. You called. He hummed in response without looking up, still focused on his notebook. You continued, "Are you All Might's successor?" He froze, his head slowly lifting to meet your gaze, eyebrows furrowed and eyes wide in surprise. How? I heard it from my grandmother, recovery girl. She mentioned it to me yesterday. You clenched your interlocked hands and bit your lower lip, gazing at him seriously. Midoriya, having the power of one for all isn't something you can just pick up overnight. It takes great responsibility and courage to handle it. With great power comes great responsibility. You placed a hand on his shoulder, tapping it gently as you continued, "But I believe you're worthy of the power, Midoriya. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." He gave you a bright, cheerful grin, his cheeks lightly flushed and eyes sparkling with joy. "Thank you for saying that. I'm so glad you think that way, YN-san." His voice trailed off as he looked at his hands, frowning as he closed his fingers into a fist. Especially since I can only release 100% of it without control. I really need to learn how to manage this. I need to do more quickly. So I can be better. You noticed the pained expression on his face, his hand clenched tighter than before. You placed your palm over his clenched hand, gently uncurling his fingers. "Don't panic, Midoriya. Don't be tense, take your time. Slowly but surely you'll learn. You're an intelligent man, and All Might believes in you." As you finished uncurling his fingers, you gently caressed his fingertips with your thumbs, smiling softly. "I believe in you too." His heart raced and he felt warmth rush to his face. Midoriya stared at you, captivated by your gentle touch. With your angelic smile, he found himself lost in the moment, struggling to process the feelings swirling within him. He felt frozen, flustered, and speechless, overwhelmed by a rush of emotions. It was all happening so quickly. It had only been days since you met, yet so much had transpired. The reassurance, the smiles, the small gestures, and the promise of more. It felt as if every moment spent with you was precious. Was it even possible to feel this way so soon? He hoped so. Then you suddenly withdrew your hands, biting your lip in embarrassment. "Sorry, I took it too far." Midoriya felt a pang of disappointment as your warmth left his hands. He shook his head, nervously laughing as he scratched his cheek. "It's fine, YN. I did the same thing to you back then. So I guess we're even now." You snorted, crossing your arms and glancing at the clock. "Oh, I guess we talked too much. It's almost 1:15 p.m. You should head to your classroom, seaweed." He looked at the clock and nodded, standing up to gather the trash. "Thank you for having lunch with me. I hope we can do this again sometime." You nodded. "Same here. I'll be in the infirmary if you need anything. If I'm not here, I'll probably be in the teacher's lounge." He smiled and bowed. "Thank you again." You waved your hand dismissively, crossing your arms as you rolled your eyes playfully. "I should be the one thanking you, seaweed. Anyway, go to your class. I think your next subject is combat training, which is right next to mine. You don't want to miss it, do you?" His eyes sparkled with cheer as he nodded eagerly. "I'll see you later, YN." You waved back. "I'll see you later." But little did you know, the next time you would see him, he would be bruised and battered. You yawned, resting your cheek on your desk, an open book about first aid in your hands. You considered taking a nap since you had no classes after 1 p.m. With a sigh, you forced yourself to stay awake, promising to sleep when you got home. You were on standby in the infirmary, determined to do your job well, especially after Aizawa's lectures about responsibility. Suddenly, the comms rang with an alert. You frowned and stood up, pressing the button to answer. "Who's this?" "Young, YN." A familiar voice came through, raising your eyebrow in curiosity. "What's wrong? Is someone injured? Should I go there immediately?" All Might paused for a moment, and your heart sank when he mentioned a name. "It's young Midoriya. He's currently incapacitated, and I need you to send a bot to retrieve him from ground beta." Your fists clenched, and you gritted your teeth in frustration. "He promised." "What do you mean, young? Why?" Before he could finish, you cut off the comm and rushed to your computer to send a bot for Midoriya. Running your hands through your hair in frustration, You stormed out of the infirmary, nearly colliding with your grandmother. She was about to ask what was wrong, but you snapped, "Ma, please stay in the infirmary and wait for me." She looked at you with concern but nodded softly. "Just remember to stay calm, all right? A hero healer must always be composed in situations like this." Your shoulders relaxed slightly and you nodded, feeling guilty for snapping at her. "I'm sorry for cursing, Ma." She chuckled, giving you a gentle push to continue on your way. "I'll be waiting for the patient, although I think I already know who it is." Chio sighed, shaking her head as she returned to the infirmary. You dashed through the hallways, disregarding the rules against running, knowing you were a teacher and could bend the rules when necessary. As you approached ground beta, you found the building in disarray. You squeezed through a hole and saw the bots carrying Midoriya toward the infirmary. The sight was alarming. Midoriya had injuries on both hands, one burned, the other severely bruised and broken. Your heart raced as you rushed toward All Might, who noticed your worried expression and nervously patted your back. "Young Wyan, who did this?" you demanded, your voice low and tense. All Might gulped, avoiding your gaze. "It was during combat training, young Wyan. You see this?" "I asked who." Your words were icy, sharp, and filled with an intensity that made even All Might uneasy. He hadn't seen you this angry since you were 13. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Young Bakugo was playing his role as a villain." "You shouldn't." You interrupted him, waving off his remark as you approached the ash-blonde guy, pointing at him as if issuing a warning. With a fierce glare, your eyes sharp and lips forming a tight frown, you said, "If you ever try to do reckless things to any of the students again, I will make sure you're out of this school." Then you lowered your hand, continuing to glare at him as you scowled. "Just because Recovery Girl and I are here doesn't mean you can misuse your powers and hurt others. Heroes are supposed to think wisely, not charge in recklessly." Bakugo stood unusually quiet, frozen in shock by the events that had unfolded. For you, your last words felt heavy, like a bitter taste in your mouth, reminding you of those who had risked everything and faced dire consequences. "Like my parents and Midoriya." You turned away from him and spotted Uraraka being supported by Ida. You rushed over and gestured for Ida to help her sit on the floor. He nodded, allowing Uraraka to settle down as you knelt beside her. "What happened, Uraraka?" you asked, noticing her groan and hold her head. "I'm so sorry, Sensei. We got carried away," and she paused, looking pale as if she might be sick. You sighed and placed your hand on her forehead. "I'll give you some stamina to help with your nausea. Dizziness takes time to heal, but you'll be okay later. Just stay still and close your eyes. It'll help." Uraraka nodded, understanding as you channeled a bit of your strength into her, a warm light glowing in your palm before you stood up. You patted Ida's shoulder. "Take care of Uraraka for me." He gave you a firm nod, and you continued walking out of the building. You hurried down the hall, your strides longer and faster than before. Clenching your fists and pursing your lips, you finally reached the infirmary. Opening the door, you found your grandmother arranging the four for Midoriya. A wave of relief washed over you as you saw he was healing, though still unconscious and lightly injured. Chio noticed you enter and closed the door behind you. You remained silent, your voice seemingly lost. With a sigh, your grandmother turned to you, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay, dear?" You weren't sure. You felt dizzy from the energy you had given Uraraka. All you wanted was a bed to rest on for at least 2 days. You even considered getting a sleeping bag like Aizawa's, just in a different color. But you nodded in response to your grandmother's question, moving closer to her. She pointed to the shelf and then back to Midoriya. "Grab the bandages and wrap his arm." You nodded and followed her instructions without another word. Carefully, you wrapped the bandages around Midoriya's arm and placed your palm on his forehead, channeling warmth to heal his minor scratches and give him enough stamina to recover overnight. A sigh escaped your lips as you lifted your hand away, running your fingers through your hair. Then you leaned against the bed beside Midoriya, resting your head on your arms. Another sigh left you as your eyelids grew heavy, and you eventually succumbed to sleep, letting exhaustion take over. "And he's already been in here 3 times?" Your grandmother's voice stirred you awake. Blinking, you found your vision still fuzzy and your body heavy. Lifting your head, you saw All Might in his baggy hero suit, your grandmother frowning in disappointment. "I apologize, recovery girl," All Might said, coughing slightly. "What are you apologizing to me for?" your grandmother scoffed. On top of his total exhaustion, he was here just yesterday. "Even with Yin's help, I can't treat him all at once. I've already done first aid treatment, and Yin gave him enough stamina to wake up in a few hours. After the 4 finishes, we can only wait for his body to heal slowly overnight." Chio sighed, turning her chair toward her desk and giving All Might a sidelong glance. "I know he's your favorite and that you passed on your powers to him, but that doesn't mean you should spoil him. Your grandmother was right. You couldn't afford for Midoriya to keep getting injured, especially when you couldn't heal him. Your quirk was limited by your stamina, and without taking strength from others, you had to rely solely on your own. I really need to catch up on sleep." Desperately. You sighed and fell silent, still listening to your grandmother and All Might's conversation. "There's nothing I can say to that," All Might said, scratching his neck. "Because I wanted to consider his feelings, I hesitated to stop the training match." You looked at Midoriya, peacefully sleeping on the bed. Your heart softened at the sight of him with an injured arm, his lips pursed and brows furrowed in concern. "Feelings. Huh. Even so," All Might continued, "will you please not talk about One for All so loudly?" Yes, Mr. Natural-born Hero. Mr. Symbol of Peace." All Might placed his hand over his chest, frowning. "My injury and this form are common knowledge among the UA teachers and a certain group of pros, but the secret of my quirk, One for All, is known only to you, young Yin, the principal, my close friends, and young Midoriya. I know it's not like you want to rest on your laurels at the top, but is being a natural-born hero, or the symbol of peace, really that important?" Chio asked, not looking back at the number 1 hero. All Might frowned deeper. "If I am no longer that, then the superhuman society will be overrun by evil. This is the responsibility of those of us with this power." You buried your chin in your arms, still staring at Midoriya, lost in thought. Chio sighed. "If that's the case, then it's even more important for you to learn what it means to guide someone." "Yes, ma'am." You subconsciously reached out your hand to hold Midoriya's, tracing his palm with your fingers while gazing at his peaceful face. Thoughts flooded your mind, especially the weight of the responsibility placed upon you. Midoriya must have felt that way too. He was entrusted with One for All, and you couldn't help but think about the limits you wanted to impose on him for being reckless. He seemed conflicted about the responsibility he carried. No, perhaps he wasn't conflicted at all. You smiled as you withdrew your hand, averting your gaze as you stood up. Maybe all he wanted was to be the most powerful hero and save people. If that's the case, then I shouldn't hold him back with the promise I made. Your grandmother and All Might turn to you as you stood. "Ah, young Yin. You're awake. Sorry for disturbing your sleep." You shook your head, slightly bowing in apology. "It's okay, I understand." Then you turned to your grandmother, giving her a blank look. "I'll just take a short stroll to the convenience store to buy some food. I'll be back in a moment." Your grandmother nodded, and you bowed once again before excusing yourself and walking out of the infirmary. "I shouldn't let my emotions get the best of me. I really shouldn't be selfish to the people around me." It didn't take long at all. The nearby convenience store was close, but instead of going back to school, you sat on a bench, gazing up at the sky as you let out a breath. Your body felt heavy and slumped from exhaustion and lack of sleep, your expression blank as if you were drowning in thought. It had only been 2 days, yet it felt like so much had happened. How could you feel this heavy in just a few hours? Was that even possible? The moment you let go of the promise you made with him, it felt like a burden had been lifted from your shoulders. Letting it go was supposed to refresh you, yet all it did was fill your mind with countless thoughts and unanswered questions. This is frustrating. You closed your eyes, taking in the sight of the orange-hued sky turning dark blue, feeling the chill of the breeze and the peace of your surroundings as day turned into night. "Yin-san." A familiar voice broke through your daze, and you opened your eyes to find the source of the voice was the very person who stirred these feelings within you. Midoriya. The green-haired boy walked over, and you scooted a little to give him space to sit beside you. Silence enveloped you both as he sat down, glancing at you with concern as he bit his lip. Why are you here? Midoriya looked at you, blinking as he leaned back on the bench, fiddling with the strap of his yellow bag. I was on my way home from school. I see. Once again, silence filled the air, broken only by the rustling leaves in the breeze. Both of you stared at the sky, watching it transition from day to night. I'm so sorry for breaking our promise, San. You immediately shook your head, your gaze fixed on the ground as if it held your interest. With a sigh, you mustered the courage to lift your eyes to his and offered him a smile. No. You can stop worrying about our promise. You managed to say softly, even though you didn't truly feel ready to let it go. But it might be holding you back. I'm just someone you met recently, and I feel like I'm placing a burden on you. So you don't have to worry about the promise. Your interlocked hands tightened as you resisted letting your cowardice take over. Eyes wavering and lips trembling, you tore your gaze from Midoriya and looked down again. I have no right to impose something heavy like a promise on you. You aren't, San. Suddenly, you found yourself pulled into an embrace. Though only one arm wrapped around you, it felt reassuring as you melted into the gentle hug. Your heart raced, and your cheeks flushed with warmth, eyes wide in surprise at his unexpected gesture. I'm so sorry. I treated you like a wall I could lean on, reassured by your presence. I thought that with you and Recovery Girl, I could do anything reckless. He pulled you closer, resting his nose against the crook of your neck. I was foolish to feel so secure, even though I know you worry about my injuries despite your ability to heal. Your expression softened into a worried frown as you wrapped your arms around him, resting your head on his shoulder. So, I'll keep my promise not to act recklessly. You shook your head and sighed. Unless it's absolutely necessary, Midoriya. If you truly need to use your quirk, then I have no right to stop you. Become strong enough to control it, okay? You heard him chuckle as you both separated from the embrace, and he nodded with a bright smile. I will become stronger to control it, San. I mean. You looked down, fiddling with the hem of your white coat, avoiding his gaze. Naturally, you'll grow stronger. You can take your time to practice, just not too much. But you can work hard, You were surprised when you heard him laugh, then he lifted his hand, extending his pinky finger as if to make a pinky promise. You looked at his pinky, finding the gesture amusing, but he spoke with a wide smile, his freckled cheeks slightly flushed. Trust me, San. I won't lie to you. I'll be stronger. I don't know if I can do that after everything that happened. Trust us, Chun. Papa and Mama will come back. If we have wounds, you can heal us, okay? Your eyes softened at the sight of him acting like a child making a silly pinky promise. But at the same time, it was undeniably adorable. So you mustered up all your courage and lifted your pinky, softly wrapping it around his as you smiled gently. I'll trust you then. I could actually trust someone even though it's really heavy? Then all of a sudden, your body felt heavier as darkness crept into your vision, your head feeling light and your eyelids drooping in exhaustion. Everything faded as your eyes closed, your body refusing to move even if you wanted to. San. Can you hear me, San? Midoriya's voice was filled with panic, wavering with worry. But even if you wanted to respond and assure him that you were fine, your body wouldn't budge, and exhaustion pulled you down. I can hear you. I just can't. I need to sleep. Tired. And you gave in, resting on the bench without a care because you were too tired to move, too tired to act or even worry. You let yourself sink into the darkness, drifting off into a slumber that felt like a soft, warm pillow, letting out a sigh of relief for resting, even for a little while. Midoriya was shocked when your head fell onto his chest, your body suddenly collapsing as if you had passed out. He panicked, holding you by your shoulders and gently shaking you as he called your name several times, but it was no use. Then he remembered your lessons from first aid training. Check if she's breathing. He checked for the rise and fall of your chest, feeling relieved to find it steady. The freckled boy sighed in relief when he realized you were just sleeping, laying you comfortably on the bench, using his lap as your pillow. His heart raced at the thought of being alone with you, of having you sleep in his lap. It was an unforgettable moment, indeed. He eased the tension by softly patting your pussy hair, watching your peaceful face. You looked so beautiful. How had Midoriya overlooked that? Your face was like an angel's, too soft and too lovely to go unnoticed. He smiled shyly and pulled out his phone, debating whether to take a picture of your serene sleeping face, but he thought it might be creepy. Eventually, he snapped a photo, promising himself he would tell you and would delete it if you asked him to. But for now, he wanted to treasure the sight of your peaceful expression. He dialed a number, his free hands still patting your head as he called someone. Mom? Yeah, I'm still outside. I'm okay, I just need a little more time. I'll be home late, so you can eat without me. I'll still eat, you can put the leftovers on the table. Why do you ask? He looked down at you, a light smile on his face and his cheeks slightly flushed as he answered, I have someone to take care of for a little while. Then he lifted his gaze to the dark sky, dusted with twinkling stars and colorful nebulas, along with the bright moon. Don't worry, Mom. I'll be okay. I'm near our house, so I can easily walk from here. I understand. Bye, Mom. With a click, he ended the call and continued to pat your hair. This was going to be a long night. It was past 11 p.m., and it was really late. The streetlights were already on, and the surroundings were dark. But Midoriya didn't want to wake you up, especially since you needed the rest. However, he soon dismissed that idea when he saw you stirring, groaning as you lifted your hands to rub your eyes. What happened? You drowsily opened your eyes, seeing the same green-haired boy looking down at you with a bright smile. You're finally awake, San. Did you sleep well? You let out a small gasp as you noticed his face close to yours, warmth rushing to your cheeks as you felt suddenly embarrassed. Too close. His eyes widened as he quickly pulled back, giving you space to feel comfortable. Sheepishly scratching the back of his neck, he laughed nervously and averted his gaze. You passed out, and I found you sleeping. So I laid you down and let you sleep. But that's it. I didn't do anything. Except for taking a picture, apparently, he thought. When you had the will to look up at him, you found him pursing his lips, eyebrows furrowed in embarrassment as he glanced at the floor, rubbing his neck while his cheeks turned pink. You stifled a laugh as you sat up, resting your head on his shoulder. You felt him stiffen at your sudden action and heard him squeak, which made you chuckle and smile. Thanks for letting me sleep. I really needed that. He nodded silently, unable to find the words because he was overwhelmed by what just happened. Then you pulled back your head, standing up and slightly bowing to him. Thank you very much, Seaweed. You lifted your head, giving him a pat on the shoulder as he stood up, nodding once again. No problem. Your eyes crinkled with a smile as you looked up at him, chuckling. How about I treat you to lunch tomorrow? With your friends in the cafeteria? His eyes widened at your suggestion, hands waving frantically. Why you don't need to do that? I'm okay, San. You shook your head, crossing your arms and raising an eyebrow. This is my payment for watching over me while I was asleep. Give and take, Midoriya. Just like my Quirk. You smirked at him, while he looked at you, hands gripping the strap of his backpack. Okay then. You gave him a pat on the back and lowered your hand, gazing at him with concern. I'm not pushing you to do that, am I? He shook his head, his gaze averting from yours as he exclaimed, It's not like that. Then he pursed his lips and looked down, his expression serious. I think I don't deserve that kind of thing. I've asked too much from you. That's why. I feel the same way, Midoriya. When he met your eyes, he found you smiling sweetly at him, your eyes bright and sparkling under the moonlight, pink lips curled into a smile, and cheeks slightly flushed. You were, by far, the most dramatic and beautiful sight he had ever seen. And he wanted to see more of it. I don't deserve your kindness. You even made a promise for me. So that you can say that we're even, okay? Midoriya felt his heart racing, but this time, It was a thrilling sensation. Every moment spent with you was precious, and he had no regrets about enjoying that candy you had given him at the beach. Demon it all. You hurriedly slipped on your shoes and grabbed your bag, bursting out of your house. It was nearly noon, and you were running late for your Class 1A subject. Muttering under your breath, you sprinted towards the school, helping a few people along the way, including catching some thieves who were snatching bags. Just another day of hero work, and it was barely morning. But this hero work only made you later, and you continued to dash towards you. Seriously, is this a shoujo anime? This cliché stuff is ridiculous. As you approached the school, you noticed a crowd of reporters bombarding nearby students with questions. You walked past them, slightly bowing your head. You really weren't in the mood for media nonsense. Then, as you slipped away from the crowd, someone grabbed your wrist and moved a microphone in front of your face. What do you think of All Might? Wait, you're that kid who got the pro hero license? You yanked your wrist away and shot them a glare before heading towards the school. Your eyebrows furrowed, and you stomped your way to the classroom, frustration bubbling inside you. When you finally reached the classroom, you didn't bother putting on your white coat, opting instead for your usual black jeans and AFC shirt. Simple yet cool. You flung open the sliding door to Class 1A, announcing, "I'm sorry for being late, let's prepare for the..." Everyone turned to look at you, including Aizawa, who was not supposed to be there, peeking out from his yellow sleeping bag. Time seemed to freeze as you, the students, and Aizawa all stood in silence until you slammed the door shut. Oh no, this is bad. You felt a wave of panic wash over you. Just as you turned to leave, someone opened the door and pulled you back in. You gasped in surprise, only to find Aizawa glaring at you with a look that could cut through steel. Oh no, Aizawa-sensei is not happy. I'm in trouble. Someone, please, who has a mind-reading quirk? Help me. You nervously glanced at Aizawa and the class, who were still in shock. What did you do last night? You quickly looked down, biting your lip and furrowing your brows. Great, Aizawa. You're scolding me in front of everyone. I don't care if everyone is watching. Tell me why you were home late. You sighed, raising your hands in exasperation before dropping them, giving him a look of disbelief. Aizawa, the mind reader. I'm not a mind reader, why? I can just read you like a book. He said flatly, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Taking a deep breath, you clenched your fists. You were ready for this. You were a pro hero after all. Sure, you were still just a kid 15 years old, but that wouldn't stop you from saying what you needed to say. With determination in your eyes, you looked up at him and declared, "It's none of your business, Dad." Aizawa's frown shifted to confusion and surprise at your unexpected word choice. The class erupted into laughter, and you gasped, realizing what you had just said. Oh no. Flustered, you turned red and waved your hands in a panic. I didn't mean to call you that. I was just panicking. Haha, I thought Shizenji-sensei was mature like other pro heroes. Guess I was wrong. Well, she is 15 years old. You can't hide her childishness even if she is a pro hero. It's funny to think that we have such a teacher. School is going to be fun. Shut up, everyone. You buried your face in your hands, groaning in embarrassment. This was the worst day ever. You still haven't answered my question, YN. You let your hands drop to your sides, you see, hair casting a shadow over your expression. Aizawa couldn't see your face, and his frown deepened as you inhaled and raised your head, determination shining through as you shouted, who would scold a teacher in front of his class? Come on, Aizawa. Stop changing the subject. Aha, I'm so done. YN. Night. It's none of your business. You already said that. All eyes turned to the third person who had managed to speak up amidst the chaos, raising a hand to get your attention. You paled as you turned to see who it was. Oh my god. That I was with YN-san. And just like that, the classroom erupted in surprise, and you winced, crouching down to hide under the table in utter embarrassment. Seriously, Deku? Why are you calling Shizenji-sensei by her first name? Bakugo shouted, his voice filled with indignation. Now that you mention it, you two are pretty close, Mina chimed in, a mischievous grin on her face. Tsuyu tilted her head, pressing a finger to her lips. I remember Shizenji-sensei glaring at Bakugo after combat training. Not that I heard much of the conversation, though. Shut it, you extra. What were you doing out with Shizenji-sensei that late? Kirishima asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Don't you dare, you were doing this. Mineta started to say something inappropriate, but Kaminari cut him off. In you, Midoriya. What you did was unforgivable. Jiro punched Kaminari in the chest to silence him, rolling her eyes. You really thought Midoriya would do that to Shizenji-sensei? Ida asked, his expression serious. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. As students of a prestigious high school, we must be careful about judging situations like these. Since then, you felt grateful that Ida was around. Aizawa snorted and put his hands in his pockets, glancing down at you. Stand up, YN. I don't want to, you replied stubbornly. He sighed. Just explain what happened so we can stop whatever chaos is happening here. I don't want to, you repeated. Aizawa turned to Midoriya. Midoriya, tell us what really happened, but all Aizawa could see was a flustered Midoriya, his face bright red and looking faint from the embarrassment of the situation. Aizawa sighed again. Just what had the two of you gotten into? So Shizenji-sensei escorted Midoriya home, Uraraka said, nodding in understanding, while the whole class sighed in relief. Good thing Midoriya had come up with a clever excuse. All of what happened yesterday evening flashed back to you, causing you to smile slightly. It was a nice memory, after all. I was injured, so Shizenji-sensei escorted me. Just in case something happened, Midoriya explained. Bakugo growled under his breath. Deku, you're such a coward. Mineta scoffed. I thought something exciting happened. Aizawa sighed. Anyways, that's all cleared up, so let's continue our elections. Mido. Then the bell rang, signaling that it was lunch. Now you were having second thoughts about joining Midoriya and his friends in the cafeteria after everything that had happened. This day was exhausting, and you felt like you hadn't gotten enough sleep. You sighed. What? There are a lot of people today too. Uraraka exclaimed as you took your seats in the cafeteria and placed your meals on the table. Ida nodded. That's because everyone in the hero course, support course, and management course meets in the same place. You smirked at Ida's remark, nodding as you looked at him. That's right. Sometimes the staff also gets their food here, but faculty members can sneak in from the back of the cafeteria and order without a hassle. You munched on your favorite meal, savoring the satisfaction of eating in peace. It had been a while since you shared a meal with company, and it was certainly worth it. Earlier, after all the commotion you had caused in Class 1A, everything returned to normal. You mustered all your courage to ask Midoriya about lunch, and despite feeling embarrassed, he agreed and brought his friends, Ida and Uraraka, along. Surprisingly, having lunch with them went well. Uraraka and Ida welcomed you with open arms, which was a relief since your day had started off a bit rough. But, Shizenji-sensei. You can call me by my first name when we're out of the classroom, Uraraka. You said as you took another bite, and the brunette nodded with a smile. It's a surprise that you decided to eat with us, YN-chan. I mean that you're a teacher after all. You waved your hand to dismiss her idea and gave her a small smile. I'm actually around your age, so it makes sense for us to hang out. Teacher or not, I want you to treat me as a friend you can count on. I don't depend on status that much anyway. You paused, looking down at your meal as you sighed. I can be a bit corny. That's not true, San. Your words are right. You can count on us too. He said, giving you a thumbs up. You chuckled at his gesture and turned to Midoriya. Still that I can't believe that Midoriya became the class rep. That's cool, isn't it? Midoriya sighed at your statement, glancing worriedly at his meal. Even though I've been chosen as class rep, I don't know if I'm qualified for it. You are. Uraraka said as she ate, while you nodded in agreement, and Ida added, it'll be fine. Then he looked up at Midoriya, giving him his usual serious look. Your courage and judgment at critical moments make you worth following. That's why I voted for you. You continued to eat your lunch, smiling at the atmosphere around you. I wish I was a student too. The conversation soon shifted to Ida's family, which didn't surprise you since you knew them well. From his records, he came from a prestigious hero family with a high reputation. You had worked with Ida's brother, Ingenium, once when you were allowed to take on hero jobs. Now, I'm stuck in this school just because I'm not old enough to be a hero. You sighed. In the middle of the discussion, you suddenly heard an alarm ringing. Your brows furrowed as you stood up, the announcement echoing throughout the cafeteria. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate promptly. I repeat. What? You turned to the 3 and pointed to the exit. Someone must be trespassing the school grounds. You 3, evacuate immediately and use that exit. I'll go check on the situation. Then you hurriedly took off, running in the opposite direction of where the students were fleeing. You encountered Aizawa and Yamada on the way, so you asked, "Who do you think it was?" Aizawa frowned, scoffing as you continued to run toward the commotion. "I don't know but we should hurry and settle it down." Yamada sighed. "This hasn't happened in years, so it's really unusual. Do you think it's something serious?" You looked toward the halls ahead, nearing the source of the disturbance. "I mean, no one can breach security and easily trespass the school. There might be something more to this." As you arrived, you were met by a swarm of media, leaving you shocked and confused. Aizawa turned to you, mumbling as he let Yamada speak first. "You go and call the police first and report that it was just the media. Nothing serious. We'll handle this." You nodded and complied, running back to report what had happened. Everything was soon settled down, and everyone returned to their classrooms while you checked to ensure each class was okay and that no one was hurt or missing. As you peered into Class 1A, you saw them discussing the incident. Aizawa wasn't there yet, so you guessed he was still double-checking things. You fully opened the door and walked in front of them. "Is everyone here and present? Is anyone injured or anything?" Each student checked around, confirming that everyone was fine, and you smiled at their reassurance. You also spotted Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida there, and relief washed over you as you sighed. "Good. I'll be going now, and your elections will resume once Aizawa-sensei is here. Stay safe, everyone." Then you exited the classroom to check on the other classes. You let out a breath as you finished checking the other classes and ran up to Principal Nizu, who stood in front of the damaged iron gate. "I just finished checking all classes, and everyone seems to be fine." Your grandmother sighed in relief and nodded, patting your back. "Good job, YN." You smiled at her while Principal Nizu continued to stare at the gate, frowning. How were the ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? Someone instigated this. Your jaw clenched at the principal's words, eyebrows furrowing and hands clenching into fists as you looked up at the completely destroyed gate, which seemed less like it had been blown up and more like it had disintegrated. Did someone malicious slip in, or was it intended as a declaration of war? It's been 3 days since the incident, and nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Classes continued as usual, and activities resumed as if the incident had never happened at all. Since then, you continued to have lunch with Midoriya and the others, becoming close friends in a short time. Despite your position as a teacher, Class 1A treated you well. It wasn't just Midoriya, Ida, or Uraraka. Everyone was warm toward you, and you genuinely enjoyed teaching them. Even Bakugo, who, in your mind, was a reckless and careless male but in truth, was a very intelligent student. You were currently in a teachers' meeting discussing the activities for tomorrow. Okay, let's move on to the activity for Class 1. Aizawa-sensei's class will conduct a rescue training at the USJ, right? Aizawa nodded and opened his folder, reviewing the details. The instructors accompanying me are 13, All Might, and Seraph. Each will focus on different aspects of the rescue training. I'll cover proper combat engagement in various situations and emergencies, All Might said, glancing at his folder. I'm responsible for teaching the class about the effective use of their quirks and how to rescue people in different scenarios, 13 added, receiving a brief nod from the principal before turning to you. I will assist 13 and provide guidance on how to administer first aid to someone who is injured in various circumstances, you said, flipping through your folder and tapping your pen on the desk. The bus is ready, and we will leave after lunch, Aizawa said, intertwining his fingers after closing his folder. You sighed, resting your cheek on your palm as you looked at the principal. The events from earlier flashed in your mind, leaving you confused and suspicious about the identity of the attacker. It seemed impossible for anyone to breach the iron walls meant to keep intruders out. Do you really think it was one of the media who did it? It feels too suspicious, you asked. Principal Nizu pursed his lips and clasped his paws. That's a question yet to be answered. We need to take precautions to prevent anything unfortunate from happening. He took a sip of his tea, sighing in relief. I'm counting on you, heroes. We need to teach our students to be proper heroes. You remained silent. No matter how many times he said those words, it was hard to accept that you were a teacher, a 15-year-old teaching alongside instructors who were all over it. Felt surreal. Aizawa muttered, glancing at you from the corner of his eye. When you looked up, he returned his gaze to his folder. Don't doubt yourself again. You were chosen to be a teacher because you're great at it. Don't let anyone make you think otherwise. Aizawa was always like this. He might seem aloof, but he had a soft side for those he cared about. His tough exterior often conveyed, I don't care, so leave me alone, but the truth was he cared deeply. You snorted and playfully punched his shoulder, chuckling. Yes, sir. Well, you're here because the other pro heroes won't stop talking about having such a young girl on the same level as them. Higher even, he added. You sweat dropped, reconsidering your earlier thoughts about his caring nature. That's a pretty harsh way to rub salt in my wounds. He simply shrugged. The next day, after lunch, you said your goodbyes to Midoriya and the others as you prepared for the bus trip. Since you were going to have actual training, you needed to wear your hero suit, which you hadn't donned in a long time. As a nurse more than a hero at this school, you typically wore your white coat with casual attire underneath. It had been ages since you participated in a combat activity, so wearing the suit felt nostalgic. You stared at it, a smile creeping onto your face. It's been such a long time. Once you finished putting on your suit, you stepped outside to meet Aizawa, who was overseeing his students as they boarded the bus. He noticed you and gave you a look as you stopped beside him. Ah, it's been a long time since I saw you in that, you said, stretching your arms. Aizawa snorted, scanning you from head to toe. Yeah. You still look like a kid. Should I take that as an offensive statement? You replied, raising an eyebrow. Your attention shifted to the new class representative, Ida, who was whistling to gather attention and organize the students. You chuckled at the sight, crossing your arms with a smirk. Your class this year is really interesting, Aizawa-sensei. He looked down at you and nodded. Yeah. I haven't expelled any of them, so I can't disagree with you. You sighed. Midoriya was shocked, truly shocked. He recognized your costume from the news but had never learned your hero name, so he had no idea who you were. Now, seeing you in your outfit, it clicked. Seraph. The angel hero? He gasped, taking a deep breath in fascination and amazement. His eyes widened, and his cheeks flushed as he realized how good you looked in your suit. Feeling a bit awkward, he quickly averted his gaze, not wanting to seem too forward. You were undeniably pretty. Aizawa and you boarded the bus, with him sitting at the front while you were forced to sit beside Midoriya. Aizawa took the opportunity to catch some sleep. Shizenji-sensei? Midoriya stammered, his voice shaking with nervousness. You turned to him, tilting your head. What is it? It took a lot of courage for him to look at you, and when he did, he blushed deeply. You noticed him fiddling with his hands as he spoke. I didn't know you were Seraph. Surprised that he mentioned it, you realized he had never known your identity. Yes, I am her. Though I haven't worn this costume in a while, so you could say that Seraph has been absent for some time. So you pressed a finger to her lips, tilting her head as she looked at you. Your costume is really new to me. I thought you were a different person, sensei. You chuckled, crossing your arms as you leaned back in the chair. I feel like a different person too, you mumbled. After a few minutes of traveling by bus to the USJ, you finally arrived, and everyone was introduced to 13. You watched from the side, standing next to Aizawa as 13 began his lecture before the training started. However, do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily lead to dangerous situations with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you discovered the potential of your hidden powers, and with All Might's one-on-one combat training, you've experienced the risks of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You will learn to use your quirks to save lives. You don't have powers to harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that your abilities are meant to help. You chuckled, placing your hands behind your back and turning to Aizawa. 13 has a unique way with words, it's kind of cool. Aizawa snorted, shoving his hands into his pockets. Well, he is a rescue hero. As 13 finished his speech, he bowed, and the class erupted in cheers and shouts. Once the excitement died down, Aizawa pointed down the stairs and spoke. All right then, first. You frowned and looked around when the lights suddenly flickered, and something emerged near the fountain at the center of the grounds. Your eyes widened in shock as you realized someone was coming out of that violet portal. That isn't supposed to happen. Aizawa! Aizawa gritted his teeth and turned to his class, shouting in alarm as he gestured for everyone to gather. Stay together and don't move. You turned toward the intruders, clenching your fists as irritation washed over you. This surprise had caught you off guard, and whoever planned it had done so with cleverness. 13. Protect the students. Kirishima's eyes widened as he pointed at what you were looking at, asking in confusion, What's that? Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Everyone turned to the figures emerging from the violet portal while you huffed, your expression sharp and determined. Midoriya was about to step forward when you stopped him, speaking in a low, warning tone. Your teacher said not to move. This is a different kind of situation. Aizawa nodded, putting on his goggles as he concluded, Those are villains. The entire class gasped in shock. Who would expect to see villains during training? No one. And these intruders knew it. I knew it. These are probably the ones who broke down the wall and trespassed on the school grounds. Aizawa clicked his tongue in annoyance. Yeah, but still, that's a large group of villains. Do you think you can handle it? You scoffed, crouching down to touch the blade attached to your boots. It's been a while since I fought for real, but that doesn't mean I'm out of practice. Aizawa snorted in amusement and looked toward the fountain as the villains continued to emerge. What? Villains? There's no way they could get into a hero school. Kirishima exclaimed in disbelief. Teacher, what about the trespasser censors? 13 turned to Yairzu, who replied, We have them of course, but did they only appear here or around the school? Either way, if the censors aren't responding, it means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be foolish, but they're not stupid. This surprise attack was carefully planned with a specific goal in mind. Todoroki echoed your thoughts. You didn't believe they would be here just to disrupt the class. That would be underestimating them. With this large group of villains, they might overwhelm your heroes, and as Todoroki said, they must have a plan. This is going to be a challenge. You stood up, gripping the blade and twirling it in your hand. 13. Evacuate the students. Try contacting the school. These villains have something to counteract the censors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering. You turned to Kaminari. Kaminari, can you try contacting the school? Your quirk should help, right? Kaminari nodded, understanding as he held his earpiece and attempted to reach the school. Yes, ma'am. What about you, sensei? Will you fight on your own? With that many, even if you can erase their quirks. Eraserhead's fighting style is capturing after erasing the enemy's powers. He paused, looking down with his hand clenched into a fist. Shizenji-sensei is the same. With so many villains attacking her at once, it could be critical, especially if she can't move quickly. Even if she can heal others, that doesn't mean she can heal herself. You once said you haven't fought in a long time, and a sudden confrontation is. You chuckled as Aizawa turned to Midoriya and said, You can't be a hero with just one trick. You nodded and smiled at him. I know it's been a while, but I've been training in the meantime. I'm a pro hero, and I can't be a pro hero if I can't handle situations like this, okay? Then you smirked, giving him a thumbs up. Trust me. Midoriya's eyes softened at your words, But he couldn't help but worry about you. He hadn't seen you fight because you were primarily a healer and had been at UA for some time, but he dismissed the thought. As you said, you were a pro hero and he trusted you. He gave you a brief nod, and you returned the same smile he had wanted to see again. Who knew it might be the last time he would see it? I'm leaving it to you, 13. Let's go, Seraph. You nodded and jumped after him, throwing your miniature blades toward the enemies to distract them as you approached and activated your quirk. A violet dark light emitted from your palm, a surge of power coursing up your arm, and you released it when their arms fell to their sides. You huffed and jumped out of the way as someone attempted to punch you, gracefully landing as you evaded another attack, stepping aside just as a bullet grazed your cheek. You sighed. That was close. Once again, you dodged a punch, sliding to the side and grabbing the villain's arm as you activated your quirk, draining enough stamina to make him faint. As soon as he collapsed, you quickly ducked, sensing a blade being thrown your way. You reached into the small pack on your back and tossed out a small ball, which erupted into a cloud of blue smoke. The villains coughed and stumbled, and you smirked as you charged through them. Experiment successful. As the smoke cleared, you saw them struggling to regain their footing, as if the world around them was spinning. Slight nausea as an effect, huh? Not bad. You grinned and tapped one of the villains, absorbing a significant amount of his stamina, which enhanced your speed and agility. Fortunately, while you had limits on how much you could power up using others' stamina, you could still absorb it without restriction. This would serve as a reservoir in case you needed to heal someone. After tapping another villain to drain his stamina, you paused to survey the area and noticed that the one with many hands was missing. Where did he? Suddenly, you spotted him beside you, grinning widely. You gasped in surprise and jumped out of the way, but bumped into something behind you. The villain chuckled and commanded, "Take her, Nomu." You turned to face the creature and extended your palm to drain his stamina enough to incapacitate him, but to your shock, it had no effect. The enormous creature remained standing. In an instant, he seized your shoulder and threw you to the ground, pinning your wrists behind your back. He stomped down on your right leg, and you cried out in pain. Ack! Aizawa witnessed this and gasped, his eyes widening in worry. YN. Unfortunately, while you had the ability to heal others completely, you couldn't heal yourself. You could absorb stamina to enhance your abilities, but recovery was a different matter. It was your weakness. Your face contorted in agony as the pain from your broken leg surged through you. The creature held your hair, forcing you to look up at him as he chuckled. You mean this? He held up a small ball, your own smoke bomb from earlier. Your eyes widened in realization. The villain giggled, examining the ball with amusement. It causes slight nausea, you say? Shall we test it again? No. You inhaled shakily, the unbearable pain in your leg intensifying as you watched him throw the ball towards Aizawa. His eyes widened at the sight of the smoke, and he quickly covered his nose to avoid inhaling it. Meanwhile, the villain took advantage of the distraction to attack, while Aizawa threw a cloth at him, which he dodged, counting under his breath. You struggled to move, but the creature, Nomu, held you in place, pinning your wrists and keeping you on the ground. You let out a shaky sigh, helplessly watching Aizawa fight alone. So much for a pro hero. You noticed Aizawa panting heavily, his elbow severely injured, skin torn and flesh exposed. You frowned, continuing to struggle against your restraints, breathing heavily. If only you could reach him and lend him some strength. If only. To your surprise, Nomu released you and leaped towards Aizawa. The villain sneered, "By the way, hero, I'm not the last." Aizawa! You screamed in desperation, crawling closer. The villain clicked his tongue in annoyance at your interruption, scratching his neck as he approached you, holding Aizawa's weapon cloth. "Shut up, will you? You really annoy me." He grabbed your wrists again, growling as he glared at Aizawa, irritated that he had cancelled his quirk. "Pro heroes really get on my nerves." "Very well then, I won't kill you, little angel." He leaned closer, whispering in your ear, sending a shiver of fear down your spine. "Maybe I can use your little powers someday." You gritted your teeth as Nomu continued to slam his head against the ground, while the villain bound your wrists with Aizawa's cloth. How about that? Little Angel's wings are already tied with his own comrade's weapon. Dramatic, isn't it? Why, you monster? You stammered, anger and fear mixing in your voice. Let go of YN. You inhaled sharply at the familiar voice, filled with desperation amidst the chaos as he charged forward. Your eyes widened in shock as Midoriya jumped towards you and the villain, despite his injuries, fists ready to strike. The moment Midoriya saw you, he acted without hesitation, driven by the need to save you. He couldn't bear the thought of you getting hurt. He was about to throw his punch when he realized you were too close, and if he missed, you could be hurt even more. But he didn't have time to hesitate. He needed to save you. With determination, he threw his punch, but it was intercepted by the same villain who had easily overpowered Aizawa. You gasped, desperately struggling to reach Midoriya, wanting to help him, wanting to protect him. Please don't. Midoriya, run away. Tears filled your eyes as Nomu grabbed Midoriya and slammed him to the ground, repeatedly striking his head. You thought it would stop, but he lifted Midoriya by the throat, choking him. Midoriya gasped for air, his hands clawing at the creature's grip, but they soon fell limp at his sides. Nomu released him, and he crumpled to the ground in front of you, motionless. Tears streamed down your face as shock and fear gripped you. It happened again. Midoriya? Wake up. Everything fell silent as he lay on the cold ground, surrounded by darkness. Tears streamed down your face as you saw him lying still. Your calls were nothing but whispers in the wind, unheard and unheeded. Aizawa lay there, injured, and 2 students remained in danger. The scene was dire, with your friends sprawled on the ground, gravely hurt. The true heroes had already fallen, leaving the villain to chuckle as he turned to Mineta and Azui, a sinister grin hidden behind his mask made of a hand. With a high-pitched, excited voice, he pointed at the 2 students. You're next. Hands bound, leg injured, comrades down, what could you do? With your hands tied, you felt utterly powerless. Once again, the nightmare unfolded. You had already lost your parents in a similar way. It felt hopeless. It was too late. He couldn't be gone, could he? Midoriya was strong. He would survive and fight. After all, he was reckless but determined. Who was I kidding? It was clear that Midoriya was in grave danger. He was losing too much blood, his injuries were severe. You didn't even know if he was still alive. You wanted to heal him, to bring him back, even if it cost you everything. He had saved you in the only way he could, risking his life to protect you. What could you do to save him? You tried to move, using your uninjured leg to inch closer to him. Tears had long dried on your flushed cheeks as you breathed in a shaky breath, pain stinging in your leg and chest. It hurt to see him like this. Why? As you crawled closer, you scanned his injuries. There were many. Desperately, you wiggled your wrists, trying to free yourself, turning to Midoriya as tears brimmed in your eyes. I need to. You twisted your wrists, hoping the cloth would loosen, but your hands bled from the effort, and it was futile. Midoriya, I'm so sorry. You bowed your head, resting it against his chest as you sobbed, closing your eyes as hope faded into the void. Then you go and heal him when he's hurt. Your eyes shot open at the sound of those words. A spark ignited within you as your grandmother's voice echoed in your mind, urging you not to give up. She was right. You were a healer, gifted with the ability to save lives. You had the power to be a hero, to save others no matter the cost. Now, you needed to embrace that role and save him. No matter what. You lifted your head, taking a deep breath as you crawled closer to Midoriya. You gazed down at his calm face, your expression softening as a strand of hair fell across your cheek. You had made your decision. I'm so sorry. Leaning closer, you closed your eyes and let out a soft breath. I'm going to break my promise to save this man. YN. Promise us you'll be a good hero and save others, okay? Your mom smiled, extending her pinky finger. You grinned widely and nodded, wrapping your little finger around hers. Promise. Another promise, YN. Your dad said, crouching to tap your head. Only kiss a prince who will marry you, okay? Don't give your kiss to anyone else. You giggled. What kind of promise is that? Your dad smiled, placing a hand on your cheek. You have lips of an angel after all. Without hesitation, you gently pressed your lips to his, warmth flooding your cheeks as butterflies filled your stomach, your heart racing. His lips felt cold yet soft against yours. Bring back that warmth. You broke your promise. It was a childish vow, but it lingered in your heart. It was the last promise you made to them. Yet, despite breaking it, you had no regrets. Even if it was a memory in honor of your parents, you were willing to let it go to save him. Don't let go. As your lips lingered on his, your strength began to wane. A tingling sensation sparked between you and Midoriya, leaving you unsure if it was your quirk or something more. When you felt you had done enough, you pulled away, your vision blurring as you fainted, your head resting on Midoriya's chest. All Might witnessed everything unfold, his eyes wide with shock. In the midst of rescuing the two students, he saw it happen. It happened again. Midoriya gasped, sitting up as he coughed, hands flying to his throat. He struggled to breathe, his chest rising and falling rapidly, as if he were starved for air. Then he saw you, lying on his lap, unconscious but alive. What happened? All Might swiftly scooped you and Midoriya up, moving you to safety. He placed Midoriya down, allowing him to carry you while he untied your bloodied hands. Young Midoriya, take Seraph away. I'll handle this. But he flashed Midoriya a peace sign, his usual grin in place. It's fine. Midoriya hesitated, but when he looked down at you, he nodded and carried you away. All Might frowned, thoughts of you swirling in his mind. When he instructed Azui and Mineta to carry Aizawa to safety, he recalled seeing you kiss Midoriya. Initially shocked, he soon realized. She did it again. His fist clenched tightly, a sigh of relief escaping him. She revived someone again. He turned to face the enemy, eyes sharp and brows furrowed. Angel hero. Then he charged into battle. Midoriya felt conflicted. He was sure he had been injured after facing Nomu. His legs had been severely damaged from using his quirk, and he remembered Nomu slamming him down. But now, he felt completely fine. Not even a scratch. He remembered the warmth spreading through his chest, a tingling sensation on his lips. He recalled that your hands had been tied, and your quirk activated with them, just as you had said. But then, his thoughts shifted back to the enemy, back to Nomu. He was the only one aware of All Might's serious injury and that he couldn't hold on much longer. What was he going to do? He held you in his arms, wounded and unconscious. He needed to get you away from the chaos, but he also needed to help All Might. Gritting his teeth, he ran toward the entrance, determined to ensure your safety first. As he arrived, he saw Uraraka and the others carrying Aizawa. He rushed over, and Uraraka noticed you both. Deku-kun. Is that? Midoriya nodded. Please take care of San for me. Uraraka nodded and called for Shuji, who carefully took you from Midoriya's arms. When your warmth left him, he reached out, gently cupping your cheeks, his brow furrowed in concern but a small smile on his lips. I promise I'll come back, San. Then he dashed off, leaving the others to return to All Might. Uraraka let out a small squeal and said to Shuji, I ship it. Shuji chuckled. He must really like her, don't you think? Uraraka grinned, glancing at your peaceful face. She must like him a lot too. After the incident, the other heroes arrived and rescued the students along with the injured teachers. You were taken to a nearby hospital, alongside Aizawa and 13, to recover since your grandmother couldn't heal you due to your lack of stamina for a quick recovery. The sun had set when Midoriya exited the infirmary, walking with Ida and Uraraka. He had plans but hesitated to voice them. Ida noticed his nervous fidgeting and chuckled. Do you want to say something, Midoriya? Midoriya bit his lip and tightened his grip on his bag strap. I wanted to visit, San, so if it's okay. You can go home first. Uraraka and Ida exchanged smiles and nodded at him. It's okay, Deku-kun. Uraraka exclaimed. Ida gave him a thumbs up, smiling. You can go visit her if you want. Tell her to rest well and thank her for being such a great teacher. Midoriya smiled and nodded. I'll do that. See you tomorrow. He then hurried to the hospital where the police had said you were staying. Upon arrival, he looked around, sighing as he rubbed his face with his hands. I didn't think this through. What if visiting hours are over? He sat in the waiting area, fiddling with his backpack strap. Hey, seaweed. He gasped silently, turning his head toward the familiar voice, his heart racing and cheeks flushing. There you were, using a crutch, your feet and wrists bandaged. He stood up, instinctively reaching out to help you but hesitated, lowering his hands. You look like you might cry. Seeing him safe was such a relief, like a weight lifted from your chest. You smiled and moved closer, chuckling, I could use some help, you know? His smile brightened at your words, and he gladly took your arm to support you as you walked. He squeezed your hand, feeling grateful to find your warmth again and to see you were okay. San. Where are we going? You looked at him as if he were being silly, then burst into soft laughter. I'm discharged from the hospital since I can move around, so I'm on my way home. Yeah? Is someone coming to get you? Like with a car or something? You shook your head as you continued walking. I was going to call my grandma to pick me up, but... You grinned at him, breaking the silence. Midoriya noticed your smile and frowned in confusion, tilting his head. But? You shrugged, averting your gaze, cheeks slightly flushed. It's nothing important. But you're here now, Midoriya. So thank you. I remembered, San. He turned to you, his expression serious, lips pursed, and eyes focused. How did you heal me back then when your hands were tied? You halted at his question, heat rising to your cheeks and your heart racing. Midoriya looked at you with confusion as you bowed your head, your hair covering your flushed face. He blinked, trying to see your expression, lowering his head to peek at your face. San. You inhaled sharply, lifting your head, your body stiffening at his gaze. What should you tell him? You averted your gaze, still blushing as memories of earlier flooded back. It was so embarrassing. If he ever knew what really happened, everything would be awkward. No matter what anyone said about staying calm, it was still a kiss. Your first kiss, in fact. No girl could remain calm about sharing a secret kiss with a boy, especially him. So you took a deep breath and turned to him, furrowing your brows seriously. Seaweed. He blinked, giving you a puzzled look, encouraging you to continue. Once again, you took a deep breath, squeezing his hand back. It's a secret. Midoriya's confused expression shifted to one of disbelief, his mouth slightly agape and eyes wide as if you had just said something utterly absurd. Which, in a way, you had. You glanced to the side, feeling a wave of panic wash over you as you scrambled for a reason to support your statement. This was like finding treasure in a pile of junk. It's a hero secret. Yeah. A hero secret. Like some sort of special ability. Only pro-heroes know about this, so... I can't tell. Sweat trickled down your temple as you fought to suppress the guilt and embarrassment bubbling inside you. Oh! Midoriya exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with curiosity as he began mumbling about hero secrets and theories under his breath. You sighed in relief, though a frown creased your face as guilt lingered. Sorry, Midoriya. But that incident must remain hidden for a while. A long while. Then you turned to him as he opened the doors to exit the hospital, still holding your hand. Hey, Midoriya. He paused his mumbling, turning to you with a warm smile. With his gentle voice, he tilted his head and asked, What is it? You bit your lip, casting your gaze downward as you both continued to walk. Earlier, when you jumped to defend me. Why did you do that? He looked at you, surprise and concern etched on his face. He stopped walking, prompting you to do the same. When you turned to him, you saw a deep sadness reflected in his eyes, his lips pressed into a thin line, and his grip on your hand gentle yet firm, as if he feared letting go would break you. I don't want to lose you. Your heart skipped a beat at his words. Amid the city's hustle and bustle, his soft voice stood out, quiet yet filled with emotion meant just for you. It felt surreal. I don't want you to think I saved you because you could heal me, that it would benefit me to have you by my side. No, it's not like that. He sighed, his bangs casting shadows over his eyes. That when I saw you hurt, I didn't think of anything but saving you. My body moved on its own. My mind was set on saving you. No matter what. No matter what. Those were your exact thoughts when you desperately tried to save him. Those words echoed in your mind when you saw him lying there, in peril. You brushed his hair back with your fingers, offering him a soft smile. He lifted his gaze to yours, eyes widening as he noticed tears welling up in your own. But you still smiled, your watery eyes shimmering under the moonlight. Did you think I wanted to lose you too? You couldn't help it. Tears streamed down your cheeks as you sniffled, bowing your head. I was so scared. You don't know how much fear overwhelmed me when I saw you. Midoriya watched you, his heart aching as you cried, tears flowing endlessly down your chin. I thought I couldn't do anything. I thought you were gone. I thought I would lose someone close to me again. I don't want to see someone die in front of me while I do nothing. You said between hiccups, crying hard as you closed your eyes to hold back the tears. Suddenly, you felt something brush against your cheek. When you opened your eyes, you saw Midoriya gently wiping your tears with his thumb, softly caressing your skin. Don't cry, San. I'm still here. Holding your hand. You cried harder as he pulled you into a comforting hug, wrapping his arms around you with a tenderness that made you feel cherished. And you were, for him. You brought your free hand up to hug him back, burying your head against his shoulder as you continued to cry. Holding him close like this was pure bliss. As the emotional moment passed, the two of you resumed walking, with Midoriya patiently assisting you. You were on crutches, moving slowly, but he stayed by your side, chatting as you walked. Your home was close to the hospital, only a 10-minute walk away, so you didn't need a ride. Besides, you didn't have any money on you to call a cab. Midoriya was there to help, and you promised yourself you would repay him when you could. San, are we near? I mean, you must be exhausted from all this walking. You just got out of the hospital, and I think you should rest. I can carry you if you want. You shook your head, tapping his back reassuringly. No thanks, Seaweed. I'm fine. Besides, we're almost there. The two of you stopped in front of a tall glass building 40 floors high, to be exact. It looked like a prestigious apartment complex. You noticed Midoriya's eyes filled with wonder and surprise as you smiled and turned to him. This is where most of UA's teachers live. UA provides housing for us, depending on our situation. Aizawa, Yamada, and I share a floor, so I'm all set. Midoriya turned to you, eyes wide with disbelief and mouth agape in shock. A floor? How big is that? You chuckled, smiling at him. Well, this is the world of pro heroes, Midoriya. Since we work for UA, this is kind of our payment for being there. Working in the field is a different kind of payment, so you can earn a lot. Along with the stress, of course. Midoriya was speechless. It was one thing to know you were a pro hero at such a young age, but living in an entire floor with present mic and Eraserhead? How much cooler could you be, San? Wow. It must be a paradise there. You let out a sigh, shaking your head as you frowned. Yamada is so loud that I can't even. Aizawa is always stuck in his sleeping bag or bedroom, so no one really does chores besides me. And they aren't great at cooking, so I always end up making meals for them. You sighed again, waving the topic off as you smiled at him. Anyways, you should get going. It's really late and dark. Your mom must be worried. He shook his head. It's okay. She knew I would be coming home late today. I should finish what I started at least. Let me help you get upstairs. Which floor do you live on? 20th floor. Ah, I see. You gave him a look as he assisted you, smirking playfully as you poked his freckled cheek. You have something on your mind, don't you? A penny for your thoughts. He suddenly blushed and took your hand to help you as you entered the building. I was just thinking about having lunch with you tomorrow. It's the weekend, so I thought. You inhaled sharply, eyeing him as you felt your cheeks warm. Is he asking me out on a date? No way. Midoriya. Are you? You swallowed, debating for a moment whether to say it or not. But then you decided to ask, are you asking me for a date? He quickly turned his head to you, bright red like a tomato, and exclaimed in surprise, accidentally letting go of your hand. You lost your balance and stumbled, but Midoriya instinctively wrapped his arms around your waist to catch you. Your clutch fell with a loud clank on the tiled floor, and your arms found their way around Midoriya's neck for support. Are you okay, YN-san? You turned to him, sighing in relief. Yeah. Then, but before you could finish, your breath caught in your throat, and your cheeks flushed with embarrassment at how close he was. His strong arms were around you, your bodies nearly touching, and the warmth of his breath brushed against your face. What is happening? I. He carefully let you go, his face still red. But he held your hand to support you and bent down to retrieve your clutch, handing it back to you. Here. You nodded, awkwardly taking the clutch and adjusting yourself to stand properly. When you did, Midoriya bowed his head and scratched his neck. I mean, it's a friendly date of some sort. Your eyes softened at his words, brows slightly furrowed in disappointment. Friendly? Why am I disappointed? He continued, I understand if you don't want to say yes. It was my way of thanking you for saving me. Along with Class 1A. What you did was really heroic. So I thought it would be nice to treat you. You sighed and held his shoulder, squeezing it reassuringly as you smiled. I didn't say no, seaweed. But with your condition. You chuckled, shaking your head. I can manage. Besides, I think my grandma will come by and treat me once I regain my stamina. I recover faster than most people, so. He looked at you with hopeful eyes and you smiled and nodded. That's a yes. I'm free tomorrow too, so you're lucky. He beamed a bright smile and nodded, placing a palm over his chest as he felt his heart racing, smiling sheepishly as he glanced at you. I am very lucky. After your conversation, the two of you headed to the 20th floor. When the elevator indicated that you had arrived at your home, you saw Yamada with his hair down and tied into a bun, humming a tune as usual, walking with something bundled in his arms. He turned to you, eyes wide and teary. YN? He exclaimed loudly as he dropped everything he was holding and scooped you up into a tight hug. I can't breathe, Yamada. You choked out, prompting Yamada to let go of you. Then he turned to another person who had arrived, peeking behind your shoulder before recognizing him, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh? Of all people you would bring home, it's Midoriya? Huh? You shook your head, frowning. That's not it. He snorted and rolled his eyes, waving you off. Such youth. You huffed and watched Yamada go as you glanced at Midoriya, who had his eyes wandering around the place. Come in. I could cook you dinner. He shook his head and smiled. It's fine, YN-san. I should go home. I'm satisfied with bringing you here safely. You gave him a worried glance, nodding slowly. I understand. We'll see each other tomorrow then? He nodded and shakily took out his phone, shyly handing it to you. I could text you when I'll pick you up. You smiled at him and typed in your number, saying, you can message me once you get home, okay? Take care. He nodded and smiled as he waved goodbye. Bye, YN-san. You waved back, watching the elevator doors close. What a day. What a roller coaster of a day indeed. You sighed. When Midoriya got home, his mom found him looking very red like a ripe apple and she was surprised. Izuku? Are you okay? Midoriya turned to his mom, his expression blank and his eyes dazed as if someone had taken his soul. I asked a girl on a date. Inko gasped in disbelief, holding Midoriya by his shoulders as she exclaimed, Izuku! You really are a grown man, I'm so happy. When is this? Tomorrow. I have to prepare quick, show me all the clothes you have. Mom. Eat dinner while I find clothes for you tomorrow. You have to look handsome so you can win her over. It's just a friendly date. Midoriya's mom paused when she heard that. He thought she would be disappointed, but when she turned to him, he was shocked. It all starts with being friends, Izuku. A supportive mother right there. But little did she know. Midoriya felt overwhelmed inside. I can't believe I just asked, San, and got her number 2. This has been a really crazy day. Midoriya paced around his room, glancing nervously at his phone. He was unsure whether to call or text you to let you know he had arrived home safely. It was overwhelming for him to have your number and the prospect of a date tomorrow. Well, A friendly one. But it was too much for him. Not that he disliked it, he liked it too much and was afraid of ruining everything. He didn't want to jeopardize your relationship, but he wanted to take it further, even if he hesitated, wondering if he was moving too fast. With a determined sigh, he decided to move forward. He shook his head and grabbed his phone, dialing your number. His heart raced as he waited for you to pick up. Just as he contemplated hanging up, he heard your familiar voice on the other end. Hello. San. It's me. Midoriya Izuku. You chuckled softly, and he could hear the warmth in your voice. You're too tense, Midoriya. I can practically hear you stiffening up. Midoriya took a deep breath, sitting down in a chair near his study table, nervously fidgeting with his shirt. Sorry. It's my first time calling a girl. So. You hummed in amusement. So, why did you call me? He spoke softly, almost shyly. I just wanted to hear your voice. Realization hit him, and he quickly corrected himself. I mean I wanted to tell you that I'm home. Little did he know, you were blushing on the other end. Your heart raced as you placed a hand on your chest, trying to calm yourself down. That's good then. Did you eat dinner? You asked. Midoriya nodded, then remembered he was on the phone and slapped his forehead in embarrassment. I already ate. How about you, San? Yeah, I already ate. Grandma cooked for me. She came over since Yamada can't cook at all. You laughed lightly. I see. A silence fell between you, both unsure how to continue the conversation. So, what about tomorrow? Midoriya asked, mentally kicking himself for not knowing what to say. Right? How about I come over at 9 a.m., he suggested. Understood. Wear something nice, okay? Midoriya's cheeks flushed as he recalled how his mom had picked out and ironed his clothes. He felt grateful but also embarrassed at the thought. I will. You too, San. Sure thing. Midoriya smiled sheepishly, looking down at the floor. Sorry for disturbing you. You can sleep now. You need your rest, right? Yeah. I probably should. But don't think you disturbed me. I'm grateful you called. Thank you. Midoriya chuckled softly. I should be the one thanking you. Anyway, good night, San. Good night, Midoriya. He ended the call with a sigh, running his fingers through his hair. I almost died. Then he froze, burying his face in his hands. What will I do tomorrow? The next morning, you woke up at 7:30 a.m., your grandma already at your house. With her help, you were able to walk without a crutch, though your leg was still wrapped in bandages to prevent further injury. You can walk without your crutch, but don't run. If you feel pain, sit down or get someone to help you, okay? She advised. You nodded, smiling at her. Thank you, Ma. She chuckled, shaking her head. No problem, dear. Just be careful, okay? I will. By 8:30 a.m., you dressed for your friendly outing, choosing a cozy turtleneck dress and a denim jacket. You styled your hair and checked the clock. It was already 8:53 a.m. Grabbing your bag, you headed to the elevator. Yamada spotted you as he sipped his coffee. Are you going on a date? He teased. You frowned slightly. Yes, but it's a friendly date. You emphasized the word, friendly. Yamada laughed loudly, causing coffee to spill on himself. Ah shoot. That's hot. You stuck out your tongue and stepped into the elevator. Good luck cleaning that up, present Mike. He huffed in irritation, looking at his stained clothes with a pout. As you waited for the elevator to reach the ground floor, your phone vibrated. Checking the message, you smiled at the from Seaweed. I'm already here, San. You chuckled and kept your phone in the pocket of your denim jacket as the elevator chimed, indicating that you had arrived at the ground floor. You stepped out and walked towards the entrance, pushing the glass doors. Hey, Midoriya. I'm so glad that you're okay, Chan, he exclaimed. I agree. It's great to see that you can already walk, you replied. You blinked in astonishment and confusion, furrowing your eyebrows. Uraraka and Ida? Uraraka ran to you and gave you a quick hug, her voice filled with relief. I was so worried. I'm so glad you're okay. She pulled back, holding you by your shoulders. You look so pretty. Right, Ida-kun, Deku-kun? Ida gave you a brief nod, while Midoriya seemed momentarily frozen, his eyes scanning you with a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Aye. You looked at him, noticing he was dressed nicely in a simple yet handsome outfit. This was your first time seeing each other outside of school, and it felt special to hang out together. Uraraka smirked mischievously at Midoriya, clearly enjoying his flustered reaction to your appearance. You felt a little shy but also pleased to see him so captivated. Midoriya. Uraraka called, breaking the spell. Midoriya blinked and turned to Ida, who gestured towards you. San is very pretty, right? Midoriya nodded slowly, scratching the back of his head as he nervously chuckled. She's very beautiful. Uraraka stifled a squeal of delight, clearly thrilled at the sight of her friend's budding connection. If Midoriya hadn't suggested going out for lunch to celebrate your recovery, she might not have witnessed this moment. A small part of her felt a tinge of disappointment, wishing for a chance for him to be alone with you. Well, this is Deku-kun we're talking about, that maybe he'll really shine when he's alone with, Chan. She crossed her arms, amused, already plotting her next move. You felt a bit disappointed too. You had hoped for a more NTMT outing. But you reminded yourself that this was a friendly gathering, and you shouldn't get your hopes up. After all, it was a chance to take a break from the pressures of being a student and a hero, to just be a normal teenager for a day. You walked side by side with Uraraka, who was holding your hand. Surprisingly, the two of you had become very close friends, to the point where you considered her your best friend. The four of you often went to the same cafeteria for lunch, and they had even helped you clean your personal lab 2 days ago. You genuinely enjoyed their company and felt attached to them. So, Chan. Uraraka began, where do you want to go? You blinked, tilting your head in confusion. Why me? Uraraka nodded enthusiastically. Well, Deku-kun thought it would be fine if you led the way. You can let us suggest places while you choose where we'll go first. Ida chimed in, there's a really good cafe down the block. If you like coffee or tea, I highly recommend it. They have delicious cakes and pastries too. Your eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds great. But I want to hear more suggestions from both of you. Uraraka grinned and cheerfully exclaimed, I have enough money for tokens, so we can go to the arcade and karaoke. You turned to Midoriya, waiting for his input. I know there's a show at the Aquarium today from 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. We could check it out. You hummed thoughtfully, considering the order of your plans. How about we go to the arcade and karaoke first, then have lunch at the cafe? After that, we can visit the aquarium, and finally, we can go to my house for dinner. Uraraka's eyes lit up as she asked, is your house the big building where you came out? You nodded. Yeah, I share it with Yamada and Aizawa, but Aizawa is at the hospital resting, and Yamada's out on a field mission, so I thought it would be nice to have dinner with you all. Ida gave you a thumbs up. We understand. I can stay with you until 8 p.m. Uraraka nodded eagerly. Me too. Midoriya offered a shy smile and added, I can stay until 9. You almost thought you saw a glimmer of mischief in Uraraka's eyes. It was definitely not your imagination, but you couldn't help but feel it was. This was going to be perfect for Uraraka. With a cheerful raise of her hands, she exclaimed, let's enjoy this day then. The four of you cheered in unison, laughing at each other's antics. This day that was going to be a real blast. I haven't been here in a long time. You muttered as the four of you arrived at one of the biggest arcades in the city. Uraraka had made an excellent choice, even if it was a bit crowded. Really? Well, here we are. Uraraka exclaimed joyfully, linking her arm with yours as she grinned at the two boys behind you. Let's play a game, Deku-kun. The two guys followed as Uraraka gently pulled you along, careful not to strain your injured leg. She released your arm and pointed towards the token station. Ida-kun and I will go buy tokens for us. Deku-kun, you and can look for a game you'd like to play. You nodded, watching as Uraraka led Ida towards the token station. Realizing you were now alone with Midoriya, you turned to him and tugged at his sleeve to get his attention. Midoriya. He looked at you, a slight blush on his cheeks. Why yes. You smiled warmly. Thanks for bringing me here, that I really appreciate it. He returned your smile, a bit sheepish, and nodded. It's the least I can do, San. How about we go and see some games? You nodded, continuing to hold onto his sleeve for support. You had Uraraka with you earlier, but now all you had was Midoriya. Even without a crutch, your leg felt heavy, and you still experienced occasional stinging pain, though it was bearable. You needed someone to lean on, as you couldn't afford to stumble. Noticing your grip on his sleeve, Midoriya turned to you and offered his hand. Do you want me to hold you? Your cheeks warmed at his question as you looked at his palm. After a moment of hesitation, you took his hand, intertwining your fingers with his. It felt like your hands fit perfectly together, and you found comfort in his warmth, like protecting a flickering candle in the cold of winter. The two of you wandered around the arcade, scanning the various games until you spotted a crane game with an adorable, fluffy green toy inside. However, without any tokens, you had to wait. As you stood near the shooting game, Uraraka and Ida arrived, holding a pack of tokens. Wow, that's a lot. Is this really? Okay, Uraraka? Tokens here are pricey too. Ida raised his hands. It's no problem, San. The three of us shared the money to buy these for you, so it's fine. You smiled softly at Ida and Uraraka. That's really sweet of you guys. You didn't have to. Uraraka beamed at you, giggling as she turned to Midoriya. It was Deku-kun's plan. You should thank him. You turned to Midoriya, giving his hand a gentle squeeze as you flashed him a bright, grateful smile. Thanks, Midoriya. You're a really great friend. Midoriya's cheeks flushed slightly as he shyly nodded, a timid smile forming on his lips. You're welcome, San. Suddenly, Uraraka let out an excited squeal, though it was muffled by Ida's hands over her mouth. He gave you a blank look and said, she said she's excited about boarding the ship in the fishing game over there. Here are the tokens. Enjoy while we go and fish. We'll see you later. With that, Ida whisked Uraraka away. Midoriya and you exchanged puzzled glances about Uraraka and Ida's antics. Then, you smiled at each other and pointed to the shooting game nearby. The one who beats the other gets to choose the game we play next, okay? The game was too easy for you. After practicing your aim with Snipe, the shooting game felt like a breeze. You even exceeded the high score and defeated the final boss. It was a simple game, really. But since Midoriya had already lost, you decided to let your character die as the endless level began. San. You're really good at that. You chuckled. The screen is close and the enemies are a bit clueless. So. You shrugged and once again found Midoriya's hand to hold, which he gladly extended for you to grasp. So, what do you want to do next? Your gaze wandered around the arcade until you remembered the stuffed toy you had seen earlier. You pointed it out and turned your head to the green-haired boy. I want that toy. Can you win it for me? Midoriya let out a small chuckle as he complied, both of you starting to walk toward the game. Well, this is your day after all. I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. You raised an eyebrow, leaning closer. Really? I didn't know you could be my servant today. How about that? If you say it that way. But I prefer to think of it as you being a princess meant to be served loyally by a knight. He averted his eyes, scratching the back of his neck as he added, You deserve it anyway. You let out a breathy laugh, your eyes closed and your face warming up. His words seemed to affect you, sending butterflies fluttering in your stomach and making your heart race. It was by far the strangest feeling you had ever experienced. And it's amazing. That's a really nice compliment. Nice choice of words to make a lady blush. Midoriya's eyes widened, and his face reddened in embarrassment. I didn't mean to. I was just stating the truth. You continued to laugh softly, closing your eyes and covering your face with your free hand. It's not a bad thing, Seaweed. The way you said it with pure honesty. Your gaze softened as you opened your eyes, looking down at the floor. It might make a lady fall for you with that kind of sincerity. You mumbled softly, too low for him to hear. But you knew Midoriya heard it. He chose to remain silent. What did she mean by that? For all the things he had analyzed, every hero and person he had taken notes on, he had filled his mind with thoughts of you. Maybe not in a physical notebook, but studying you was mesmerizing. Your hair and eyes today simply captivated him, and the feeling of falling for you made him shiver, but in a good way. All the times he sat and watched as you tucked your hair behind your ears, the way your eyes crinkled when you smiled. Those little things made you who you are. And he liked it. I like you. Those words could easily be spoken, yet expressing them felt daunting. Realization struck him as he acknowledged how much he liked you. It was truly incredible. His mind raced, and his heart nearly exploded whenever he was near you. If only he could voice these thoughts. Midoriya, your words were cut off when someone bumped your shoulder, causing you to stumble toward him. Midoriya caught you by the shoulders, preventing you from falling further, your head landing close to his chest. Thanks, you said as you separated, looking up at him with an embarrassed smile. Subconsciously, Midoriya reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind your ear with a soft smile, his eyes gazing at you almost affectionately. Holy cow! Your heart raced, breath hitching, cheeks flushed with shock and embarrassment, and your stomach tied in knots. Midoriya, what are you doing to me? As if jolted back to reality, Midoriya quickly withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back, looking away from you. Yeah, there was some dust in your hair. You placed the back of your hand over your lips, trying to suppress a smile. Oh really? Uraraka was quietly observing from a distance, her heart racing because her ship was sailing strong today. Ida was with her, casually moving toward the games nearby to watch the two of you. The two of you were perfect for each other, Uraraka thought. The way Midoriya looked at you and his gestures. How had you not noticed it yet? She sighed. Hey Deku, I bet 300 yen that those two will confess their feelings in 2 months. Ida adjusted his glasses as he observed the two of you, then turned to Uraraka. I bet you 500 yen that they will be together in 3 weeks. Uraraka raised an eyebrow at the challenge, playfully punching Ida as she grinned. Deal. You finally spotted the green stuffed toy that had caught your eye. It was adorable, and its color reminded you of Midoriya's fluffy hair. You tapped his shoulder, pointing at the toy. I want that. Win it for me, my loyal knight. Midoriya looked at you, his face still flushed, and nodded slowly as he turned his gaze back to the crane game. I understand. Let's get that then, he exclaimed, inserting a coin into the machine. The game started with Midoriya mumbling under his breath, perhaps calculating how to win it. You chuckled at his focused expression as he tried to grab the prize you wanted. He pressed the button, and the crane descended, scooping the stuffed toy, but it slipped away just before reaching the drop box. What? Midoriya cried in disbelief. I thought, he grumbled under his breath, retrieving another token. Let's try again. You smiled at his determination. It was fine if he didn't win, his effort was enough. You admired his tenacity, having witnessed it many times before. Along with his determination, he had a charisma that everyone looked up to, including you. If you had thought like your past self when Midoriya was struggling, you might have given up. But you didn't. Before you knew it, Midoriya had used up all the tokens Uraraka had shared with you, and the toy was almost within reach of the drop box. He turned to you with a defeated expression, his aura so sad that he seemed to sulk in annoyance. I'm so sorry, San. I spent all our tokens and I didn't get the toy you wanted. You tapped his shoulder before digging into your pocket, retrieving the last token you had saved for the final game. This is my last token, so you can try again. You placed the shimmering token in his palm. He looked at you, pursing his lips. But you could use this for the game you want to play. You shook your head, curling his fingers around the token in a gesture for him to try again. Never give up, okay? Go beyond. Plus ultra, right? He sighed and gave you a brief nod, pumping his fist with the last token in it, his eyes bright with determination. I'll get it for you, San. You chuckled as you watched him insert the last token, his aura radiating with fiery determination. He focused, mumbling under his breath as he calculated his next move. Then he played, carefully positioning the crane to scoop up the toy. Midoriya pushed the button, and the crane descended, successfully grabbing the toy. You held your breath as you watched it carefully, hoping it wouldn't slip away. You gasped and turned to Midoriya, smiling brightly. It landed safely in the retrieval box. "You did it!" you exclaimed, and Midoriya turned to you with a smile of disbelief, crouching down to retrieve the prize. When he pulled it out, he handed it to you with a grin, his cheeks slightly flushed as he beamed at you. "Here you go, princess." You chuckled and took the stuffed toy, hugging it as you looked up at him. "Thanks, knight." In that moment, he realized that making you smile was worth everything. The sight of your bright face was priceless and breathtaking. That was really fun. Uraraka sighed, sipping her juice before taking a bite of her pastry. You nodded, placing your cup of tea down on the table and turning to Ida. "This is really a good place, Ida. I'm glad you showed us this spot." Ida shook his head, lifting his palm to you. "We can do this again and hang out here. I'm sure we can have more fun." You chuckled, taking a bite of your pastry and smiling at them. "After midterms, of course." The three of them stiffened at your words, their breaths hitching as you continued to chuckle. "Remember that we have a practical quiz on Wednesday." Uraraka let out a cry, hiding her face in her hands. "I completely forgot. I need to memorize how to control bleeding. Wyan, Chan, can we just keep the teacher mode down? We're here to enjoy, right?" Midoriya nodded nervously. "I'm really struggling with memorizing the pressure points. But just like Uraraka-san said, I think we should set that aside." With a soft chuckle, you waved it off and smiled at them. "I was just joking with you guys." "Everyone, it's already 1:20 p.m., Ida said, glancing at his watch. "How about we head to the train station so we can arrive at the aquarium by 2:30 p.m. That way, we can take a walk and buy souvenirs before the show starts." All of you agreed with Ida's plan and stood up. As you did, you noticed a bit of chocolate on the corner of Midoriya's mouth, and Uraraka saw that it caught your attention. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, ready for some ship action. You grabbed a piece of tissue and handed it to Midoriya. "Midoriya, you have chocolate on the corner of your lips." "Ah, thank you." He wiped it away himself. Uraraka sighed in disappointment, wishing it had been you who wiped it. Ida tapped her back reassuringly and gestured toward the door. Midoriya and you walked side by side while Uraraka chatted with Ida in front of you. "Wyan-san? Do you want support?" You turned to Midoriya, who was slightly blushing, and chuckled as you intertwined your fingers with his. "Help isn't bad, Seaweed. Speaking of which, why are you calling me Seaweed?" You hummed thoughtfully, closing your eyes to think for an answer. "I first saw you at the beach and you have green wavy hair. That was the first thing that came to mind." "Ah, I see." You nodded and chuckled. "But of course, you're more than just Seaweed Knight." He blushed at the nickname, his lips pursed and cheeks slightly flushed. The four of you soon arrived at the train station. Midoriya and you sat in the back while Uraraka and Ida were in front of you, still chatting. You were by the aisle while Midoriya was by the window. Strangely, he didn't let go of your hand, but you didn't mind. His hand was soft and comforting to hold. The train seats were comfy, and the atmosphere was relaxed. With the denim jacket around you, you felt cozy. Midoriya's hand kept yours pleasantly warm, and you couldn't help but drift off to sleep, leaning your head against him, comforted by his presence. Midoriya suddenly stiffened as he felt your head resting on his shoulder. He looked at you, seeing you peacefully asleep, your chest rising and falling rhythmically. A strand of hair fell over your face, and he gently brushed it away with his fingers, tucking it behind your ear. Little did the two of you know, someone was already taking pictures from the gap between the chairs, snickering and giggling. Ida and Uraraka exchanged grins. The train soon stopped at your destination, so Midoriya had to wake you up. Gently tapping your shoulder, he said, "Yn-san? Wake up, we're here." You groaned, opening your eyes and rubbing them as you yawned. "We're here? Wait, I fell asleep." Deku chuckled and nodded while you groggily stood up. "I see. Well, I guess that passed the time," you said with a chuckle, still holding his hand as the two of you followed Uraraka and Ida to exit the train. The four of you walked a short distance from the train station and arrived at the entrance of the aquarium, with Uraraka cheering in utter excitement. "We're here! Let's go!" You chuckled as the three of you followed Uraraka to the entrance to buy tickets. Once the four of you had your tickets, you entered the large building, your eyes sparkling with wonder at the numerous fish swimming in their aquariums. "Wow! This is amazing!" you muttered under your breath, taking in the sight of the expansive aquarium before you. "Be careful, everyone. It's crowded here since it's a holiday. We need to make sure no one gets lost," Ida reminded, raising his hand in a robotic motion. "How about we do this?" Uraraka suggested, raising her index finger with a mischievous smile in her eyes. "Let's split into pairs so we can explore our desired attractions. That way, we won't have to worry about anyone getting lost. We can meet up at the event hall at 3:45 p.m. and grab some snacks while watching. Any objections? No? Okay then, let's go, Ida-kun." Without hesitation, Uraraka pulled Ida along, leaving you and Midoriya momentarily speechless. She spoke so quickly that you barely had a chance to respond. "What was that all about?" Midoriya asked, turning to you with a raised brow. You shrugged, a bead of sweat forming at Uraraka's sudden enthusiasm. "I dunno." Your eyes narrowed in the direction where Uraraka and Ida had gone, but when Midoriya tugged at your hand, you followed him. "So, where do you want to go?" Midoriya asked as you both examined the map of the building. You blinked, spotting one specific attraction that caught your interest. "What? They have a seaweed museum here?" You laughed, turning to Midoriya. He looked at the map, scanning for the seaweed museum, and then found it, chuckling softly. "Wow, I didn't know that was a thing. Do you want to go there?" he asked. You shook your head. "Nah, let's save it for last. How about we just stroll around aimlessly, letting our feet take us wherever they want to?" Midoriya nodded, a small smile spreading across his face. "That's a good plan." As you wandered through the building, you passed large aquariums showcasing colorful fish, along with performers dressed like mermaids, waving to children and posing for pictures. You even encountered a person who made water float like bubbles, with fish swimming inside. It was a mesmerizing sight, and you couldn't help but feel a childlike excitement when the man waved at you, gesturing for you to come closer. You turned to Midoriya and tugged at his hand, exclaiming, "Let's go see. I want to check that out, Midoriya." Midoriya was surprised to see this lively side of you. You were usually calm and collected, rarely showing much emotion. But today was different. You seemed to be smiling more than ever. He smiled back at you, nodding as you led him away, his heart warming at the sight of you enjoying the day. "I'll never forget this day." You stopped when the man motioned for a bubble of water to come down in front of you. It floated down, revealing a colorful fish swimming inside. "Can I hold it?" you asked almost childishly, and the man laughed, nodding. "Of course, young lady. Go ahead and touch it." Your lips curled into an excited grin as you dipped your hand inside. The fish swam around your fingers and gave a gentle nibble, tickling you. You giggled and turned to Midoriya with a huge smile. "Midoriya, you have to try this." He chuckled, his eyes sparkling with happiness as he watched you. "I can't say no to that face, Wyan-san." He followed your lead, his eyes filled with wonder and fascination. "It's a cute fish." You laughed and waved at the man, bowing your head slightly in appreciation for letting you interact with the fish. "Yeah, it really is." The two of you continued exploring the aquarium, visiting exhibits and marveling at the fish and the entertaining mascots around the building. You were having a wonderful time, and throughout it all, Midoriya watched you, cherishing every moment spent together. Eventually, you made your way near the event hall, and Midoriya informed Ida and Uraraka that you had arrived. It was 3:47 p.m. when Ida and Uraraka approached, waving and smiling. "I had so much fun. Look, we got these for you too," Uraraka exclaimed, pulling out a pair of matching bracelets and handing one to you. You examined the bracelet and smiled. "Wow, this is really pretty, Uraraka. Great choice." Uraraka gave you a thumbs up, her smile wide as she lifted her wrist to show the same bracelet. "Now the four of us have matching bracelets. It's like a memory or a souvenir." You slipped on the bracelet, feeling a warm fuzziness in your chest. This was a memory to treasure, a reminder of a day filled with joy spent with friends who cared about you. Thank you, everyone. You said, your voice trembling with happiness as tears of joy welled in your eyes. This is the happiest day I've ever had. Midoriya squeezed your hand reassuringly, looking at you with a soft smile. We enjoyed this day too, Wyan-san. If you weren't here, it wouldn't have been as special. Blinking away your tears, you nodded and gave them a cheerful grin. Let's enjoy the show, okay? The four of you entered the event hall, excitement bubbling as you anticipated what was to come. You took your seats at the front, and a staff member came by, handing out raincoats for everyone to wear. You were confused at first, but when you turned to Midoriya and asked about the raincoat, he blinked in surprise. Wait, you haven't been to a show like this before? You nodded slowly, opening your mouth to explain, but he raised his hand to stop you and gently tapped your shoulder. I guess being a pro hero at such a young age comes with a huge price, right? You couldn't argue with him. He was right, so you fell silent. You looked at him, your hands fidgeting with the hem of your jacket. How did you do that? It's amazing. Midoriya tilted his head, confused by your words. Do what? Making it simple. You also know how to handle me, I guess. When I talk to people, I tend to mess things up. But when I talk to you, I feel comforted and free to be myself without holding back. Finding your hand once again, he gave it a gentle squeeze. You're never a bother, Sen. You're an amazing person. Don't let anyone make you think otherwise. With a smile, you nodded and put on the raincoat. The show started shortly after, and you quickly understood why the raincoat was necessary. Dolphins and sea lions perform tricks like jumping through hula hoops and balancing ball on their noses, even giving kisses to audience members. While it might seem common for aquarium visitors, you found it utterly fascinating. You suspected someone had a quirk similar to Kuga's, but it was still entertaining. As the show continued, the dolphins occasionally splashed water in your direction. Thankfully, you were protected by the coat, otherwise, you would have been soaked. The show concluded with a dazzling display of fireworks, leaving you in awe. I will never forget this memory that I will treasure forever. The four of you were on your way back home for dinner, chatting and laughing on the train. Then Izuku gasped in surprise when he saw that mascot beside him. It really popped out of nowhere. You and Midoriya laughed at Uraraka's story while Ida turned to you with a smile. How about you, Wyan-san? What was your experience with Midoriya? You chuckled. Midoriya and I went to this room called the Jelly Maze. It was really dark, and the jellyfish were the only light in the room. At one point, Midoriya bumped into a mirror, completely unaware. Uraraka laughed, while Midoriya pouted slightly, turning to you. I didn't notice it was a mirror, I swear. Playfully rolling your eyes, you raised an eyebrow and crossed your arms, looking at him skeptically. Really? Because I did. Maybe you were distracted. Yeah, I was. Be by you? You felt a rush of warmth, nearly choking on your breath as your cheeks turned red. Midoriya frantically asked if you were okay, and you assured him you were fine to calm him down. Darn it, Midoriya. Sometimes you're so amazing that you don't even realize the effect you have on me. Uraraka snickered mischievously. Hey, Wyan-chan. If Deku-kun asked you out, what would you do? You wanted to choke again, but that would be an exaggeration. Instead, you took a deep breath and replied, That's really bold of you to ask. Uraraka shrugged, smiling at you. Beside you, Midoriya fidgeted with the button of his coat, clearly eager to hear your answer. You sighed in defeat. Well, I wouldn't say no. Midoriya is an amazing person, but I don't think he deserves someone like me. He could be with someone better. Nobody is better than you. Midoriya interjected suddenly. You're the only Wyan I know, and whoever that someone is, I don't think they exist. You were taken aback by how quickly he protested your words. His statement felt sincere, and you were at a loss for words until Ida raised his hands. Does that mean you're saying you wouldn't choose anyone other than Wyan-san? The three of you froze at Ida's conclusion. Uraraka nearly burst into laughter, stifling it as best as she could on the train. Midoriya practically shrank in his seat, covering his red face with his hands, embarrassed. You exhaled shakily, your own cheeks flushed. Thankfully, the train had just stopped at your destination. As you all exited the train, you and Midoriya were still awkward when you suddenly heard a scream from a distance. You became alert, spotting a woman pointing at someone running away. He stole my bag. San? Midoriya asked, but you turned to him with a serious look. Call the police and stay here. You scanned the area, noticing no heroes around, and sprang into action, chasing after the thief. San? Wait! Midoriya shouted, worried about you as he ran after you. Ida-kun, Uraraka-san, I'll leave the calling to you. Ida and Uraraka sighed. Those two really don't get it, do they? You gritted your teeth, realizing you didn't have your support items with you and your leg was injured. This could be troublesome. Hey, stop. But your calls seemed to fall on deaf ears. You looked around for something to help you and spotted a trash can. You picked it up and threw it at him. Fortunately, it hit him right in the face, causing him to stumble. You jumped in front of him, holding out your palm, but he quickly recovered and threw a punch at you. Persistent, you muttered under your breath as you evaded the attack, suddenly feeling a jolt of pain in your leg. You gritted your teeth, wincing as you took a shaky breath. You still didn't know his quirk, so. You're a hero? How come? You're just a pathetic kid. You swiftly delivered a roundhouse kick with your uninjured leg, sending him flying toward a nearby bench. He grunted in pain as you wiped your mouth, frustration evident in your voice. Don't call me pathetic, you villain. You sighed, limping toward him and crouching to use your quirk, tapping his shoulder to drain some of his stamina. Suddenly, he grabbed your wrist, smirking. Let's have you suffer a bit, You caught a whiff of his breath, which had a strong odor. You quickly pulled your wrist away and slapped him, feeling the energy surge as your quirk made contact with his skin. Panting, you stood up but soon sat back down, hissing in pain that shot through your leg. Ugh. San? You turned to see Midoriya rushing toward you, panic etched on his face as he found you on the floor. You shouldn't charge like that. You're injured. You chuckled weakly, holding your head. Sorry. Sorry. But can you carry me? I can't walk and I'm feeling dizzy. Midoriya knelt beside you, glancing at your bandaged leg. Oh no. You strained your leg, didn't you? You sighed shakily, still feeling lightheaded. Is this his quirk? Making the one he touches dizzy? Oh no. Midoriya carefully lifted you onto his back, giving you a piggyback ride. You wrapped your arms around his neck and sighed. Thanks, seaweed. We should take you home. You nodded groggily, nuzzling your nose into his neck and humming softly. The police soon arrived, accompanied by Uraraka and Ida. Midoriya explained your situation regarding your strained leg. Wait, isn't this the infamous robber, Booze? One officer said, inspecting the papers while the other secured the thief. Isn't that the guy with the quirk called alcoholic breath? Midoriya frowned. Nishi, you slurred, giggling. Oh no. Uraraka and Ida exchanged worried glances as you hiccuped, flailing your hands as if you were tipsy. No way. Maybe, San inhaled his breath. Ida murmured, adjusting his glasses. How long will the quirk last? Uraraka asked the police, who frowned at you. He shook his head and sighed, crossing his arms. A couple of hours. It should wear off by tomorrow morning, but she'll likely have a hangover like anyone else. What? There are two Ida and Uraraka. Yay. You hiccuped again. Ida sighed in distress, turning to Midoriya with a worried look. You should get San home. We'll handle this. Uraraka nodded in agreement. You can go on. Call us when you get her home, okay? Fluffy seaweed, you mumbled, giggling and nuzzling your head into Midoriya's hair. He blushed at your behavior. It was unusual for you to be this affectionate, and he stammered, San. Please stop. You pouted like a child, resting your chin on his shoulder and responding playfully, okay. Midoriya turned to Uraraka and Ida, bowing slightly before walking off. I'll see you tomorrow then. Take care. Uraraka and Ida waved goodbye, And once you were out of sight, Uraraka's sweat dropped. Why do I have a good feeling about this? You continued to giggle, marveling at ordinary things as if they were extraordinary. You exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. Midoriya walked on, his expression a mix of exhaustion and embarrassment as you pointed out everything around you. And as she would look, stars. You already said that earlier, Ryan-san. But you hiccuped, leaning closer and nuzzling your nose into his neck, inhaling his scent. Did I mention that you smell good? And your hair is so fluffy. You look handsome in your outfit. You might be boyfriend material, shiweed. Midoriya gasped, blushing at your words. He couldn't respond, knowing his voice would betray his embarrassment. You giggled, pressing closer to him. And also I may have lied to you. When it comes to tipsy little, fine, lies come undone. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, glancing back at you. A lie? When? It wasn't a hero's secret, you exclaimed, dramatically flailing your hands. Midoriya suddenly recalled the time he asked how you healed him when your hands were tied. Curiosity piqued, he nodded for you to continue. He didn't want to take advantage of your inebriation, but he couldn't stop you from sharing if you wanted to. I'm listening, Ryan-san. Who did you know I did it like Recovery Girl? Midoriya frowned, still confused. What do you mean? He paused, cheeks burning and heart racing as your words finally sank in. Wait, it's not on the lips, right? Like, Recovery Girl uses her lips and kisses the specific part that's injured, right? You hummed thoughtfully, closing your eyes as you placed a finger on your lips. Nope. Unlike my grandma, I need to direct the kiss orally since I'm transferring my own stamina. Besides, you had internal bleeding and such. Midoriya was speechless. He couldn't believe it. Midoriya, you mumbled, trying to get his attention. But now, it sounded more like a tease, and you hiccuped again. You rested your chin on his shoulder, giving him a sincere smile. You know, I broke my promise. That promise that I would save my kiss for the man I would marry? I made that promise to my parents. They're gone now. Tears welled in your eyes as you sobbed. That was my last promise to them. But I broke it. For you, Midoriya. Midoriya pursed his lips, continuing to walk toward your apartment, speechless as if he had lost his voice. Deeply lost in thought, he tried to reason why you would do such a thing. Of course, you were a hero, a healer. But giving your first kiss to him and breaking your promise just to save him? It was overwhelming. Why would you go to such lengths to save me when I can't keep the promise I made to you? But you know, I was glad that I broke it. If I hadn't, you wouldn't be here. I want you to be here. Holding my hand and making me feel warm. That's when he snapped out of his thoughts. For once, he let his emotions take over, not caring about anything else for now. He wanted to be selfish. He knew it might not be the best choice, but he couldn't let this moment slip away. He also understood that you were drunk, and this might be pointless, but, Ryan-san, Midoriya said, breaking his silence as he stopped again, not looking at you. You hummed, gazing at him with half-lidded eyes. I like you, Midoriya confessed suddenly. He realized it was unexpected, but he needed to say it. Those 3 words were enough to express how he felt about you, everything about you. He liked you very much. He wasn't even sure what you felt. It had been such a short time, but he was willing to invest his time to get to know you better. He wanted you and no one else. It might have just been his overwhelmed emotions, but looking back at the moments when you smiled, he felt determined to keep this feeling for himself. His eyes were tightly shut, heart racing in his chest, cheeks flushed, and lips pressed together. Your gaze softened as you heard him say that, your cheeks warming and heart racing too. You sighed in relief, resting your head on his shoulder. Even though you were tipsy, you understood his feelings and softly mumbled back, your voice low as if he were the only one meant to hear it. I like you too, Midoriya. Words lingered and thoughts swirled around. So much had happened in a flash that Midoriya couldn't keep up. You felt the same way as him? It felt almost like a dream. Though you were intoxicated, Midoriya wasn't sure if you were being truthful or just joking. But to think you would say that. It was unbelievable. Midoriya tried to gather himself as he continued to walk with you on his back, you softly snoring after passing out when you revealed your feelings. Eventually, the two of you arrived at the building. Midoriya made his way to the elevator, pressing the button for the 20th floor. When you arrived, he looked around, trying to find your room. Thankfully, there was a sign with your name, and he welcomed himself as he opened the door. Your room was clean and stunning, with a colorful accent throughout and a single bed in the center. A nightstand made of spruce wood stood beside it, and a bookshelf filled with various genres of books was on the opposite side. There were two shelves, one for novels and another filled with medical and first aid textbooks. Beside the bookshelf was a study desk with your personal computer and several papers scattered across its surface. On another side of the room was a closet, and next to it was a door that Midoriya assumed led to your bathroom. He snapped out of his daze as he approached the bed, gently laying you down before kneeling to take off your shoes. You groaned as you stirred, turning to your side and mumbling under your breath. Midoriya couldn't catch everything you said, so he shrugged it off. He stared at you, crossing his arms as he contemplated what to do. Should he stay and watch over you just in case something happened, or should he go home since school was the next day? As he debated, he carefully removed your denim jacket and hung it on the headboard, glancing down at your bandaged leg. He sighed. "I guess I'll have to change it," he murmured, standing up to search for a first aid kit. He found it in your bathroom and returned to remove your old bandage, replacing it with a new one. When he finished, he blushed at the thought of changing your clothes. What should I do? I don't want to wake her up. Besides," he mumbled to himself, scratching the back of his head, a slight blush creeping onto his face. "I have no choice." He wanted you to be comfortable, so he was determined to help. Leaving like that wasn't an option for him, especially since you needed to wake up early for school. It was then that he made up his mind. He went to your closet, mumbling an excuse as if he wanted the air to know he was there, intruding, and grabbed some comfortable pajamas for you to wear. Of course he knew. He knew too well that he could die of embarrassment doing this. But he pressed on. He sat on the edge of the bed, causing it to creak, and winced at the sound, fearful that you might wake up. But you remained asleep, so he continued. Carefully, he held the hem of your dress and closed his eyes, gently pulling it over your head. Once it was off, he placed it on the nightstand beside him and picked up the pajamas he had chosen for you. Thank goodness you were wearing a sports top underneath the dress, so he didn't see anything he shouldn't, though he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment at the thought of not seeing more. But he just rolled his eyes and brushed aside his thoughts as he continued to help you get dressed. Every now and then, his breath would catch if he accidentally brushed against your skin, like that moment when he was adjusting your shirt and his fingers grazed your stomach. Your skin felt so soft, almost enchanting. You were sleeping peacefully, like a sleeping beauty. Silly, Midoriya thought to himself, feeling a wave of sentimentality that clouded his mind. When he finished, he tucked you under the covers and went to fetch some medicine and water to place on the nightstand for you to take in the morning, along with a small note. With that, he felt his task was complete and was ready to slip away like a hero into the night. But he paused for a moment, leaning down to press a gentle kiss on your forehead before pulling back with a crooked smile. He brushed a few strands of hair away from your face with a light touch. "Good night, San. Have sweet dreams. YN. Wake up or you'll be late for school." You groaned under your breath as Yamada's loud voice pierced your ears, accompanied by a throbbing pain in your head. With a sigh, you opened your eyes to find yourself in your own bed, wearing pajamas, with sunlight warming your cheeks. Everything felt so dramatic and pleasant, but Yamada's morning shout and the ache in your head made it less than perfect. You couldn't recall what happened the night before, especially how you ended up here. The last thing you remembered was taking down a villain, and then nothing. You could recall snippets, like riding on Midoriya's back and catching a whiff of his scent, but beyond that, it was all a blur. Wincing, you sat up and turned your head to the side of the bed, spotting a glass of water alongside painkillers and a note. You narrowed your eyes. In your entire life, only one person had ever been thoughtful enough to leave you a sticky note. Picking it up, you recognized Midoriya's handwriting and read it aloud. "I hope you feel better, San. Please take the medicine before school. If you're still feeling unwell, don't hesitate to skip and rest. Seaweed. You chuckled at the nickname he used. Folding the note, you placed it on the nightstand before taking the medicine and heading to the bathroom for your morning routine. Once you were ready, you chose a pencil skirt and a pale, FC, button-up shirt, tying your hair in a way that suited you. Since tight jeans would only aggravate your injured leg, you opted for the skirt that ended just above your knees and changed the bandage on your leg. Stepping out of your room, you grabbed your bag and found Yamada waiting for you. He raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. A skirt? I thought you hated those. You crossed your arms with a huff as he pressed the elevator button. I have no choice. I'll be uncomfortable if I don't. He snorted. Good point. When you both arrived at the faculty, you spotted Aizawa wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy, sitting at his desk with his usual expression. Oh, Aizawa. Are you okay? You still look like a mummy, but... He shook his head and sighed, his voice slightly muffled by the bandages. As long as I can walk. How about you? Are you doing okay? You nodded and sat in the chair beside him, grabbing your white coat from the drawer and putting it on. Yeah, I'm fine. I can walk, just not run or anything. He hummed in response and returned to his paperwork while you reviewed your lesson plans. The day flew by, and soon it was time for your class. You were teaching them how to apply a tourniquet and memorize pressure points when the bell rang, signaling the end of class and the start of lunch. Remember our practical quiz on Wednesday. Study hard, everyone. They responded with a simple yes, and you exited the classroom. You waited for your friends to join you for your usual routine, and when they did, you waved. The two of them waved back, though one of them seemed to be staring at the floor, avoiding eye contact. Midoriya? Are you okay? He gasped in surprise, shaking his head quickly. I am fine. Don't worry. You watched him with concern, noting his nervous demeanor and how he avoided your gaze. It was unusual for him to be this tense around you, almost as if he wanted to retreat. You instinctively withdrew your hand, taking a step back to give him space while mumbling an apology. He's acting really jumpy today. What did I do? Sorry. You turned to Uraraka and Ida, giving them a questioning look, but they shrugged, clearly as confused as you were. You cast another worried glance at Midoriya. You still had no idea what might have upset him. I need to ask him. Oh, young Midoriya. Found you. All of you jumped at the sudden appearance of All Might, who startled you. You sighed in relief, realizing it was just him, and then he turned to Midoriya, holding up a small lunchbox. Do you want to eat lunch with me? Uraraka almost laughed silently, thinking, like a schoolgirl. Sure, he replied quietly, bowing slightly to excuse himself before you let out a breath once he was gone. Hey, what happened last night? You asked, raising an eyebrow as the three of you continued walking toward the cafeteria. You caught a villain, San, Ida said, his gaze fixed ahead in the hallway, while Uraraka nodded and held onto your arm. Speaking of that, are you feeling okay now? No lingering effects. You blinked and held your head with your free hand, looking at Uraraka. I'm fine so far that I've taken some medicine, so. You paused, letting your hand drop to your side as you pursed your lips. What happened? Why can't I remember anything from last night? Uraraka looked at you with confusion while Ida turned to you with a raised brow. You don't remember? You were under the influence of someone's quirk. That villain you caught, specifically. Your brows furrowed in shock and disbelief. I was what? You were under the influence. And you were alone with Deku-kun, who brought you home because we had to report to the police, so we stayed behind. You groaned, running your fingers through your hair, biting your lip as you sank into your thoughts. What did I say when I was under the influence? I know people often say things they wouldn't normally say. Once again, you let out a soft curse under your breath while Uraraka and Ida looked at you with concern. That means Deku-kun is the only one who knows what really happened last night, Uraraka concluded, and you nodded, giving her a worried look. And I think I might have done something to make him nervous around me. Oh no, please not that. Midoriya struggled to focus during your lessons. 2 days had passed since the two of you confessed your feelings for each other, yet he hadn't made any effort to approach you. At lunch, he chose to sit beside Ida instead of next to you, allowing Uraraka to take his usual spot. He felt overwhelmed by his emotions whenever he was near you. It was as if all his instincts went into overdrive, urging him to remain still and do nothing. He was afraid there was no doubt about it. The fear of rejection loomed over him, and he didn't want to risk breaking the friendship that meant so much to him. But if things continued this way, he thought, he didn't want to lose that connection. The practical exam on controlling bleeding was underway, and Class 1A was gathered in the technical laboratory. The school had provided robots for students to practice first aid, a crucial skill that needed to be executed flawlessly. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam, students prepared for lunch. You sighed, looking at those who hadn't passed, your eyebrows furrowed in disappointment. "All of you I call, stay here," you announced, causing a wave of nervous whispers to ripple through the room. You leaned against the desk, your hand resting in your coat pocket. "Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari." And you narrowed your eyes at the next name before clearing your throat. "Midoriya." Everyone was shocked when Midoriya's name was called. He was one of the brightest students. How could he have failed? With a sigh, you nodded and waved goodbye to those not called. "Those who aren't called, you can go for lunch." You noticed Uraraka and Ida saying their goodbyes to Midoriya and the others. Crossing your arms, you adopted an intimidating expression. "Sit." They understood it wasn't a request. It was a command from a teacher, and they complied without question. "You all know why I didn't let you leave, right?" you said in a low, warning tone, frustration evident in your voice. Mina swallowed hard while Kirishima and Kaminari exchanged fearful glances. Midoriya simply looked sad. "You failed this test, and you know it's part of your mock exam for the upcoming midterms in my subject, correct?" The four of them nodded slowly, lacking the courage to protest. You scoffed and walked in front of them, giving them a stern look. "I will give you a second chance, but you need to do this right. First aid is essential for a hero like you. If you fail this test, it means you're failing at being a hero. Remember, my subject is a major part of the hero course, and there's no excuse for failing it." Your voice was firm as you lectured them, arms crossed. "We will have supplementary lessons tomorrow after school until you understand it, until you drop. Then we will retake the exam on Saturday. Is that clear?" "Yes, ma'am," they replied in unison. You nodded, straightening your coat and gesturing toward the door. "You can go." All of them stood to leave, except for Midoriya, who lingered behind until everyone else had gone. You raised an eyebrow at his behavior but brushed it off as you began to tidy the room. "Why did you stay?" you asked, your tone a mix of bitterness and concern. It wasn't anger directed at him, but rather at the situation. He had distanced himself and acted as if you didn't exist, yet here he was, having failed your subject. I wanted to apologize." "For what?" "For ignoring you." You let out a small laugh as you organized the tools, keeping everything neat. "Then? I'm sorry that I failed your subject. I'm really sorry." You sighed and turned to him, concern etched on your face. "Midoriya." You walked in front of him, pulling out a chair to sit down. You maintained a respectful distance, unsure if he was still uncomfortable around you. Your silence. "It bothers me. But as your teacher, seeing you fail hurts me too." He looked up at you, listening intently. "You want to be a hero, right? You need to stay focused in this subject and pass all your exams to become the best hero you can be. If my presence is affecting your performance, I don't want to be the reason for your struggles. If you need space, I'll give it to you. I care about your goals. You should pursue your dreams, and I'll be here. You can tell me to step back if you want. Just don't let me hold you back." It was ironic to Midoriya. He had been the one to pull away, yet you still cared about his aspirations, willing to step aside if it meant helping him succeed. Just as you were about to leave, he grabbed your wrist and pulled you into an embrace. His touch felt warm and familiar, like a long-lost comfort returning to you. "Stay," he whispered, his voice steady and confident, sending a shiver down your spine and causing your heart to race. So little and a single word expressed so much feeling that you couldn't possibly comprehend, but you understood it in a way that he wanted you to be there. That he chose for you not to stay away. Hear me out, San, he mumbled, his arms still wrapped around you. I'm listening, you replied. Midoriya closed his eyes and sighed, his breath gently brushing against your neck. I'm so sorry. I was just distracted by everything happening. I wanted to tell you so badly. But his voice trailed off into a soft murmur before falling silent. You're not ready? You asked, still unsure of your words. He nodded, pulling you closer, hiding his flustered and blushing face from you, unable to show how nervous he truly was. I'll tell you. I promise, San. It's not your fault that I'm like this. And to think that you're willing to stay away just to help me? He let out a breath and chuckled, his eyes focused on the floor. That's so thoughtful. Why would you care so much about me? You stared at the ground, bringing up your arms to hug him back as you nuzzled your nose into the crook of his neck. You're one of the important people in my life. And I don't want to ruin that. He separated from the embrace and gently brushed his fingertips through your hair. I am so unfair. What can I do to repay you? You shook your head. Nothing. I just want you to be the hero you aspire to be. So go on and continue doing your best. Midoriya nodded and smiled at you. I'll bring back that smile of yours, San. I want to see it again. Your phone suddenly rang, prompting you to raise a hand to Midoriya, signaling him to be quiet for a moment as you answered the call. Hello? Who's this? Miss Shizenji, am I right? You nodded, frowning at Midoriya. Yup, that's me. Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Tsukachi Naomasa, a detective. You know me, right? Your face shifted from worry to relief as you hummed in agreement. I do. That's good then. Tsukachi chuckled from the other line while you turned to Midoriya, mouthing that he could go and you'd follow him when the call was over. He threw you a worried glance before nodding, whispering, I'll save you a seat. I'll see you then. You nodded and watched him leave as the detective continued. I wanted to talk about the suspension that was granted to you. You became the youngest pro hero, am I right? At 14 years old? Yes, that's right. What about it? Although that fact was a little bitter for you. You were supposed to be out there, saving people, yet. But now, things had changed. Teaching had become something you loved and cherished, especially with how fun your students were. Despite some bumps along the way with teaching people your own age, Aizawa and Yamada had been supportive in guiding you through it. Well, I made some arrangements and lifted the suspension for a while. You furrowed your eyebrows, intrigued. You leaned forward, propping your elbows on your lap. Why? I need you, Shizenji-san. I want to assign you an underground field mission. Your eyes widened as you suddenly stood up, the chair falling backward in the process. What? Really? The man on the other line laughed as he heard the commotion. You blushed at your sudden outburst, bending down to pick the chair up again. Sorry about that. It's okay. Now I know that you're ready for work. Don't worry, this won't happen until the end of the sports festival at UA. I see. Can you explain the gist of my work so I can be ready? Tsukachi hummed, and you could hear papers shuffling on the other line. I was going to assign you to an investigation. You're good at one-on-one combat, right? Yeah. Well then, there's this man I want you to catch. This will be a private mission, and since you have no agency, I figured you could work under the government. Plus, you became the official sidekick of Recovery Girl. I already called her about this, and I received approval. You smoothed your coat, sitting back as you continued to listen. Now, when you're completely healed and in condition to fight, I'll give you this mission as soon as possible. This involves a man who works for a major player in the underground. His boss has connections to the League of Villains. If we manage to catch him, our intel will expand, and our investigation will progress. You swallowed and clenched your fist, grinning at the thought. Talk about being like a ninja. Kirishima, I said it's radial. You sighed, rubbing circles on your forehead as you sat in front of Kirishima, who was scratching the back of his head. I thought that's temporal? Temporal is near the temple, that's why it's called temporal, Kirishima. You turned to Midoriya, who was mumbling under his breath while taking notes from the board. It was Thursday, and as you mentioned yesterday, You had gathered Midoriya, Ashido, Kaminari, and Kirishima for a supplementary lesson to review for the exam on Saturday. You were having a tough time getting them to memorize the pressure points because, to be honest, it was quite confusing. Locating 26 arteries and memorizing them. Yeah, you had been confused when you took the same lesson too. But you had been teaching Kirishima for 30 minutes, and he still hadn't grasped it. With a sigh, you stood up and tapped the board to display the words. Here, let me make it easier. The cat stopped and attacked Bakugo's ranch, uselessly fighting the poor dog. Temporal, facial, carotid, subclavian, axillary, brachial, radial, ulnar, femoral, popliteal, and dorsalis pedis, all arranged from head to feet. Understand? Kirishima laughed, taking notes with a grin. That one was good, sensei. Because of that, I can remember the material easily. You snorted and crossed your arms, glancing at the clock above the door. It's almost 7 p.m. Do you think you can still go? Ashido grinned and gave you a thumbs up. We study until we drop. Besides, I still have a question. So? Kaminari raised his hand, nodding in agreement. Me too. I have a question. Midoriya looked at the others in surprise. He didn't know they could be this cheerful while studying as he thought they hated it. But with your teaching style, they seemed to enjoy it. You used mnemonics to make it easier and even came up with interesting sentences. He smiled as he watched you, noticing the brightness in your expression while teaching others. She must love teaching. He continued taking notes but paused, tilting his head. You answered Ashido's question and then turned to Kaminari. When you looked around, you saw Midoriya raising his hand, so you pulled up a chair to sit in front of him. What's your question? He scratched the back of his head, pointing to a word in his notebook. The elevation. You hummed thoughtfully, considering how to explain it. When someone has a cut on a specific part, elevation is one of the methods used to slow the bleeding. It's done by raising the injured part above the heart. For example, if I had a cut on my arm, I would raise it to help slow the bleeding. Get it? Midoriya beamed and nodded. I understand. Thank you so much. You snorted, crossing your arms as you shook your head. This is nothing. I'm a teacher. This is my job. You have so many jobs, sensei. You raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? You leaned back in your chair. He let out a shy chuckle, scratching his freckled cheek as he averted his gaze to the floor. You're a hero, a healer, and a teacher all at once. Don't you ever take a break? You chuckled and Midoriya was surprised to hear it. It had been a while since he had avoided you, and now that he was back, he didn't realize how much he had missed you. I love this job, Midoriya. And of course I have breaks. Though they're not always frequent. You smiled at him, propping your elbow on his desk and resting your chin on your palm. Continue taking notes, Midoriya. Time is running out. All right. With a light chuckle, you turned to the window, checking the weather. It was cloudy and dark, the sky gray, and it seemed like rain could pour down at any moment. You stood up and tapped the board, erasing the lectures. Okay, we'll dismiss the supplementary lessons for now. You can go home. They responded with a chorus of yes, stretching their arms and packing their things. Be careful, everyone. It's dark and it might rain. You watched them leave with smiles on their faces while you stayed behind to tidy up your area. Midoriya approached you, hands on the strap of his bag, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. With a crooked smile, he looked at you as you crossed your arms, waiting for him to speak. Would you like to go home together? Only if you want to. You hummed thoughtfully, considering his invitation. You were definitely going to say yes, but teasing him would be fun to see his reaction. I don't know. Midoriya's face fell into a slight frown of disappointment, his hands clenching the strap of his bag. I see. I won't force you then. You let out a light laugh, clearly enjoying his reaction. I didn't say no, seaweed. He sighed in relief, and it was obvious that you both flushed a little, surprised by how he reacted to your response. Did he really want me to go with him that badly? I'll wait for you at the entrance. I'll see you there. He ran off, leaving you momentarily dumbstruck. With a small, amused chuckle, you returned to your work and cleaned up your area. Then you headed to the staff room to grab your textbooks, where you found Aizawa and Yamada working on their lesson plans. Are you heading home? Yamada asked, giving you a curious glance. You nodded as you hurriedly grabbed your textbooks, looking at both of them. I'll cook burger steak this evening, so you better go home or I'll kick both your butts for leaving me all alone in the flat. Wow, wine is being surprisingly considerate today and quick too. Maybe you have a date? Oh, maybe like those shoujo stories where you go home with your crush. You growled, throwing a playful glare at Yamada, who just laughed loudly while Aizawa groaned, shooting daggers at the blonde. Will get revenge. For disturbing my sleep and for teasing you. You smirked and saluted Aizawa. Understood. That's unfair. If you pull another prank, I swear I'll shout at you too early in the morning. You left with a chuckle, waving goodbye to the two as you ran toward the entrance. You finished later than you expected, and the sky had turned dark, with ominous gray clouds looming overhead. You predicted that rain would pour down if you didn't hurry. Jogging from your technical laboratory to the entrance, you spotted Midoriya patiently waiting for you. As soon as he noticed you, a smile spread across his face. He waved as you ran faster and stopped beside him. Sorry for taking so long. He shook his head, giving you a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It's okay, San. Patience is sweet. The two of you started walking home, casually discussing the happenings in the classroom, mostly about the quirks everyone in Class 1A had. As usual, Midoriya was the talkative one, and you didn't mind. You missed these conversations after he had avoided you for a while. In the midst of your chatter, you felt a chill as a drop of water landed on your nose, followed by another, and then another, until it began to lightly rain. Oh no, it's raining! Midoriya exclaimed, glancing up at the sky. Do you have an umbrella? You asked, trying to shield yourself with your textbooks as Midoriya shook his head. I left it at home, unfortunately. You looked around as the rain began to pour heavier, and suddenly, Midoriya grabbed your hand and pulled you along as you both ran, splashing through puddles. You laughed quietly, pointing to a nearby bus stop. We can wait for the rain to stop there. The two of you dashed through the downpour, getting quite drenched and cold. You shivered as you arrived, the chill seeping through your clothes. You were soaked from head to toe, and wearing thin fabric with jeans didn't help. Taking shelter wasn't ideal, but you had no choice. Noticing your discomfort, Midoriya set down his bag and removed his blazer, handing it to you. Here you go, San. Your teeth chattered as you looked at the blazer he offered, confused. What? You might catch a cold if you give me that. He shook his head. You need this more than I do. Besides, you're freezing. This might not be very helpful since the blazer is wet too, but it's better than nothing. You hesitated, glancing at the coat before accepting it and mumbling a thank you as you wrapped it around yourself. It provided a bit of warmth, and you stopped trembling, but now Midoriya was the one shivering. With a sigh, you pointed to a nearby bench and gave him a firm look. Sit. Midoriya looked confused but complied, taking a seat. You took a deep breath before sitting on his lap, your cheeks flushing a deep red. Human warmth can help. Just for this time, okay? Midoriya's heart raced, his face turning bright red from embarrassment as you settled on his lap. He froze, feeling overwhelmed. You scoffed, noticing his flustered expression. Do you want to freeze there or what? What do you mean? You sighed, pulling the coat closer around your petite figure and averting your gaze. You can cuddle me this time. I don't want you to freeze or catch a cold. You still need to take the supplementary tomorrow. Midoriya sensed the nervousness in your voice and noticed your trembling from the cold. Hazan wrapped his arms around your waist, holding you close as your warmth enveloped him. He sighed in relief, feeling as if he had found warmth in the middle of a storm. Your presence was comforting, though his heart continued to race, and his stomach felt tied in knots. You were so close that he could catch a hint of your familiar scent. As the minutes passed, a peaceful silence hung in the chilly air. He nuzzled his nose into the crook of your shoulder, watching the rain fall. Comfortable enough? You asked, not turning to him, your embarrassment still evident. He nodded silently, pulling you closer. Thank you, San. You're welcome. Achoo! You sneezed, followed by a cough. Aizawa sighed, and Yamada raised an eyebrow at him. What should we do? Aizawa shot you a look as you coughed and winced from the fever. You do know that you can't go to school in that state, right? You curled up in your blankets, sniffling as your nose felt stuffy. You shivered and looked at Aizawa, whining. But I have to teach for the supplementary. I already said that I'll cover for you today. So rest and don't even think about coming to school. You groaned but had no choice. Since it rained yesterday and you were soaked for quite a while, even with Midoriya's warmth, the cold and fever lingered. Now you were lying in bed, sick and exhausted. You sniffed as you watched the two leave, but not without Yamada patting your head. Rest well. We'll order food for lunch. Don't stress yourself, okay? You nodded and smiled at Yamada, who gave you a thumbs up and a grin before he left. And with that, you were alone in your room. Midoriya was unsure how to act after the warmth incident yesterday. It had helped him a lot, so he considered treating you to lunch as a thank you. However, when it was time for your class, Aizawa entered instead. This confused Midoriya. Was something going to happen that would cause you to cancel your classes? Shizenji-sensei is sick, so I'll be your teacher for today. The whole class looked puzzled, except for Midoriya. He knew the reason behind her absence. If only I had brought an umbrella with me. Even if she's sick, that doesn't mean the supplementary lessons will be cancelled. I'll be taking cover for her today, so for those going to the supplementary class, please raise your hands. The 3 students raised their hands, except for Midoriya, who kept his hands on the table. He intended to keep them down, even though he was one of the students needing supplementary classes. He didn't want to waste any time and decided to visit you instead, hoping to take care of you. Class 1A was puzzled by Midoriya's actions, but some of them understood and chuckled softly. That's a Shido, Kaminari, and Kirishima, huh? Okay then. Let's start the lesson. Midoriya let out a sigh of relief as Aizawa didn't notice his absence, but little did he know, the teacher was fully aware of who was taking the supplementary classes. He knew Midoriya was among them but chose to let him go, seeing the determination on his face to visit you. The day dragged on for Midoriya. It felt empty without you around, as if his day wouldn't be complete until he saw you again. During lunch, he was unusually quiet, lost in thought. He was genuinely worried about you, wishing the school day would end so he could check on you. She'll be fine, Deku-kun, Uraraka reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. She's just sick. She'll be okay. Midoriya nodded and managed a smile, mumbling a thank you before returning to his food. You can visit her later. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. Midoriya wasn't so sure about that. First, he would be skipping supplementary class. Second, he might disturb your rest. And third, he worried he might just be a bother to you. But he couldn't just sit and wait for you to feel better. He was tired of that. After everything that had happened, he wanted to be the one to help you, even if he couldn't heal you. Taking care of you felt like the least he could do. Finally, the school day ended, and Midoriya said goodbye to Ida, Uraraka, and his other classmates before heading out. Uraraka exchanged a mischievous glance with Ida. I want to take my gamble away. I'd say they'll be together in 2 weeks or so. Ida frowned. That's unfair. Midoriya ran all the way from UA to the nearest pharmacy to buy some medicine, then stopped by the grocery store to pick up ingredients for a soup. It was a small gesture, but he wanted to put in his best effort. After all, you had done the same for him whenever he was hurt, so why not return the favor? When he finally arrived at your place, he caught his breath and nodded to himself, determined to visit you and take care of you, even if there was a chance you would scold him for skipping class. Not that he minded, he knew he deserved it. He took the elevator to the 20th floor and paused at your door, hesitating before knocking. What if you were sleeping? What if he disturbed you? A loud crash snapped Midoriya out of his thoughts, and he quickly opened the door. San, are you? You froze, looking up in surprise. Your eyes widened as you recognized the green-haired boy standing at the door. Midoriya? What are you doing here? Midoriya inhaled sharply. You looked worse than he had expected. Wrapped in layers of blankets, wearing winter pajamas and socks, your hair was a mess, and your nose was red. It was clear you weren't well. He shook his head and glanced around. What was that crash? You sighed and pointed to the television, which was playing an action movie. Midoriya's expression shifted from worry to relief upon realizing it was just the TV. Oi, you called out in a hoarse voice, stepping back to keep your distance. What are you doing here? You were supposed to be in supplementary class, right? The green-haired boy chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. I might have skipped it. You groaned, massaging your temples as a wave of pain hit your head. You shouldn't do that, you know? But I was worried about you. Midoriya muttered, looking down with a slight pout, his fingers fiddling nervously. I wanted to visit since it was my fault for not bringing an umbrella. Seaweed. You sighed, turning away and heading toward the couch. Whatever. Do what you want, just don't come too close. Or you'll catch my cold. Despite feeling feverish, you couldn't help but feel a warmth in your chest at his concern. His efforts were appreciated. He had even skipped class just to check on you. You're slowly killing me, Midoriya. Wise. You should rest, and I'll prepare the medicine for you. You took a breath and smiled at him. Thank you, Midoriya. I will forever be grateful that you exist. You settled on the couch, curling up in the layers of blankets while watching the movie. After a few minutes, Midoriya returned with a small basin and a towel draped over his shoulder. He set it on the floor, then dashed off again. Moments later, he came back with a glass of water, a thermometer, and some medicine. Sorry, you apologized, coughing even though he was nearby. He shook his head, giving you a crooked smile. Do you want to lie in your bed? You shook your head and huffed. Nah, I'm good here. It was new for Midoriya to see you so vulnerable and weak. He had always admired your fierce personality, mixed with a cool demeanor and warm smile. Words couldn't capture how much he appreciated you. There was so much to like about you. The more he spends his time with you, the deeper he falls. He really needed to muster up his courage and say it to you again. He narrowed his eyes, soaking the towel with water before squeezing it to make it damp enough. Just not now. Then he folded the towel and placed it on your forehead. He took the thermometer and gently put it in your mouth to check your temperature. You smiled at him and closed your eyes. Thanks, Izuku. His heart skipped a beat as he heard it. You were probably a bit out of it, but the way you said his name was music to his ears. Even with your scratchy throat, hearing you call him was something he never wanted to take for granted. It was something he didn't want to give away easily. Since you two met, he had gotten used to calling you by your first name, but having you call him by his was a new experience. He wanted you to have the choice to call him however you liked. It would give him an idea of how close you felt to him. I want to be close to you. You're welcome. San. You hummed while Midoriya smiled, standing up. I'll just cook you something, San. You can't take medicine on an empty stomach. I'll come back to check your temperature, so rest in the meantime. You nodded, opening your eyes before turning to Midoriya. Thanks again. Midoriya chuckled, shaking his head. You're thanking me too much. Besides, you're always taking care of me. It's only natural that I do the same. You let out a breath as you snuggled under your blanket, softly smiling at him. Still, I want you to know that your efforts are very much appreciated. Midoriya nodded in understanding and went to the kitchen with ingredients in his hands. He put on an apron he found in the drawer before cooking, occasionally tasting the soup to check if it was decent. After a few minutes, while the soup was boiling, he returned to check your temperature and took the thermometer from your lips. You opened your eyes tiredly, looking at Midoriya as he winced. 38.4 Celsius. That's high. I may have done the chores while Aizawa and Yamada were away, you said, coughing slightly. He sighed, puffing his cheeks as he crossed his arms and furrowed his brows. You shouldn't push yourself if you're sick. That's not good. His tone was slightly squeaky, but he still tried his best to scold you. You let out a small laugh, covering your eyes with your fist as you blushed. Thank goodness you were sick, he wouldn't notice how flustered you looked. It's really funny, Midoriya. How easily we switched roles. Then you turned to him, still smiling as you stifled your laughter. But you make a decent nurse. He blushed and turned away, walking back to the soup he was making. I'll check the soup. You didn't know how much his words affected him. Then he checked the soup to see if it was cooked, which thankfully it was, before turning off the stove and taking a bowl along with a tray. He scooped some soup into the bowl until he figured it was enough for you to eat. He returned, carrying a tray with a bowl of soup. You sat up, putting the slightly warm and damp towel on the side. Midoriya kneeled, placing the tray on the table. Midoriya started, fiddling with the spoon as he shyly looked at you. I know this is ridiculous. I don't even know what urged me to do this, but... You chuckled, raising a brow at him. What? See, can I feed you, please? You blinked at his swift remark, confused by his words. He swallowed, eyes tightly shut as he clenched the spoon in his hands. See, can I feed you? I mean, you might be trembling and you can't hold the spoon so. You gasped silently, your eyes widening, heart racing, and cheeks turning bright red. You kept your calm demeanor as you slowly nodded, taking a deep breath. Okay. If it weren't for your fever, Midoriya would have noticed how flustered you were. Tinan. He scooped a spoonful of soup and blew on it before extending his hand. You thought you might faint right there. You opened your mouth, eating the soup he had cooked for you. The taste rolled on your tongue, surprisingly delicious. With wide eyes, you gulped it down and smiled. That was great soup. Good job. It soothed my throat too. Midoriya gave you a bright smile, grinning from ear to ear. He was really happy that you liked it. Thank you. Your eyes softened at him as you smiled back. I should be the one saying that to you. You might be my angel, Midoriya. Darn it, Aizawa. You muttered under your breath as you clenched your folder, glaring at the teacher whose expression was hidden behind a bandage around his head. YN is clearly meant for the job. She'll do great. You were frustrated by Aizawa's unreadable expression because you were tired of the situation he was putting you in. Groaning in utter frustration, you rested your head on your arms, swinging your legs like a child throwing a tantrum. A week had passed since the USJ attack, and midterms had started. It was a 3-day exam on various subjects, but you were gathered in the conference room for something else, a briefing for the upcoming sports festival at UA. The event was highly anticipated, especially after the USJ attack, which prompted the school to tighten security measures. You discussed the precautions and the heroes assigned to guard the stadiums, along with potential outcomes and evacuation procedures in case of an emergency. However, the conversation soon shifted to the hosts and committees for the event. With the stations already planned and stages set up, the focus turned to the commentators and referees. Unfortunately, you found yourself assigned to a role that felt overwhelming. All right then, we'll have YN as the referee and host of the first-year sports fest, Midnight for the second year, and me for the third year, Principal Nizu announced, sipping his tea. Your heart sank when you heard the principal confirm Aizawa's wishes. At just 15 years old, you felt unprepared for this responsibility. While it was a significant role, having the youngest pro hero as the referee was bound to make the fest interesting. Aizawa believed you were suited for the job, praising your fairness and ability to remain unbiased, even when dealing with pranks from your roommates. Oh no, not this, you groaned, turning to Aizawa. If it weren't for his ridiculous idea, you would be helping your grandmother care for students who might get hurt during the fest. But instead, Aizawa had concocted this scheme as a form of revenge for eating his snack from the fridge without permission. You playfully punched his shoulder, half-jokingly growling, "You know, I might just get you back for this." Though his expression was hidden, you could sense his amusement. It was almost as if you could hear him chuckling inside his scarf. "Don't you want to see your boyfriend in action?" he teased. "Seriously, stop," you exclaimed, your cheeks flushing. You knew exactly who he was referring to. Just days ago, Aizawa had caught Midoriya taking care of you when you were sick, and it had been embarrassing. Aizawa had even mentioned how he let Midoriya go because he was clearly worried about you, adding, "Protect her. Don't let anything happen to her." You were still trying to process all of this when Principal Nizu cleared his throat, raising a paw to get your attention. "Please keep your language appropriate." You sighed, sinking back into your chair, guilt washing over you. "Sorry, Principal," you muttered, realizing you had acted immaturely. But it was hard to keep your composure with Aizawa teasing you. "Okay, that's final. Let's dismiss," Nizu said. You gasped, eyes wide, and slammed your hands on the desk in protest. "No buts, Wyan," Aizawa replied, his expression unchanging, as if he was more interested in sleep than your objections. "You're going to be a good referee." Sitting back in your seat, you gritted your teeth, frustration bubbling inside you. Not only would you have to referee the fest, but you also had to stand in front of thousands of people and speak loudly. You knew there was a high chance you would freeze up, but when Principal Nizu made a decision, he rarely changed his mind. "That's not fair," you mumbled, pouting slightly. You noticed Yamada snickering from across the table, raising his hand, which made you suspicious. Yamada was another prankster in your life, and you couldn't shake the feeling that he and Aizawa were teaming up against you. "Can I have Aizawa as a commentator at the first-year grounds?" Yamada asked. You were grateful for Yamada's intervention. "Very well then," Principal Nizu agreed, turning to Aizawa. "That wouldn't hurt, would it?" It was rare for Yamada to act in your favor, but he believed it would be more fun with the three of you hosting the event. You couldn't help but snicker as Aizawa muttered under his breath, while Yamada gave you a thumbs up, and you returned the gesture with enthusiasm. Revenge was sweet. Time flew by, and soon the midterms were over, leading up to the sports festival at UA. You swallowed hard, clenching your fists as your heart raced. To calm yourself, you tapped your chest and repeated affirmations under your breath. Then you stepped onto the platform, each step feeling heavy as the cheers from the crowd heightened your nerves. Stay cool and be a good host. Don't stutter, don't freeze. Okay, you reminded yourself, inhaling deeply as you turned to see the classes entering the grounds, their faces a mix of seriousness and excitement. As Yamada introduced the years, Midoriya spotted you on stage, looking confident in your hero suit. You appeared calm and composed, embodying the spirit of the event. It was your first time as a referee, and Midoriya admired your poise, knowing how daunting it could be to stand before such a large crowd. When the classes gathered, you smiled brightly at the students and extended your hand, ready to embrace the challenge ahead. "Now, for the athlete's oath," you exclaimed, raising your hand with a grin that you had practiced for a week. Suddenly, Yamada whispered into the mic, "Go, Wyan-chan, I'm cheering for you, ref-e." "Shut up, I didn't want to be here." "Dang it." You lost your composure at Yamada's comment, causing your cheeks to flush, but it made the others laugh, easing the tension a bit. "Youngest hero in the world of pros, angel hero, right? Whoa, it's the first time I see her. She's surprisingly cute." You wanted to scold them for their comments, but you held back, reminding yourself to be a professional hero on stage. You quickly regained your composure, becoming serious as you continued. Midoriya was visibly shocked by your introduction. Even with the slip from Yamada, you still exuded confidence and seriousness. He didn't realize you could pull off such a significant role, but becoming a pro hero at 14 made it understandable. Now that he saw this side of you, it was impressive. "Wa, it's Shizenji-sensei," Uraraka exclaimed, staring at you in fascination, realizing that the referee was someone she knew well and a close friend. However, she understood that you wouldn't be playing favorites in the stadium. As a referee, you would be fair and impartial. "Let's call the student representative." You lowered your hand, gesturing for Bakugo with a bright smile. "From Class 1A, Bakugo Katsuki." Almost all the students in Class 1A were surprised as Bakugo approached the platform, hands in the pockets of his P uniform, his face looking smug. "Was, it's Kakin?" he exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise at being chosen as the representative. "Must be because he placed first in the entrance exam," Siro added. A girl nearby huffed, "The hero course entrance exam, you mean?" You watched Bakugo step up to the stage, turning to his classmates with a serious expression and sharp eyes. "The athlete's oath. I will take first place." You let out a breath, sweat dropped, your gaze fixed on Bakugo. As expected, he kicked off the event with a bang, and you felt a bit overshadowed. Once Bakugo finished, you smirked at the students, gesturing toward the screen behind you. Now that's done, let's get on with the fest and officially start it. Without further ado, let's see the first stage. You exclaimed, grinning. Your heart raced, not from nervousness, but from excitement and adrenaline. This is the qualifiers round where many will be left behind, and only the strong will remain. Do your best because this stage is not to be taken lightly. And the thrilling first event is. You gestured to the screen, your lips curling into a mischievous smirk. This. The title appeared, Obstacle Course Race. You crossed your arms, turning to the screen. In this race, all 11 classes will participate. It's a 4-kilometer course around the stadium. You smiled, hands on your hips. And this school has freedom literally, so you can do whatever you want as long as you stay on course. Keep in mind sportsmanship, and let's have a fair game. The crowd of students readied themselves as the gates began to open, the light above signaling them to prepare. You raised your hands, grinning, ready, racers? Then the buzzer rang, signaling the start of the race. You threw your hand down, shouting, "Start!" The crowd of students rushed forward as you huffed, furrowing your eyebrows. Good luck, everyone. As the race began, everyone squeezed into the narrow path of the course. You took a deep breath, crossing your arms as you focused on the screen, analyzing the event carefully. These courses were planned and constructed by the principal himself. He was a great planner because every obstacle course was designed for one's advantage. At the end of the narrow path, Todoroki was leading. You smirked, amused by his strategy. It was a clever move to freeze the competitors behind him, but it could be easily countered. You realized that those behind him might struggle to evade it, given the narrow path and their lack of knowledge about his quirk. Mummy Man, are you ready for our live coverage and commentary? Yamada exclaimed, turning to his partner, Aizawa. You could sense Aizawa's frown and glare directed at the blonde hero. Not voluntarily. You just dragged me here, and by you, I mean plural. You let out a soft chuckle, mumbling under your breath, said the one who started this. Most of Class 1A continued through the race, even with the ice beneath their feet. You watched as robots appeared, reminiscent of the entrance exam, stirring nostalgia within you. You recalled the time when Midoriya was injured and broken. But you smiled, seeing the green-haired boy making his way toward the first obstacle. He's changed. For the better. You noticed Todoroki crouching down, and you quickly figured out his plan. It was simple yet powerful, and it was impressive in its execution. Your thoughts were confirmed as he shot his hands upwards, freezing the zero-pointer. However, you noticed how the robots were positioned. They were unstable as they froze mid-step, likely to crash. You grinned at Todoroki's skill. His polished logic combined with his incredibly strong quirk made him seem unstoppable. We'll see about that. One is Todoroki, busting through and sabotaging the others in one move. This guy's cold. You sighed as Yamada made a pun, dismissing his poor attempt at humor. Amazing. He's way ahead of the pack. Almost feels unfair. You smirked while searching for the ash-blonde and green-haired boys. In this whole competition, they seemed the most likely to clash in the end. You pressed your earpiece, glancing at the screen as a robot fell with a loud crash. Check the infrared and see if anyone is injured under the fallen robot, you muttered, and another holographic screen appeared, confirming that 2 people were trapped beneath it. You chuckled upon realizing who they were. Geez, that I was worried for nothing. You watched as Kirishima emerged first. One is Kirishima was crushed. Yamada exclaimed, while you continued to monitor the situation for any injuries. Another student managed to break free in a similar fashion, and you noted that he had a quirk almost identical to Kirishima's. Class B's Tetsu was also flattened. Ouch! Yamada added, making you laugh softly. Suddenly, a series of explosions caught your attention, and you saw Bakugo soaring upwards, using his quirk to propel himself past the robots. You smirked at the ash-blonde male. It was a smart move, but it also meant he was focused on the race rather than distracting others. This was a race, after all. Fighting would only exhaust them. All they needed to do was run fast. Sito and Tokoyami followed closely behind Bakugo, and the 3 of them leapt over the massive zero-pointer robots. The current leaders of the pack are overwhelmingly from Class A. Yamada announced. Class A knows there's no time to hesitate. Each has grown from their experiences and learned not to hesitate, you remarked, crossing your arms and smirking at Aizawa's words. The earlier attack had been terrifying, but it served as a valuable lesson for the entire class. They had faced real villains and witnessed how pro-heroes, like you, operated. You might not have a flashy quirk, yours was simple and practical, but your experiences in battle and chaos fueled your desire to improve and reach this level. You scanned the screen again, noticing the green-haired boy picking up an armor plate and smashing it against a robot. His movements were rough, but he understood that he couldn't rely solely on his quirk. That realization brought you relief, at least he wasn't being reckless. Resourceful Midoriya. You chuckled, taking notes on what you observed during the race. This would definitely help in preparing for the final examinations. Many students successfully navigated the first obstacle after Yairzu opened a path for the others, and they moved on to the second challenge. So the first barrier was a piece of cake. How about the second? Fall and you're out. You have to crawl across if you want to make it. You pressed your earpiece again, switching to the standby cameras at the second obstacle. This is the fall. Prepare the robots on standby to rescue anyone who falls into the pit, you instructed, turning your attention to the screen as you silently observed the students. Man, this is kinda boring. You caught sight of a girl with support items strapped around her, zipping through the second obstacle and humming in awe. Not bad. The truth is, we've got all types trying to make it big today, Eraserhead, Yamada said, while Aizawa huffed in response. Why'd those idiots stop moving? You noticed that Todoroki was leading the way to the third obstacle, with Bakugo hot on his heels. Bakugo, that you never back down, do you? You glanced at Ida, who was balancing on a rope while using the engines on his legs. You couldn't help but chuckle at his clever yet amusing attempt to catch up. Looking at the leaderboard, you found Midoriya's name in 20th place. You narrowed your eyes, crossing your arms as you felt a twinge of worry. I want to see how you're going to finish this race, Midoriya. You swallowed hard, letting out a breath through your nose as you frowned. If you take first place, I'll finally confess my feelings to you. Today. The leads keep breaking ahead, while the rest of the pack is bunched up. Our racers don't know how many will move on, so all they can do is aim for first place. And our leader has reached the final barrier. That is to say that this minefield. It's a tricky challenge. A quick glance is enough to reveal the mine's locations, so keep both eyes open and watch your step. I should mention that our mines don't pack a deadly punch, but they're loud and flashy enough to give you a scare. You crossed your arms, recalling the day Yamada had to shout about the support item that compresses vibrations and can trigger a huge shockwave in the air similar to the minefields now. And so the challenge in the minefields began. The leaders had to be careful with their steps, as one misstep could send them back to the start. Observation and haste were essential for success. You watched Bakugo take the lead from Todoroki. Since Todoroki's ice could give him an advantage, he had to be strategic about its use. If he didn't utilize it, Bakugo would seize the opportunity to reach the goal first. Unless Todoroki distracted Bakugo, but that would only delay both of them, giving others a chance to catch up. We have a new leader. Get excited, mass media. You love this sort of turnaround. But the rest are catching up. With these two grappling for first, can they hold onto their lead? Yamada exclaimed, echoing your thoughts. It was a simple yet challenging obstacle, especially with so little space to maneuver. They can be creative with their quirks, but acting too rashly can lead to trouble. Now, what will you do? You turned to the screen, finally seeing the green-haired boy doing something quite unusual. You narrowed your eyes and pressed your finger to your earpiece. Can you zoom in on the closest robot to Midoriya Izuku? A screen flashed before you, and your eyes widened in shock at his actions. Wow, Midoriya. Using the armor plate he dug up all the mines and gathered them in one spot. Thankfully, the mines wouldn't detonate due to their programming to recognize friendly bots, and he cleverly used that to his advantage. Midoriya, you're such an impressive person, you know that? Bakugo and Todoroki are in the lead. They're about to cross the finish line. Then he leaped, using the armor plate like a surfboard. This is not good. I think I'm falling further behind. You felt a blush creep onto your cheeks at your own thoughts and shook them off. You needed to stay focused and fair in this competition, but you couldn't help but admire how cool Midoriya was. N Class A's Midoriya rides the wave in hot pursuit. Or something. You inhaled sharply, excitement coursing through you as your heart raced while watching Midoriya, silently cheering for him to win. He's past them. But that's still a reckless move. How will he land? The mines will go off again, but I don't think they can help him regain his momentum. Plus, getting back up will take time. Our former leaders have called a ceasefire to chase down Midoriya. When a common enemy appears, people stop fighting. Well, actually, they're still fighting, just not each other. Yamada exclaimed, leaving you confused about what he meant. You clenched your fists, your nails digging into your palms as you inhaled deeply, watching the three closely. As you expected, Midoriya began to fall due to a lack of speed, but in the blink of an eye, he flipped, stepping on Todoroki and Bakugo's backs while holding the armor plate behind him. He swung the armor plate downwards, causing the mines to detonate, creating a distraction for the two behind him and propelling himself forward. And Midoriya blows past the competition with no time to lose. Your class is something else, Eraserhead. What are you teaching those kids? You exhaled and closed your eyes, smiling to yourself. You really did it, Midoriya. This isn't my doing. They've been motivating each other on their own. With a huff, you let your hands fall to your sides, turning to see the finish line. Well, who could have predicted such an incredible turn of events so early on? The one who made it back to the stadium first is. Then you saw him cross the finish line first, exhaling as he gave you a look full of determination. You returned his gaze with a small, grateful smile as he came to a stop. You just gave me the motivation to express what I feel for you. Just how amazing can you be? This chapter filled me with excitement. And also, special thanks to the artist who created the stunning piece of her OC, Seraph, in midnight suit. I had to kick the poor but gorgeous woman out. Anyway, feel free to submit art if you want, and we'll feature it in this book. Now that's happened. I'm really looking forward to the end of the festival. See you all and have a great day. When the right number of racers had arrived at the stadium, the doors closed, leaving the remaining 42 participants inside. As the winners gathered, you crossed your arms and smirked at them. Congratulations on moving to the next round, students. Now let's see the rankings. The screen displayed the results, with Midoriya taking first place and Aoyama at the bottom. These are the rankings, and now we shall move on to the next part. For those at the bottom, this might be your chance to climb up. What is the next challenge? Let's find out. You exclaimed, snapping your fingers to activate the screen. Exciting, right? Don't worry, because the next part will be even more intense than the last one. The title flashed on the screen. Cavalry Battle. This. Cavalry Battle. Cavalry Battle. Kaminari and Mineta exclaimed in unison, while Azui tilted her head in confusion. So we're teaming up, but how exactly? You smirked at Azui's question, feeling a thrill of excitement. After all, you were the one who created this game. This is a game where participants can choose and form their own teams of 2 to 4 members each, and you'll get into a horse and rider formation just like any cavalry battle. The rules are similar to a typical cavalry battle, where you try to snatch an enemy's headband while protecting your own, of course, with the freedom to use your quirks. But there's one exception. You pointed dramatically as you explained the rules. The race from last time won't go to waste, as the ranks come with their own assigned points. We'll earn points like in the entrance exam? Sounds simple, someone chimed in. The point value of each team depends on its members. You sighed, shaking your head and giving them a sharp glare. Can you just let me explain first? You waved it off, regaining your composure as you frowned, briefly eyeing Midoriya. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but this is how it goes. Anyway, you're correct. Your individual points depend on your rank, starting with 5 for the bottom and 10 for 41st place, and so on. But there's something else that will surely grab your attention, both figuratively and literally. You crossed your arms, smirking darkly, Our first place participant is worth 10 million points. Sorry, Midoriya. I wanted to spice up the game a bit, so I may have exaggerated the score. It was clear how Midoriya was sweating, his expression jittery and pale, as if he had seen a ghost. This game is a chance for a counterattack where the leading teams become the prey, and the lower ranks become the hunters. A game of survival, it's anyone's game. You exclaimed, noticing how Midoriya suddenly became the center of attention. It was a lot of pressure. Who would have thought he would be in such a tight spot just because he was in first place? Sadly, Midoriya. That's the system at this school. I can't just let you be spoon-fed. You understood the pressure all too well. You had felt it yourself when you were still a student at UA. It was a heavy burden, as if everyone was waiting for you to falter. One wrong move, one mistake could lead to disaster. The same goes for a heroic act. You glanced at Midoriya, noticing how grim and tense he appeared. Now, what will you do? Knight? The match will last 15 minutes. Each team's points are determined by its members. The rider will wear a headband displaying the total number of points. As long as the clock is running, you'll all compete to grab each other's points while guarding your own. It's a matter of gaining treasures. You held up one of the model headbands for everyone to see. It's fastened by Velcro, making it easier to snatch. All the headbands you collect will be worn around your neck or higher. But the more headbands you have, the harder they will be to manage. You set the headband aside and clapped your hands. Most importantly, even if your headband is taken, and even if your horse formation is broken. Plus Ultra. It's not over until it's over. The students began to discuss the advantages and disadvantages of the game, while you raised a hand to get their attention. As I said, quirks are allowed, so it will be chaotic. However, you let your hand drop, running your fingers along your neck and giving them a mischievous yet serious glare. That this is still a cavalry battle. Intentionally attacking another team to make them fall is strictly prohibited. If you do, you'll receive a red card and be kicked out of the game. And without further ado, let's get started. Assemble your teams within 15 minutes, and we'll begin shortly after that. Strategize properly. You reminded them with a smile, though you were internally anxious. The students were taken aback by the short time frame but quickly got to work. You sighed, watching the students as they formed their teams. This event wasn't just for fun, it was meant to give them a taste of the challenges in the world of heroes. This was a simple way for them to experience how the real world operates, and the school had to take advantage of it. In a way, this would serve as a lesson for them. You remembered having the same thoughts and expressions when you were a student. But the world of adults? It's far more complicated than that. For someone like you, the responsibility of ensuring people's safety weighed heavily on your shoulders. With greater power comes greater responsibility. You continued to watch as the seconds ticked by, the countdown nearing its end. When the timer beeped, you turned to the students, hearing Yamada say, "Hey, wake up, Eraser." They've had their time to form teams and strategize. All 12 teams are lined up and ready to move. You crossed your arms, scrutinizing the teams they had formed. Your eyebrow raised as you noticed Midoriya's group. Ida isn't with the two? It was unusual, but you guessed it made sense. This was a sports fest. Acting as a referee meant this wasn't just for fun, it was a competition. Professionals were watching, and it would be up to them to decide if they wanted to pick a sidekick. You sighed as you recalled your internship back then. Sir Knights, I was definitely not the easiest person to work with. I should visit him whenever I get the chance. You took a deep breath, listening to present Mick's enthusiastic commentary. Let's get a battle cry. Here comes the starting signal. The UA Grand Match begins. Have you formed your teams? Made your plans? Too bad if you haven't. Here we go. The countdown to this intense battle royal. You observed the teams as the countdown appeared behind you. 3, 2. You lifted your hand and then let it fall with a smirk. 1. Start. As expected, every team charged toward Midoriya to claim the 10 million points. You stood back, watching closely, your eyes fixed on the cameras. You hummed thoughtfully, trying to predict Midoriya's strategies. All he needed to do was protect the 10 million points on his head for 15 minutes. With the team he was in, you were sure he would manage, but There's no such thing as a perfect defense. Tokoyami was an incredible fighter, but you narrowed your eyes, already aware of their weaknesses. As teachers, you knew each of their strengths and vulnerabilities, especially from the Quirk apprehension test you did with Aizawa back then. It would be Bakugo, Todoroki, Kaminari, Ayama. Those were the ones who could compete with him. How would everything unfold, you wondered? Midoriya's team evaded the attackers as they soared through the air, and you watched in awe, nodding as you hummed thoughtfully. Uraraka made them light enough to fly, huh? Well, barely 2 minutes have passed, but the battlefield's already chaotic. With everyone scrambling for headbands, it's not just the 10 million out there. Those other high rankers are worth a shot as well. But everyone was blinded by the allure of the 10 million points. It was a shining prize, so who would say no? In fact, this was a competition to impress, especially with so many people watching. Minutes passed, and soon Midoriya found himself cornered by Todoroki. It seemed your predictions were coming true as Kaminari's lightning illuminated the area before dark shadow. You glanced at the countdown, raising an eyebrow as you noticed there was only a minute left. Midoriya has managed to evade Todoroki in this small space for 5 whole minutes. It was impressive that Midoriya had held out for so long, but you knew Todoroki wouldn't waste any time. Your eyes widened when Ida suddenly dashed toward Midoriya, and Todoroki snatched the 10 million points away from him. Even you were taken aback by that quick maneuver, but you pursed your lips in frustration. What? What just happened? That was too fast for the naked eye. Why didn't Ida show us that super speed in the qualifiers? It was merely seconds away. Midoriya, what will you do? A skirmish near the out-of-bounds line. Who will emerge victorious? What a reversal. Todoroki's got the 10 million, and Midoriya's dropped straight down to 0. You admitted you were a bit annoyed by what Ida had done, but you couldn't help but feel amazed at the same time. You bit your lip in anticipation of what would happen next, your heart racing with the possibility of Midoriya losing this match. But I believe in you. Midoriya charged as the seconds ticked by, and with a swift motion, he flicked Todoroki's left side and quickly snatched the upper headband away. 17 seconds remain. And we have another fierce recovery. You frowned, biting your lip as you slowly lifted your hand. Midoriya soon realized he had grabbed the wrong headband. They were in 6th place sadly, only the first 4 would move on. Your heart raced as the countdown reached 10 seconds. Time's almost up. Let's count down. Hey, everybody say .109. You raised your palms above your head, frowning before you whipped them down, exclaiming along with Yamada. Time's up. You saw how frustrated Midoriya was, but when you turned to the screen, you smiled in relief, exhaling when you saw how it ended. However, you raised an eyebrow, eyeing a surprising team that had managed to secure 3rd place. Darn it, you muttered to yourself as you bit your lip, walking off the platform. It was lunch break, and you were heading to grab a meal with your friends. But then, why did I promise myself that I would confess if Midoriya took 1st place? You felt a rush of heat at that thought, and now that it was lunch break, it seemed like the perfect time to say it, but you worried it might distract Midoriya if you suddenly poured your feelings out to him. Maybe I can forget the promise. I'm the only one who knows it, so yeah, maybe I'll forget it. You muttered under your breath as you walked toward the cafeteria, bumping into someone along the way. You took a step back and slightly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. San? You lifted your head at the sound of that familiar voice, seeing the green-haired boy standing in front of you. Midoriya? You suddenly froze, your inner self urging you to speak, but it felt so difficult. Fate must be playing a joke on you because, honestly, this wasn't the right time to meet him. You hesitated with your thoughts and feelings, and now that he was here, you couldn't help but feel embarrassed. You blushed and frowned, hiding your flustered face behind your hand. I thought you were with the others? Lunch started a few minutes ago, right? It's about that. His cheerful demeanor shifted to sadness as he recalled Todoroki's past. It was a reminder that life isn't a journey that can be easily navigated. It also reminded Midoriya that everyone has significant gaps between them. He didn't know how to bridge those gaps. What happened? You asked, concern filling your voice. He looked so sad, and it troubled you. You placed your palm on his shoulder, offering him a small smile. Let's talk about it over lunch? I know a place that isn't crowded. The two of you soon ordered your lunches. With your influence, you managed to get them easily. Lunch Rush was a friend of yours, and headed to your own private spot. At the back of the stadium, there was an exit near the course that led to a small open field. It wasn't wide, maybe half the size of a regular oval track. A huge tree stood across the grassy plain, providing a perfect spot to sit in its shade and relax before the sports fest resumed. It was a cliched scene, but you didn't mind. You needed a breather away from the crowd. Who would say that being a referee isn't tiring? You thought. This is a nice spot, Wyan-san. Thanks for taking me here. Midoriya said, settling beside you on the soft grass. You smiled at him. Nah, it's good. Then you looked at him with a concerned expression, your eyebrows furrowed in worry. Besides, I thought it would be nice for you to have time to think about things. He looked at you in surprise, chuckling sheepishly as he scratched the back of his neck. How can you do that? It's like I'm a book you can easily read. You chuckled softly, gazing at Midoriya. You are a book that can be easily read, Midoriya? You muttered, your eyes crinkling as you smiled sweetly. That's what I like about you. His eyes widened in surprise at your words, almost making him faint. You said it clearly and calmly, as if stating a simple truth. But all your confidence crumbled into a flustered mess as you realized what you had just said. Oh no, I slipped. Midoriya turned as red as a tomato, his ears adorably flushed. You bit your lip and quickly looked away. I knew, Wyan-san. You inhaled sharply, turning to him with wide eyes and a deep frown of surprise. What did he mean by that? I knew. Because you told me when you were drunk. He placed his knuckles over his lips, still blushing as he cast his eyes down. I was the reason why I couldn't come near you. He brought his hand to his chest, gripping his shirt as his heart raced. He felt lightheaded and nervous about revealing his thoughts to you, fearing you might change your mind once he responded to your feelings. But with determination, he faced his emotions head-on. That I thought I might explode when I was near you. It's just overwhelming for me. It feels like a dream come true. I was afraid it might be a lie, so I stayed away. Felt so many things and was confused about what to do, so I may have pulled away. But seeing you upset when I failed that exam, I couldn't help but feel guilty for turning my back on my feelings. I broke my promise to not fight recklessly, and you even broke your promise to your parents just to help me. He paused, placing his palm over his head as he chuckled sadly. It wasn't about you, he was disappointed in himself. What did I do to deserve someone as amazing as you to have feelings for a pathetic person like me? Are you kidding me? Midoriya was taken aback by your reaction, lifting his head to see you, only to be surprised to find tears in your eyes. Wyan-san, why can't you see how amazing you are, Midoriya? You sniffed, wiping the tears from your cheeks. I'm such a crybaby. You don't know how important you are to me. You do things I know I couldn't do. I was amazed, you know? You're not pathetic. You're more than you could ever think of yourself. You sobbed, clenching your fists as you bit your lip. I should be the one saying that. If it weren't for you, I would have given up a long time ago. You made me feel things I didn't know I had, even made me smile when I thought I didn't have the courage for that. With a hiccup, you took a shaky breath, wiping your tears with your palm. Your chest felt heavy, as if your cries were suffocating you. Darn it. All I wanted was to hear your response to my feelings. I don't want to hear you talk about being pathetic when you're not. A fresh, calming breeze blew past you, rustling the leaves and bringing a sense of peace. In that moment, he leaned in and kissed you softly, his lips trembling against yours. You were taken aback, your heart racing and your stomach in knots. He pulled away after a moment, looking into your eyes with sincerity. That's my response. As if all the burdens had lifted, you felt light and free. Tears streamed down your face as you sobbed, smiling brightly at him as you leaned your forehead against his chest. Amen. You're so cool, you know that? Even Midoriya was blushing fiercely as he pulled you into a hug, chuckling sheepishly. It's not romantic or anything. I just panicked. You let out a soft laugh, filled with happiness at his return of feelings. It was such a relief to know he felt the same way. Now I can actually say how pretty you looked as the referee of the fest, San. You lifted your head to look at him, chuckling as he gently wiped the tears from your cheeks with his thumb. Can I call you by your first name now that we, have mutual feelings? He gave you a shy smile and nodded, placing his palm on top of yours. You can. You chuckled and nodded. Then I can freely call you Izuku. You blushed as you said his name, causing him to hide his face in his arms. You laughed and then gestured for your lunch. Now that that's settled, let's have our lunch, Izuku. He slowly nodded, chuckling softly as you said his first name twice in a row. You really want to call me by my first name that badly, huh? You raised an eyebrow and nodded. Well, why not? I mean, I've been wanting to call you that for quite a long time. You opened your lunch, liking your lips as you eyed it. San, he called, and you looked at him with a raised eyebrow. He placed his palm over yours, holding it gently as he gazed into your eyes. I wanted you to do something for the sports fest. You frowned. What is it? Todoroki. He shared everything that had happened to Todoroki, including his past and struggles. You gave him a concerned look, predicting what he was about to ask, deeply worried for him. San, no matter how intense or pained I look when I'm fighting Todoroki, please don't stop me. He squeezed your hand, giving you a meaningful glance. Trust me on this. I don't want to fight someone without giving my best. I'm going to take him seriously and help him realize what he needs to. Your eyes softened at his words, and you smiled gently, offering him a concerned yet understanding gaze. Okay then. He rested his head on your shoulder, causing you to take a slight breath. I should be used to this kind of gesture by now. Thank you for understanding. You patted his fluffy hair, sighing. Well, no matter what I say, I think you're going to do it anyway. He chuckled, wrapping his arm around you as he hummed, I'm really happy that I have you now. You exhaled, closing your eyes as a blush crept onto your cheeks. You're being sentimental right now, Izuku. He suddenly pulled back, eyes wide in shock. I am. Sorry. I was just. You laughed softly, grinning as you placed your palm over his chest. Now back to the jittery Izuku. You sure have a lot of characteristics, huh? He frantically shook his head, waving his arms as he flushed. And not that way. He paused, shyly averting his gaze. That I have some confidence to do this since we're together and I want to do things with you. It's kind of exciting in a way. You're so cute, you know that? You said, laughing softly as he blushed even more, eventually burying his face in his hands. If you say that. You chuckled, holding his hands and pulling them away from his flustered face to look at him. It's called flirting and complimenting, Izuku. He pursed his lips, glancing at you with embarrassment. You're doing a very good job at it. Because I think I might explode right now. You nodded, humming as you scooted slightly away, but he stopped you, holding your arm and looking at you, still a blushing mess. I didn't say that I didn't like it. Then you leaned in to kiss his freckled cheek, softly pecking it before pulling away, leaving him frozen and shocked. Good. Because from now on, we're going to do a lot of these gestures. You smirked. The two of you returned to the stadium, smiles on your faces as you chatted along the way. Class 1A noticed how vibrant and lively you were with Midoriya, piquing the curiosity of others. You stepped up to the platform and waited for the participants to gather. Before we get to the final event, I've got good news for those out of the running. This is still a sports festival, so we've prepared a recreational activity for all participants. We even brought cheerleaders from America to get you pumped up. What's this? You huffed as you reached the center of the platform, looking around and spotting the Class 1A girls dressed in cheerleading outfits. With a sweat drop forming on your temple, you exhaled through your nose and gave them a poker face. Might have an idea who did that. Class A? Why? You chuckled, turning to the robot who handed you a box for a lottery. You shook it and faced the participants 16 who qualified for the finals. Hope everyone enjoys this little recreational competition. Once that's over, we're on to the final event. Between the members of the 4 winning teams, we'll have a formal tournament. A series of one-on-one battles. All 16 participants gathered near the platform, excitedly discussing the tournament. You smirked and hummed. Well, UA Sports Fest is like the Olympics. Of course, there's going to be a one-on-one. You lifted the lots, shaking it as you smiled. The matchups will be decided by drawing lots. Once that's settled, we'll move on to the festivities and the tournament itself. You can decide if you're going to participate in the festivities or not. You can rest and conserve your energy for the one-on-one while the recreational competition is still ongoing. For now, let's have the first placers draw first. You noticed Ojiro raise his hand, prompting you to raise an eyebrow. Excuse me. You gave him a brief nod, allowing him to speak. His expression was almost defeated as he cast his gaze downward. I'd like to drop out. Your eyes widened in shock, eyebrows raised in curiosity. Ojiro! Why? This is your chance to get noticed by the pros. He slowly let his hand fall to his side, disappointment etched on his face. The cavalry battle that I have no memories of anything that happened until the very end. It's probably his quirk that did it. You turned your gaze to the purple-headed guy, frowning as you tried to think of what happened. He's from General Studies. I don't know anyone from General Studies since my only class is in the hero courses. Ojiro continued, I know this is a great opportunity. And I know how stupid it must seem to throw it away. Ojiro! You noticed Midoriya's concern for Ojiro. Of course, who wouldn't be? Ojiro is such a great person with a strong sense of justice and responsibility, along with the strength that helped him reach his place in the classes. But this final tournament, everyone else made it here by their own strength. Yet I'm standing here, and I don't even know how or why. I just can't take it. You smiled a little, understanding his situation. At least he was ready to face it and kept the spirit of sportsmanship in his heart by wanting to keep it fair for the others. You're thinking about it too hard. Just show what you're made of in the tournament. Toru exclaimed. By that logic, I shouldn't really be here either. Mina added. No. I'm talking about my pride here. I don't think it's right. He mumbled, mentioning something about the girls' uniforms, which made you snort in amusement. I can't remember anything either. I want to withdraw too. Another guy from Ojiro's team chimed in, explaining his reasons for wanting to back out. He was from Class 1B, so you didn't know much about him. This is a contest of skill. Letting someone who didn't do anything to advance. Doesn't that defeat the whole point of the sports festival? Isn't it even against the rules? He added. Kirishima looked at them with wonder and respect, pumping his fists as he exclaimed, These guys! So manly! We have a strange turn of events. Yamada said, his voice trailing off. What will the coordinator, Seraph, decide? You crossed your arms and sighed, giving them a pointed look. You do know that this could really affect how everyone sees you, right? Then, with a thumbs up, you smiled sweetly, nodding in approval. This school teaches freedom, so you can do whatever you want as long as it's reasonable and fair. Since you upheld the true meaning of sportsmanship and faced your actions properly, I'll approve it. Shota and Ojiro have officially withdrawn from the match. You placed your hands on your hips, grinning brightly. You gotta do your best next year and learn from your experience now, okay? What? The true splendor and angel, Seraph, right there. You're so cool, Seraph-chan. But while you maintained your smile for the media's sake, inside you wanted to scream at Yamada if only you could. I'll get my revenge, Yamada. And you too, Aizawa. So we'll have the 5th placer replace the one who withdrew. In the end, it was Tetsu and Shozaki who moved on to the finals, and you let them draw lots. The matchups were decided, and they were displayed on the screen. You noticed that Midoriya was going to face Todoroki after one battle. That battle against the mysterious purple-headed guy. You furrowed your brows, staring at the enigmatic name. Memory loss. No, it's more than that. You bit your lip, turning to the participants only to see Ojiro preventing Midoriya from speaking. Ojiro probably knows what's happening. That's good. But still. You sighed, shifting your gaze to the guy named Shinso. I have a bad feeling about this. But you set aside the worry and looked at the screen again, freezing at the unusual pairing at the end of the match. Uraraka and Bakugo. Huh. You sighed, placing your palm on your forehead as you groaned, muttering under your breath, this could be troublesome. The recreational festivities began, and the day went on. You were still troubled by that nagging feeling, even if you tried to push it away. But you had to stand as the referee and coordinator, so you shouldn't dwell on those things. You were skilled at keeping your worries to a minimum, maintaining a serious expression. But still. And so the one-on-one tournament commenced. With Cementos' help, the ring was established, and Yamada began to get into position. Thanks, Cementos. Hey guys, are you ready? You swallowed as you retied your hair, crossing your arms as the ring finished. Nostalgia rushed through you as you remembered that same ring where you fought during your time at U. You were strong enough to reach the finals, but you never claimed first place. The highest you achieved was third. Of course. I'm not perfect. But as a young 12-year-old kid fighting against older and stronger opponents. You huffed and nodded, smiling to yourself. I was pretty proud of what I achieved. You've been through a lot to get here. But now it's time for the one-on-one tournament. You can rely on yourself. Even if you're not a hero, the saying holds true. You know it. Spirit, technique, strength, wisdom, and knowledge. Use those and show us your best. You turned to the exit where Midoriya was supposed to come from, crossing your arms as you cheered for him inwardly. You heard that, Izuku. Go and do your best, Izuku. I'll be cheering for you. The first match. Making a strange face despite his excellent performance. Midoriya Izuku from the hero course. Verse. Sorry, but this guy hasn't really done anything to stand out yet. Shinso Hitoshi from General Studies. Cementos made his own chair and sat on it, standing watch as the referee for the game, while you remained there to judge and intervene if the tournament got out of control. The rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them, or getting them to say, I give up. Bring the excitement. We've got our good old recovery girl on standby along with Seraph here in the stadium to provide first aid if necessary. And fight with everything you've got. Ethics have no meaning here. You sighed as Yamada said that. It was true that they could do anything they wanted within the rules. They could go to any extent, but not to the point of serious harm. Well, of course, going too far is a no-no. You'll be disqualified. Because a true hero's fists fly only when pursuing villains. Now let's get this thing started. You furrowed your eyebrows as you eyed the two participants in the ring, especially Midoriya, who seemed slightly agitated towards his opponent. Then he suddenly started running, only to freeze in place. This is bad. You thought as you crossed your arms, biting your lower lip in worry. The thought that you couldn't cheer for him or even shout his name to snap him out of it frustrated you. The responsibility of being the referee outweighed your selfish desires, and you knew it. Your fists clenched and you gritted your teeth. Hey, what's wrong? This battle's just the beginning. Show us some spirit. Mere seconds into the match, and Midoriya's frozen in place. Looking confused, he's not even twitching. Could this be Shinso's quirk? Come on, Izuku. Your heart raced as the events unfolded, but your belief in him never wavered. You're strong. I know you can break free. We barely knew this guy even existed, but now. He sure is one to keep an eye on. Yamada exclaimed. You exhaled, placing your hand over your chin as if in thought. Then you clicked your tongue in irritation. As I said, the entrance exam was completely irrational, Aizawa remarked, and you nodded in agreement. It's true. The exam only focused on physical quirks, while control-based quirks were overlooked. Since the exam is about earning points by defeating robots, quirks like that would be officially denied. You dug your nails deeper into your palm as you watched Midoriya following Shinso's orders. He turned around and walked toward the boundary slowly. Whoa! Midoriya's following orders like a good little boy. Izuku, please, wake up. You said you were going to beat Todoroki, right? Before he could even step out of bounds, a sigh of relief washed over you as Midoriya snapped himself back to reality with a flick of his finger. You pursed your lips, deeply inspired and moved by his determination to win. Your worry vanished in an instant, and warmth filled your heart as you clenched your hand over your chest. Dang it. Izuku. You smiled at him. You made me fall for you even deeper. The second time, he charged, pushing Shinso toward the line. He wasn't speaking this time, so you figured out that his quirk worked if someone answered him verbally, compelling them to follow his commands, but Midoriya broke free of it by sheer will. It was unbelievable yet amazing at the same time. Shinso tried to stop him by grabbing his face, but Midoriya just held his arm and flipped him out of bounds. When Shinso was thrown from the ring, you raised your hand and frowned almost happily, but you maintained your posture as you exclaimed, "Shinso's out of bounds." You sighed, relief spreading throughout your chest. Midoriya moves to the second round. For once, you felt minutes stretch into hours. As Midoriya froze and walked closer to the boundary, it felt like that moment lasted longer than it should have, even though it only occurred in a few minutes. It was such a relief when he fought off the command and swept it away with his will. It felt like a miracle. His fingers were injured, his nose was bleeding, and his cheeks were slightly swollen, but despite that appearance, he looked incredibly heroic to you. Announcing his victory felt like a true reward for Midoriya. Although your words only offered him a bit of relief, he understood how proud you were of him and how glad you were for his victory. Perhaps it was just exaggeration, perhaps it was an overreaction, but he couldn't help but feel that way now that his victory was confirmed by the voice of an angel. By the voice of my angel. My angel. You smiled at Midoriya, and he smiled back, a simple, silent communication between the two of you that only you could understand. The eye contact lasted only a few seconds, but it held a multitude of emotions. With your expression returning to a serious frown, you raised your hand and announced, "To the second battle." As the robots cleaned up, you set up and recorded the facts to be gathered for the finals. You also reported back to the other coordinators about what was happening in the stadium. Finally, the wait is over. Moving on. There they are. The second round was for Todoroki. You swallowed as you watched the white red-haired male walk in a manner that displayed his cold demeanor, with a hint of something downcast in his expression. He almost looked vexed, and you couldn't help but think it might be related to Endeavor. You could only watch, but after what Midoriya said to you, you couldn't help but wonder how their match would turn out, especially considering Midoriya's situation. He still wasn't in control of the quirk he held now. For now, all you could do was remain silent and observant. As much as you hated it, you had to watch and judge the battles fairly. As a coordinator, your judgments had to be impartial. The cream of the crop. Yet this guy's somehow still as plain as they come. Zero Hanta of the hero course. Verse. The best of the best. The strongest of the strong. Todoroki Shoto, also of the hero course. Start. Zero was quick to attack first, using his tape to secure Todoroki by wrapping him up. Then he attempted to move Todoroki toward the borderline. He's trying to push him out with a surprise attack. It's probably the best strategy for him. Zero's giving it his all. Then Todoroki mumbled something before a massive glacier sprouted towards Zero, towering above the stadium. You instinctively jumped to evade the ice that was crawling toward you, but it still reached you. You inhaled sharply as the frost surrounded your right foot up to your waist, making you shiver from the cold. Your teeth chattered as you tried to move, but it was no use. Zero, are you okay? Can you still move? Are you kidding me? Ow, ow, ow. You lifted your free hand, still struggling against the ice that encased you. Zero is immobilized. A heater robot approached and helped you unfreeze from the ice that covered you. DMN, Izuku. Good try, someone shouted, and soon the audience erupted into cheers. Your eyes narrowed as you watched Todoroki, your lips pressed into a thin line and brows furrowed in worry. You could see how sad he was as he melted the ice he had just created. I get that you want to defeat him with everything you have, Izuku. But please. You felt the ice finally evaporate, and you sighed in relief mixed with worry as the thought crossed your mind. Don't break yourself that much. Once you were settled, you shouted firmly, not letting your voice waver. Todoroki Shoto moves to the second round. You sighed, your hands falling to your sides as you watched the robots take the frozen and chilled Zero away while Todoroki walked off the chaotic stage. The next fight, between Kaminari and Shiozaki, ended in a flash, with Shiozaki winning the match. Ida and Hatsune were next, and you felt a surge of excitement. Watching a friend fight, you couldn't help but cheer him on internally, even though it seemed Ida was a little off. The first round's just about half over. Next up is Ida Tenya of the Hero course. Verse. Covered head to toe in support items. Mei Hatsune of the support course. You sweat dropped as you saw him wearing all the support items. Keeping in mind that this was Ida, he might have a reason for it. But still. How's this match gonna go? I mean, what is that? Looks like Ida's also equipped with support items? You crossed your arms, adopting your teacher mode as you raised an eyebrow at Ida. Ida, support items are forbidden for Hero Core students. You need to submit a request form for those before the competition. Ida looked shocked at the rule, but it made sense since they had to wear P uniforms instead of their costumes. Oh, I forgot. I didn't think it would be a problem since Aoyama wears the belt of his. You pressed your lips into a thin line before responding. He submitted a form for the support item, so it's an exception. He bowed his head slightly in apology, a bead of sweat forming as he began to explain. I'm terribly sorry then. Except, I was moved by my opponent's sense of sportsmanship. You narrowed your eyes at his words, finding them quite sentimental and youthful. Nimue-san might appreciate this kind of youthful speech. After all, she is Midnight, the R-rated hero, right? But Ida continued, although she's a member of the support course, she came to me and said, if we are to be seen as equals, we should fight on equal footing. She gave me these items to use. Her earnest spirit. I could never look down on it. That was my thinking. Well, you're Ida after all, so no surprises there. With a sigh, you offered him a small smile and placed your hands on your hips. Well, I guess I can allow it. If both parties agreed on it. Why not? And with that, the match began. You were surprised and somewhat confused when Hatsune started speaking loudly into a microphone, as if she were advertising something in a mall. You watched the event unfold, your eyes narrowed and your mind racing at what Hatsune was doing. Ida, I'm sorry for allowing this. The dramatic moment soon concluded, and Hatsune stepped out of bounds. Hatsune is out of bounds. Ida moves to the second round. You couldn't help but chuckle humorlessly, both amused and sympathetic for Ida, who had been tricked by the great Hatsune. This might be my fault. Sorry, Ida, you muttered to yourself, your shoulders slumping in disappointment. The battles continued normally. Kirishima and Tetsu ended in a tie, with the winner to be determined by an arm wrestling match. Then the last battle unfolded, Bakugo versus Uraraka. This fight was bound to be intense. Who said it wasn't? It was Bakugo after all. He had once sparked your anger when he went too far with Midoriya, and you wouldn't let him do that again. Uraraka, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of Bakugo. She was gentle and cheerful, always caring for those around her. But she wasn't weak. She was strong. As the fight between Uraraka and Bakugo began, you observed with furrowed brows, worried that Uraraka might get hurt as she charged in recklessly. You admired her determination, but if she wasn't careful, she could get hurt. It all depended on how Bakugo would act in the end. But Bakugo wasn't the type to hold back. He was hard-headed and practical. If he was going all out, he was going all out. That's just Bakugo. Uraraka was determined, and she had a solid plan, with the skies above filled with rocks and debris she had gathered from attacking Bakugo. The heroes who booed Bakugo? They were frustratingly inconsiderate, treating Uraraka like she was weak. It honestly annoyed you. Uraraka was a remarkable person and incredibly strong. It was foolish to underestimate her when she could do amazing things. She fought valiantly, but when Bakugo blasted away all the rocks, you knew Uraraka was out of commission. She had already pushed herself too far. When Uraraka fell to the ground, you stepped in to check on her before signaling Bakugo to stop. You let out a breath of relief upon seeing her minor injuries. They weren't serious. You lent her a bit of your strength so she could move after being healed, then stood up to announce Bakugo's victory. Uraraka is out of commission. Bakugo moves to the second round. You lean down, tapping her shoulder with a smile. You did a great job, Uraraka. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she whispered, "Wyan-san." The robots soon took her away, and the tournament moved on. Kirishima and Tetsu concluded their match with an arm wrestling contest, and Kirishima emerged victorious. It was a dramatic event, and you couldn't help but smile at the display of manliness from both competitors. You took a deep breath as the second round began, clearing your mind and sharpening your focus. You were the coordinator. You were going to make important decisions as the matches continued. The flames of the competition were growing brighter, fiercer, and hotter, and you were determined to keep it under control. If it threatened to burst into chaos, you would extinguish it no matter what. That was your resolve. But then, watching Midoriya fight against Todoroki with all his might, even at the risk of injury, made you anxious. This fight was going to be intense. It wasn't just a battle, it was about showing Todoroki what he needed to see. Show them what you've got, Izuku. For a brief moment, Midoriya glanced at you as he walked toward the ring, offering a lopsided smile, perhaps a reassurance that he would be all right. Show me my knight. Breathe in. Breathe out. This was it. No matter what happened, you were just going to be a watcher and observer. It was a promise you made to Midoriya, but you couldn't help but worry. With a deep breath, the two competitors entered the ring, facing each other with unreadable expressions. Midoriya Izuku vs. Todoroki Shoto start. You held your breath as you watched Todoroki quickly create ice to launch at Midoriya. Midoriya countered by flicking his finger, generating a shockwave powerful enough to shatter Todoroki's ice. A shiver ran down your spine as the chilly air brushed past your face, your feet firmly planted on the platform to steady yourself as Midoriya continued his assault. Whoa! He smashed through. You narrowed your eyes, swallowing hard as you pressed your lips into a thin line, contemplating the possibilities of how the battle would unfold. But all of it felt futile. Why? In the end, he was heading toward a world of pain. And yet, you sighed, closing your eyes as Midoriya continued to face Todoroki, pushing through despite the injury to his finger. That he was charging ahead with determination. It was reckless, really. You despised that word. You hated reckless individuals who put their bodies on the line just to prove something, just to prove their worth. But Midoriya, that he made you reconsider. The path Midoriya was taking was indeed imperfect and rough. It had its bumps, but it was the only route he could choose to become what he wanted. And you knew what? You were willing to walk that path alongside him, and no matter what. With another flick of his fingers, Midoriya grimaced in pain, realizing he had exhausted all the fingers on his right hand. You bit your lip, watching him wince. Oh, how you wished you could heal him right then and there. But you knew you couldn't. You were the coordinator, and fairness was paramount. It felt unfair to watch him endure all that pain when you had the ability to help him immediately. Todoroki, undeterred by Midoriya's power, moves in to close the gap. With that, Todoroki advanced, attacking Midoriya, who was caught off guard by the sudden closeness and jumped to evade him. It soon became clear that it was a futile effort as Todoroki unleashed his ice toward the green-haired boy. Then a sudden, powerful force shook the entire stadium, causing you to be thrown from your platform. You gasped, crossing your arms over your face to shield yourself from the debris that might hit you. You landed hard, the platform tumbling beside you. A bead of sweat rolled down your forehead as you realized who had created that shockwave. There was only one who could do that. Izuku, you murmured under your breath, and as the smoke cleared, you inhaled sharply. He had broken his arm again. You gritted your teeth and clenched your fists until your knuckles turned white, nails digging into your palms. It frustrated you not just that Midoriya was hurt, but that you couldn't do anything until he either surrendered or was defeated. But Midoriya never surrendered. He never did. The platform was set once again, so you rushed back onto it to continue watching. You took a shaky breath, planting your feet firmly to avoid being thrown off again by another shockwave. That's so that you wouldn't run to him. After a few seconds, Todoroki launched his ice once more the same way he had at the start of the match. You exhaled, your hands trembling in fear for Midoriya's condition. You knew he wouldn't just give up. You knew he would do everything to win against Todoroki, and by everything, you meant breaking himself. It was Midoriya after all, and that was what you loved about him, but he was pushing it too far for you to know what to do. Where are you looking? Your eyebrows furrowed in worry as Midoriya spoke, his words confirming your fears. He lifted his injured hand, flicking it again. You inhaled sharply, covering your mouth to stifle a cry. I can't. Why go that far with your broken finger? Todoroki questioned, echoing your thoughts. With a pained yet determined expression, Midoriya slowly raised his hand, looking directly at Todoroki. You're shivering, Todoroki. Quirks are just physical abilities. You must have a limit to how much cold you can endure. But you could always use your left side to warm yourself up, right? You paled, your hands dropping to your sides as you bit your lip hard enough to draw blood, clenching your fists until they turned white. You looked at Midoriya, disbelief washing over you. Don't, Izuku. Everyone's giving their all. To WIN.TO achieve their goals. TO reach the top. Your shoulders slumped, and you closed your eyes, sighing in defeat. And you're going to win with half your power? You haven't even scratched me yet, you know? His voice remained steady as he clenched his injured fist, gritting his teeth in both pain and determination. Todoroki frowned at Midoriya's words. Come at me with everything you've got? But then that IT cost you something, Izuku. Oh, how you wanted it to end. How you wished you could heal him. But stopping him wasn't the answer. You knew he wasn't weak. You knew he wouldn't do this without a solid reason. You knew he was fighting with purpose, and he believed in you. San, no matter how intense or pained I look when I'm fighting Todoroki, please don't stop me. His words echoed in your mind as you let out a shaky breath, fear stirring in your chest once more. I don't want to see someone hurt like this again. I'm scared. You lifted your hand, gripping your other arm tightly as you looked at the ground. I'm so scared. Trust me on this, San. I don't want to fight someone without giving my best. I'm going to take him seriously and beat him, making him realize what he needs to understand. Midoriya, what are you planning? You knew what he was doing. Everything I've got? Did my father bribe you or something? You gasped at his words, deeply offended. Midoriya would never stoop so low. He was too amazing and too honest for that. Gritted teeth, you forced yourself to calm down, minimizing your frustration and anger as you huffed, your brows furrowing deeper. Todoroki charged, growling, now I'm angry. This time, he was slower, giving Midoriya an advantage. As Todoroki closed in, the green-haired boy ducked and prepared to punch. You watched closely, stepping forward with concern. Stupid. Are you really going to punch with broken fingers? Then he landed a blow, but Midoriya's other injured arm froze as Todoroki made contact. A solid hit. We've got some action. No matter how unbelievable it seemed, Midoriya had a sharp mind. He could think clearly even amid the tension, but with the blood staining the ground, you winced as pain pierced your chest. He was clearly hurt and broken, yet he still chose to fight. No more. The fight continued, and your earpiece buzzed. You placed a trembling finger on it, lifting your hand. Seraph. This fight. You nodded. I know. Should I stop it, Seraph? That Midoriya is probably thinking, recovery girl and Seraph will heal me anyway, and is being reckless. He's full of adrenaline right now, so he probably isn't feeling much pain. But those injuries. I know. You closed your eyes and clenched your fists, taking a shaky breath as Cementos continued. They probably can't be fully healed in one go. Even if he wins, he might not be able to fight in his next match. I know, goddammit. Semensen, you started, your voice calm and steady. Please don't stop the match. He needs this to reflect on. This is the best he can do. But Seraph, his health. I will take care of it. Cementos sighed on the other line, slightly chuckling at your determination. It confused you. This situation was serious. Why would he laugh? You make me laugh, Seraph. It's really obvious by the way you look. You inhaled, eyes widening in shock. Just in case you forgot. You're a teacher. He's a student. That makes a huge difference. Even if we say that you're at his age, a student-teacher relationship isn't approved by society. You could lose your license if you're not careful enough. You felt a slight blush creep onto your cheeks, your lips twisting nervously. I know about that. Then you sighed, relaxing as you loosened your clenched fists. I know too well about that. I'll be careful. Cementos only hummed, and the short call soon ended. You saw Todoroki growling under his breath. Why would you go that far? Because I want to live up to everyone's expectations. I want to be able to smile and respond to them. To be a cool hero. That's what I want to be. You couldn't help but exhale at his words, amazement washing over you as he continued to charge. You dummy, you mumbled, furrowing your brows in worry. Didn't you say you're pathetic? Do you know how cool you are right now? That's why everyone's giving it their all. There's no way I can know all of your circumstances or your resolve. But for you to become number one without giving it your all, to completely reject your father. Right now, I think you should stop messing around. Then Midoriya charged while Todoroki stood in a daze, processing all that Midoriya had said. The green-haired boy landed a punch and shouted, "I'll win. I'll surpass you." Then Todoroki landed with a thud, slowly standing up as he mumbled, "I will reject. My father's power. It's your power, isn't it?" Those words seemed to ignite the flames in Todoroki's soul as his fire blazed, shaking the whole stadium with shock. You were shocked too, both by Todoroki's reaction and Midoriya's words. Your face softened opposite of the flames that scorched in the ring. You're being a true hero. Izuku, I'm so proud of you. You put your finger on your ear, activating your earpiece as you frowned. Cementos-san, please do everything you can to keep the next upcoming attack to a minimum, you exclaimed, already knowing what was about to happen as Todoroki created a huge pack of ice. Then a huge explosion occurred, causing you to fly off the platform again. No, you exclaimed as your momentum shifted, making you falter in your landing. The explosion soon ceased, and you groaned, your back aching from the fall. What the heck is up with your class? Yamada exclaimed. The air that had been cooled thoroughly was suddenly heated up and expanded, Aizawa answered back. That's what created this explosion? Just how hot was that? Geez, I can't see a thing. Hey, who won the match? You stood up, groaning at the pain in your back and head. Soon the smoke cleared and you saw the result. You swallowed, taking a deep breath as you straightened your back and blinked, shifting your emotions to a calm and collected state. Midoriya is out of bounds. Todoroki advances to the third round. Within a flash, you raced toward Midoriya's direction, not caring about who won or lost. What mattered was his health and condition. You checked his injuries, retrieving a blade attached to your shoes before tearing your sleeves. Wrapping the cloth around his arm, you huffed and placed your palm over his forehead, giving him a bit of stamina to keep the adrenaline rushing. Then you tapped your earpiece, your other hand digging for medicine in your back pocket. Cementos, could you fix the stage for me? I'll have to tend to Midoriya because... You inhaled, eyeing his injuries, especially his severely broken fingers. That he has some major injuries I need to heal. And it might take some time. Cementos laughed from the other line, waving at you from the other end of the stadium. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Just be here within 20 minutes and we're good. You gave him a small nod and followed the robots that carried Midoriya toward the infirmary. On the way, Midoriya groaned and woke up, causing you to turn to him as he stirred. Aye. Then he winced in pain, panting heavily as the pain overwhelmed him. Izuku, don't get up. We're on the way to the infirmary to get you healed. He took a shaky breath as he looked up at you, his eyes droopy and pained. Aren't you going to scold me for these injuries? You trailed your eyes from him to the front and huffed dejectedly. It's not that I can stop you. You even gave me a heads up about it, so... No, I won't. Then you liked your dry lips before smiling reassuringly at him. You did a wonderful job, Knight. He blinked several times before tears began to crawl down his cheeks as he hiccuped. I'm so sorry that I lost. I'm so sorry. You clenched your jaw in guilt and gestured for the robots to stop, kneeling down to face him. At his level, with a soft and caring voice, you cooed, "You didn't. For me, you won the battle with your all. You didn't give up, you gave it your best." Then you cupped his freckled cheeks, smiling softly at him. "For me, that's enough." He took short breaths as he heard your soothing voice, and he couldn't have been more thankful for your presence. Now that you were walking side by side with him on the road, he took the two of you were together now, and you were truly a blessing for him. The way you reassured him always seemed to work like magic. It felt so nice to hear your voice. Even for a moment it was as if it were a comforting balm he couldn't get enough of. You were like a sweet treat, both delightful and captivating. Then your smile, oh your smile. It was like a treasure he wanted to keep for himself, and he never thought he would feel this way about anyone. Every time you showed that smile to him, he wondered why he deserved to see it. It was such an incredible sight, he felt like he could never fully express how much it meant to him. He felt so lucky to have you. With pursed lips, he looked at you with worry and hesitation in his eyes, but he gathered his courage and asked, "Can I kiss you?" Then he quickly averted his gaze, heat rushing to his face as he shut his eyes tightly. I mean, if you want to take it slow and don't want to get too close yet, I fully understand." He was cut off by your angelic laughter that rang pleasantly in his ears. You placed a hand over his chest and smiled sweetly, "I like our pace." Then you leaned in, gently pressing your lips to his. How badly Midoriya wanted to lift his arm and run his fingers through your soft hair, pulling you closer and melting into your warmth, but all he could do was grimace. He pulled away and hissed in pain, as if lightning were striking his body, while you chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Enough of that, you need to be healed." I agree." You finally arrived at the infirmary, where your grandmother scoffed and hopped off her chair at the sight of Midoriya's condition. You sighed and looked at her, and she raised an eyebrow, silently questioning Midoriya's reckless use of his quirk. You nodded in response, maintaining a poker face. The robots soon placed Midoriya on the nearest bed while you assisted your grandmother in gathering bandages and supplies. A knock on the door interrupted you, and it slowly opened to reveal a slightly injured Todoroki. Your grandmother sighed and turned to you. "You bandage the boy, and I'll take care of this other wounded one." You nodded and bowed slightly to Todoroki, smiling faintly. "It was a good fight, Todoroki," you said, turning your back to him before giving him a sideways glance. "I hope you truly find what you want to be. Don't let anger and frustration blind you." He was taken aback by your words, his jaw clenched as he looked down in thought. You approached Midoriya with all the disinfectants and bandages in your arms, placing them on the nightstand beside you before pulling the curtains closed. Gently and carefully, you unzipped his uniform to examine his injuries. You leaned in, pressing your lips to one of his wounds, hoping to heal it as your grandmother did. You needed to be cautious while healing him, as some injuries required more than just your quirk. You didn't want to exhaust yourself focusing your energy, but your abilities came from both your mother and grandmother, so you had inherited the healing kiss from her. Though you felt embarrassed using it, you realized it could be useful in this situation. "Wyan-san," he mumbled, nervousness evident as he watched you treat his injuries. "There's another person in here. Why you can't just—" You lifted your gaze toward him, leaning closer with a mischievous smirk. "Don't you like this? A little rebellion?" You whispered in his ear before leaning in to capture his lips again, warmth spreading through his chest as your energy flowed into him. You pulled away, nodding to yourself, feeling light and energized from the alternative way of healing. You were meant to draw energy through your palms, but it took time and was tiring. Since you didn't want to kiss random people, you opted for this method instead. Midoriya was left shocked, but at least he had some energy to withstand your grandmother's swift recovery efforts. He felt faint from embarrassment as you glanced at the clock and turned to him, smiling. "Wait for me when the festival ends." His face turned bright red, and you couldn't help but laugh softly, playfully punching his chest. "I meant, we're going to talk nothing more than that, okay?" He nodded rapidly, still aware that you would be talking to him alone. Then you pressed your lips to his freckled cheek before leaning away to smile at him. "Later, night." You turned and opened the curtains, bidding goodbye to your grandmother as you left the infirmary for the festival. You arrived just in time, apologizing to Cementos before taking the platform and continuing the festivities. Everything moved quickly, and you found yourself watching Todoroki and Bakugo's match, your expression thoughtful. Just as I thought. It was completely obvious. You narrowed your eyes and straightened your back, frowning as you continued to watch Bakugo charge at Todoroki. Todoroki was still conflicted about what Midoriya had just said. He avoids a ring out with a wall of ice. How thrilling! Todoroki finally had his chance to grab Bakugo's arm. You saw it clearly. You continued to observe Todoroki's next move as he grasped Bakugo's arm, expecting flames to erupt, but none came. Maybe Midoriya's encouragement is pushing him to use it. I can't blame him. Someone as symbolic as Midoriya can inspire you to do things even when you hesitate. In the right way, he helps people realize what they need to see. You chuckled, crossing your arms and nodding to yourself. He made me kiss him just to save him, anyway. I ain't good enough for that? Bakugo growled under his breath, wiping sweat from his brow. His palm ignited with explosions as he growled. He hones his battle instinct with every fight. You nodded in agreement with Aizawa's words, pursing your slightly dry lips before liking them. Oh ho! Todoroki's moving pretty well too, but his attacks are lacking. He's lost his drive ever since his fight against Midoriya. Bakugo emitted explosions from his palms, visibly frustrated as he shouted, "You'll regret making a fool of me. I'll show you what I'm capable of. There's no point in winning against some half-hearted opponent. I need to be better than Deku." You furrowed your brows, noting his attitude. He might be prideful and boastful, but... So if you're not trying to win, get out of my way. Why are you even here? It was obvious. He was at the hero school to become a hero. But Todoroki was troubled by his past, unable to confront his true desires with that burden in his way. All he needed was to reflect on his dreams and goals in life. You understood that he couldn't always rely on his ice powers. There would be times when he needed an alternative. You knew this because you had seen it and experienced it. You were snapped out of your thoughts when Midoriya yelled, "Don't lose, come on." You let out a breath, chuckling softly as you covered your face with your palm and smiled. Izuku, you're still being a hero even when you're out of the fight? That's something I admire about you. Bakugo's taken that massive firepower he showed in his fight against Uraraka and added some flair to become a human artillery shell. But Todoroki doesn't seem to have unleashed that heat blast he demonstrated against Midoriya. In the end You swallowed, watching carefully as the explosion erupted. Ice and smoke filled the air, and when the smoke cleared, you saw Todoroki lying on his ice out of the ring. You observed Bakugo standing from his position, and you sighed as you hopped off the platform. Hey, you walked closer and saw Bakugo gripping Todoroki's shirt. Stop messing around. Not like this. The fight's over, Bakugo, you said. He turned to face you, anger and disappointment flashing in his eyes, almost throwing a punch to silence you, but you quickly tapped his shoulder, draining enough of his stamina to make him faint. Let me borrow that energy for a while, Bakugo. I'll return it later. You raised your hand, announcing with a strong voice, Todoroki is out of bounds. Bakugo is the winner. And so, the sports festival came to an end. The festival concluded with a flourish, complete with the awards ceremony. You even had to keep Bakugo in check to prevent him from causing a scene, but aside from that, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Midoriya went to his class while you changed your clothes to head home. While changing, you noticed how torn your sleeve was from the first aid you had administered to Midoriya. You sighed, realizing you'd need to request a replacement from the support company. Well, I think I have a spare at home. You changed into casual clothes, a normal shirt and a pair of jeans with matching sneakers. Suddenly, your phone rang, startling you. Checking the caller ID, you answered it. Hello. Ah, Shizenji-san. Do you remember me? Tsukachi from the police department. Your interest piqued, you nodded slowly and replied, Yes, I remember. Then you paused, narrowing your eyes in slight suspicion and excitement. Wait, are we? He chuckled on the other end. Indeed. I was going to assign you a mission, possibly to be implemented next week. You grinned, excitement rushing through you as you put away your damaged costume. Yeah, I can do that. The students are going to have an internship, so. Good. I'll have the target sent to you by tomorrow, so you can review it and plan your approach. The intel is still limited, and we can't guarantee its accuracy, so be careful. You chuckled, crossing your arms as you leaned against the locker with a raised brow. I'm still a kid, but I didn't get my pro hero license by taking it easy. But I appreciate the warning, so thank you. The man on the other line laughed and said, You're quite the character. Anyway, we can discuss further details in the email. Just read it carefully, it will help you. Thank you, Shizenji-san. I'll see you later. You nodded and ended the call, taking a deep breath as you left the room with a small smile. Finally, a real hero job. You noticed that the school was already empty, so you took the opportunity to head to the entrance to go home with Midoriya. You spotted him waiting patiently, his arms bandaged and a shirt draped over his shoulders. His gaze was distant, as if lost in thought. Midoriya soon noticed you approaching and waved with a smile. You walked over and smiled back, gesturing for both of you to walk home together. As you strolled out of the school grounds, the atmosphere was calm and peaceful. Sorry for making you wait. How long were you here? You asked, hoping to spark a conversation since it was quiet, and he seemed a bit dazed. Not too long, Wyan-san. I was just thinking. You nodded slowly, understanding. I see. What were you thinking about? You tilted your head slightly and he gave you a lopsided smile, his cheeks flushed and eyes filled with nervousness. You can hold my hand. If you want to share your thoughts. You chuckled, gently taking his hand so he wouldn't feel discomfort. He sighed in relief, squeezing your hand slightly as he found comfort in your touch. Your presence always reassured him that everything would be all right. It was a comforting feeling, one he didn't perceive as a burden. He felt his emotions for you as a need he would always seek. You looked at him, and he gave you a worried glance, pulling the corners of his lips into a thin line. Is it okay for us to be like this? This closeness? You frowned, blinking in confusion. What do you mean? He sighed, squeezing your hand as if he didn't want to let go. I just realized our gap. The moment I watched you at the awarding ceremony, I realized how far apart we were in our roles. You're a teacher, and I'm a student. Doesn't that go against the rules? It was your turn to gently squeeze his hand, careful not to hurt him but expressing your desire not to let him go. Taking a deep breath, you looked up at him. I want to talk to you about this. You glanced back down at the ground, continuing to walk as you processed your thoughts. Truthfully, starting a relationship with a student wasn't the best idea. Midoriya was still a first-year student, focused on his studies, while you had a career to maintain and a school to teach. Even though you were the same age, a teacher-student relationship wasn't accepted by anyone, neither the school, nor society, nor the law. This was a risky path you were considering, but you were willing to take the chance. You didn't want to let Midoriya go. Besides, this could be a challenge for both of you, an obstacle to overcome that would help you understand each other better. This relationship was going to be a test, and even if it was just a small seedling of intimacy, you were determined to be patient and nurture it. But what about Midoriya? Was he okay with this? Izuku, you called, glancing at him from the corner of your eye. If we're going to continue this, we need to set some limitations and rules. If we want this to work, I need you to be patient with me. Don't worry, this doesn't mean we'll be apart for long. There are just some restrictions we have to keep in mind, especially at school. He nodded, fully understanding your words. You smiled at his ability to grasp things so easily, as if he would accept any challenge you presented. It was quite endearing. He grinned, I'll do my best to follow the rules. No matter how difficult it is. He swallowed, closing his eyes tightly as he slightly gripped your hand. That I don't want you to go when I know you can be with me even if it means facing challenges. So I'm ready. His determination and passion were almost overwhelming, making you want to embrace him tightly. But you held back, remembering he was still recovering from his injuries. Instead, you paused and leaned in closer to him. Yes, you knew you were moving too fast. Yes, you knew you were crossing boundaries. Yes, you knew. This was your fourth kiss of the day, and you had only just begun this relationship. It was amusing, really, how bold you had become in this relationship when you had previously shown no interest in love. But since Midoriya entered your life, everything felt vibrant and joyful, as if he were bringing rainbows and sunshine into your world. You couldn't deny it. You wanted him more than anything, and you were willing to take risks to keep this relationship strong even if it meant bending the rules. You slowly leaned away, and Midoriya looked at you in surprise, his ears flushed and his cheeks adorably freckled. You smiled and gently placed your palm on his cheek. "Thank you, Izuku, for understanding." He blushed deeper, captivated by your smile, his heart racing and stomach fluttering. "So, I'm going to set some rules," he said, swallowing hard as you both continued walking, his gaze focused ahead. "First, no using first names at school, especially in the classroom. Well, I guess that applies to me too, but we need to keep that in mind. Second, wine-san. You taste like my favorite flavor." You halted, staring at him in disbelief as he blinked innocently, liking his lips. "Did you have that juice? I like it." You felt your face heat up. "What? I said you taste like." "You can't say that to someone, it's embarrassing." Your voice rose in pitch, and you could feel the warmth spreading across your cheeks. He tilted his head in confusion, puzzled by your reaction. "Why? I was just curious about what you taste like. Is that wrong?" You exhaled, covering your face with your free hand. "Izuku, sometimes you're just too innocent for your own good." He blinked several times, then waved his arms nervously. Did I say something wrong? I'm so sorry if I did." You sighed, chuckling at the mix of amusement and exasperation. "I give up. Izuku, you taste like a hamburger and I like hamburgers. Would you like me to eat you?" He froze, eyes wide with shock and embarrassment, bowing repeatedly as he shouted, I didn't mean it like that. I'm so sorry." You raised a hand to signal him to stop apologizing, which he thankfully did, averting his gaze. You continued walking in silence, hoping to avoid any more awkward moments. To your surprise, Midoriya squeezed your hand to get your attention, and when you looked at him, he mumbled, "I kind of meant it that way. But not in a bad way. I just..." He turned his face away. "Your lips look so soft and warm that I like it. I like kissing you, San." Oh, how you wanted to hug him and shower his freckled cheeks with gentle kisses, but you held back, reminding yourself to keep things grounded. You knew you were getting too sentimental and mushy, and you certainly didn't want to turn into a character from a romance game who kissed their love interest every chance they got. You smiled and patted Midoriya's fluffy hair as he looked down at you, his eyebrows knitted in embarrassment and nervousness. "I enjoy kissing you too, but we should keep it to a minimum while we're on school grounds, okay?" He felt a twinge of disappointment but nodded as he pulled you closer. "To answer your question, YN." He leaned in, whispering in your ear with a tone so deep it made your heart race and sent shivers down your spine. His warm breath brushed against your ear and neck. I do appreciate a little rebellion." Then he leaned back, clearly pleased to see your blushing, surprised expression. He smiled innocently and gave you a crooked, nervous grin. "Did I flirt with you well?" Your shock melted into a smile as you chuckled and looked at him. "You did very well." Your way home with Midoriya was lively, filled with conversations about your favorite things as you exchanged information to learn more about each other. As you approached your building, it was time to say your goodbyes. When you reached the entrance, you turned to the green-haired boy and beamed a bright smile, still holding his hand. "I'm here. I guess that ends our journey together for now." But Midoriya didn't seem ready to let go. He was surprisingly clingy today, which was unusual for his typically timid nature. He offered you a small, lopsided smile, gently squeezing your hand to draw your attention. Sen. I just wanted to say that." He paused, swallowing nervously before looking into your eyes with a serious yet bashful expression. "That I really had fun today. I'm so thankful to have you with me. Out of everyone, I get to hold your hand. It's like a dream come true for me." He chuckled sheepishly, averting his gaze as he scratched the back of his head. "I just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate you choosing me." You cupped his freckled cheeks in your palms, bringing his gaze back to yours. Then you gave him the angelic smile he had longed to see. I should be the one saying that. You playfully squeezed his cheeks, causing him to wince slightly, especially since one was bandaged. You let him go, laughing lightly as he rubbed his cheeks. That's unfair, San. I want to do that to you too. You hummed, crossing your arms and tilting your chin toward his bandaged hand, chuckling in amusement. Make sure that heals first before you get your revenge on me. Then an idea sparked in your mind. How about I come over to your place tomorrow? I can help you and we can hang out on your day off. He suddenly paled at the thought of you visiting his apartment, especially if his mom was there. He knew his mother could be quite inquisitive and might question your relationship with him. But he didn't want to turn you down, leaving him in a difficult position. It was the first time a girl his age would visit his home, and while he had no idea how to handle that situation, he felt a mix of excitement and dread. So? You asked curiously, tilting your head in anticipation of his answer. He blinked, pursed his lips, and then nodded shyly. His cheeks were lightly flushed, and his gaze shifted to the side. You sighed, letting your hands fall to your sides. You can say it, you know? He quickly shook his head, waving his hands in protest. No. I mean, I'm glad you want to come over. But my mom, she's quite. He shrugged, giving you a knowing look, and you nodded in understanding. It's okay. I guess moms are like that, curious and a bit protective, especially about their kids. Midoriya winced at the thought before suddenly bowing. Apologize in advance for what's going to happen. You were startled by his sudden action but chuckled nonetheless. You don't have to apologize. It's natural for moms to be protective of their children, you know. Your expression softened as the thought crossed your mind, and you instinctively wrapped your arms around yourself. Not that I have any experience with that. I don't even know what it feels like to have a mom. Midoriya noticed your sad expression and squeezed your hand to comfort you. You know what others don't have? You raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He smiled gently, as if you were the only person in the world. You have me. You stared at him in disbelief, but soon a small smile spread across your face, your cheeks warming at his words. Those words could make anyone blush. You murmured, burying your head against his chest as he chuckled. You're a lady, so I guess it did make you flustered? You bit your lip to suppress a giggle, playfully punching Midoriya's chest. He winced in mock pain, and you gasped, stepping back with your hands raised in surrender. Oh no, I'm so sorry. He shook his head, and then it was his turn to hold your cheeks with his free hand, looking at you with a mix of seriousness and nervousness. But I'm serious, San. You have me, so you can come to me if you need help, okay? He chuckled sheepishly, averting his gaze again. That is, if you want my help. I would love that, Izuku. His face softened at your words, and he glanced around, perhaps checking for anyone from school before giving you a shy look. See, can I kiss you, San? You nodded, and he leaned in, bringing your faces closer as he gently pressed his lips against yours. It was a blissful moment. He had always desired not just the kiss, but the warmth and comfort you brought whenever you were near. It was you he truly cherished, and he felt incredibly grateful for this moment. When you finally pulled apart, you chuckled. This is the 5th time. Midoriya's face turned bright red, and he bowed his head slightly, trying to hide his embarrassment. Is it too much? I can stop if you want. You waved away his concerns with a light smile, easing his insecurities. I like kissing you. But we have to be careful and take it slow next time, okay? Especially on school grounds. He nodded slowly, understanding. As you turned to look at the sky, now painted in hues of orange as the sun began to set, you tucked your hands behind you and gave him a brief nod. I will see you tomorrow, Izuku. You can call me once you arrive at your house. He nodded and let you go, the warmth of your touch still lingering on his palm. He waved goodbye, watching you walk away toward the building. Once you were out of sight, he placed a hand on his face, feeling heat rise as he recalled the events of the day. My life is at risk. You arrived in your room with a sigh of relief, tapping your racing heart in an attempt to calm yourself down. Who would have thought the day would turn out this way? No one expected you to suddenly be in a relationship with Midoriya, not now. You were scared he might not feel the same way, fearing he would turn you down. You had prepared yourself for rejection, but never in your wildest dreams did you expect him to reciprocate your feelings. 5 kisses. Perhaps you were moving too fast? But never mind the pace. You were with Midoriya now, and that was what mattered. He wouldn't kiss you if he didn't like you, right? You groaned, burying your head in your pillows. Your mind was racing, overwhelmed by the reality of it all. Someone as amazing as Midoriya liking you back, kissing you, saying sweet things to you. You chuckled to yourself before lying on your bed, contemplating the challenges ahead. Having the man you liked return your feelings was just the beginning. This relationship felt forbidden, and you wondered if Midoriya would be willing to keep it a secret for 3 years. You didn't know. You could only hold on until he graduated and hope for the best. If he was the one, the two of you would make it through. You groaned again, burying your head deeper into your pillows. Your computer soon chimed, indicating you had received an email. You lifted your head, frowning as you pushed yourself off the fluffy bed and sat at your desk, clicking the email open. The email revealed a profile of a man, possibly a villain in his 30s. Along with the information was his location near Kamino Ward, where he was supposed to deliver supplies. The nature of the supplies was still unknown, and your mission was to stop the illegal transaction before the buyer arrived. A question arose: would it be better to catch them both in the act? The answer came at the end of the document, a note stating, "Before you question us, it is our priority to keep you safe. We understand that you are still a teenager, and this is a significant responsibility, especially since you are alone on this mission. We are minimizing our personnel and using unusual heroes to avoid drawing attention, so please understand our situation. If you succeed in this mission, we will consider assigning you to another investigation." The transaction was set for next Monday, giving you a week to prepare. You leaned back in your chair, exhaling. You had no objections, but a sense of unease lingered. Something felt off, but you decided to set those thoughts aside for the investigation on Monday. You still had 2 days until school started, 2 days of rest, and 9 days to plan for the villain you were going to. The students would be taking internships that week. Perhaps you could pull this off, especially since the transaction would take place at night in Kamino Ward. If you played your cards right, you might complete the mission without a hitch. But you couldn't guarantee your safety, as the intel was insufficient, and the villain might have a companion during the transaction. You sighed, tapping your fingers on the desk in thought, narrowing your eyes as you focused on the file before you. How would this turn out? You were suddenly jolted from your thoughts when your phone rang. You turned to it, picked it up, and answered the call. "Hello. Sen. I thought I would give you a call." You sighed in relief, flopping back onto your bed when you realized it was just Midoriya. You smiled, turning to your side as you listened to his voice. "Hey, are you already home?" He hummed in agreement, and you yawned, feeling relaxed as if his voice was lulling you to sleep. San, my mom. Kind of freaked out." You chuckled at his opening line, closing your eyes as you sank into the soft mattress. "Yeah? Tell me all about it. She almost fainted when I told her you would be coming over. Tomorrow would be an exciting day. You were about to ring the doorbell and finally enter the Midoriya household. You felt nervous, having chosen the perfect outfit, a casual yet fashionable look to make a good impression. You wore jeans tucked into leather boots, paired with a sleeveless lace blouse and a long-sleeved black blazer. Deep breaths. "Everything's going to be all right," you muttered to yourself, trying to calm your nerves. This was your first visit to Midoriya's house, and you expected the unexpected because this was Midoriya we were talking about. He was always full of surprises. Your finger hovered over the doorbell button, and as you moved closer, your grip on your bag tightened with anxiety. "I planned for this. I can do this." You pressed the doorbell, your heart racing as if you had just run a marathon. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing a flustered Midoriya, his face bright with excitement and nerves. He looked taken aback by how well your outfit suited you, questioning how someone as amazing as you could be interested in a nerdy guy like him. "San. See, come in. Welcome to my house." You nodded and smiled as Midoriya fully opened the door, letting you in like a true gentleman. With a smile, you scanned the room, captivated by its charming simplicity, a stark contrast to your own grand home. Your house is nice, you murmured while removing your boots. Midoriya offered his hand to help you, such a gentleman. You took off your blazer and handed it to him with a small bow, prompting a chuckle as he hung it on the stand. He even provided you with a pair of fluffy sandals and extended his free hand for you to take, which you gladly accepted as he guided you around his home. Midoriya gestured for you to sit on the couch in the living room, telling you to wait while he fetched his mother. You tensed up, nerves creeping in at the thought of meeting Midoriya's mom and what she might think of you. DMN, I spent 3 hours searching for my clothes and even got help from Yamada even if I didn't want to. 2 figures soon emerged from the kitchen, and you quickly stood to formally greet Midoriya's mother. She was a woman in her 30s, quite young and beautiful, and smaller than you. Her hair matched Midoriya's deep green, and her eyes mirrored his as well. The resemblance was unmistakable, confirming her identity as his mother. You felt your nerves heighten, unable to move or speak without stuttering. This was your first time meeting your boyfriend's parent, and it was making you anxious. You never thought you would feel this way around Midoriya's mother, as you usually felt confident in yourself, but all your composure crumbled when faced with her. Mom, this is Shizenji, San. She's. He paused, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he gestured toward you. A very important person to me. You wanted to shrink away, feeling overly self-conscious about your appearance. Little did you know, Izuku's mom was pleasantly surprised to see such a lovely young woman in her home, especially someone so significant to her son. She sensed that you were more than just friends, but she chose to remain silent about it. Oh, you're such a beautiful girl. I'm so glad to meet the girl that Izuku always talks about. I can see why he speaks so highly of you. Inko exclaimed, causing you to blush at the unexpected compliment, especially knowing that Izuku shared stories about you with her. God, this family is so wonderful. Thank you for having me over. It's a pleasure to be here, Mrs. Midoriya. You stated formally yet humbly, bowing your head to show respect. The green-haired woman shook her head and chuckled, approaching you. It's perfectly fine. You're so polite. Come and sit, I'll make some juice and grab the albums to show you so you won't be bored. I'll be back in just a moment. And Izuku, keep her company for me, okay? Izuku blushed and opened his mouth to protest his mother showing you his albums, but before he could say anything, she was gone. You chuckled and settled back onto the couch as Izuku took a seat beside you, his expression sulky as he sighed, resting his hand on his face in embarrassment. San, that if you see any embarrassing pictures of me as a kid, please don't laugh. You let out a small chuckle at his words, giving his shoulder a reassuring tap. I won't. You placed your palm over his hand, squeezing it with a smile while Midoriya looked at you with a puzzled expression. You smiled softly at him, gazing into his eyes. I'm so glad to be here, Izuku. Thank you for inviting me. The green-haired boy smiled back, holding your hand before leaning his forehead against yours, both of you closing your eyes as your foreheads touched. I should be the one thanking you. Is it okay if I make orange juice? Oh my. The two of you turned toward the voice, quickly separating as your eyes widened in shock at Inko catching you both in a tender moment. You bowed your head to hide your blushing face while Midoriya covered his mouth, his cheeks bright red. Inko smiled, albeit a bit awkwardly, and took a step back, pointing toward the kitchen. I'll be making orange juice then. She hurried out of the room, leaving you internally screaming and wishing for the ground to swallow you whole. Both you and Izuku were frozen in shock until you heard a crash, prompting you to stand up, sharing a panicked expression before rushing toward the kitchen. You found Inko nearly fainting, her hand over her mouth and her eyes brimming with tears. You paled at the sight, and both of you rushed to help her. Are you okay, Mrs. Midoriya? Izuku asked, casting a worried glance at his mother as he helped her steady herself. I am sorry, I just got so excited that I stopped breathing, Inko said, catching her breath while your face burned with embarrassment. Oh my God, someone help me survive this situation. Oh, was all you could manage to say. You were at a loss for words, completely mortified that Izuku's mom had caught you in such a vulnerable moment. The fact that she got so excited she almost fainted? What could you say to that? Nothing but a small hum. Izuku was unusually quiet, his eyes tightly shut in embarrassment over what had just happened. He had gotten too carried away, forgetting the possibility of his mother walking in on such a sweet moment. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy it, he just felt uncomfortable being seen in such a light by someone else, especially his mom. As Inko finally recovered, she picked up the cup of spilled juice, thankfully not glass, and placed it in the sink with a chuckle, easing the tension in the room. "You two really care about each other, don't you?" Inko said, glancing at the two of them as they turned their eyes away from her. No one responded, so she chuckled and turned to Izuku. "Izuku, could you please go to the supply room outside and get the mop?" You felt a wave of nervousness wash over you, biting your lip at the thought of Izuku leaving you alone with Inko. You silently hoped for the best, knowing that being alone with her could lead to an uncomfortable conversation. It was nerve-wracking. Izuku nodded and hesitantly stepped out of the kitchen, casting a concerned glance your way. You smiled back at him, trying to reassure him, even though you secretly wished he would stay to protect you. But you knew you had to face the consequences of your actions. As soon as Izuku left, Inko filled 2 cups with water while you grabbed the juice packs to help her prepare a drink. "You know," she began, making you gulp nervously. She smiled at the drink as if lost in thought. "I haven't seen Izuku so passionate about someone in a long time. When he talks about you, his smile is so bright, and his words are always so positive. I even heard that you went out of your way to save him?" She stirred the juice, her gaze fixed on the swirling liquid. "I can't express how grateful I am for that. It's wonderful to know he has someone like you supporting him and helping him heal." She paused, lifting her bright green eyes to meet yours. "Now that I see how much he treasures you, I can't thank you enough for being in his life. You make him happy, and that makes me happy too. Please, I ask you to keep making him happy. He deserves it, and I hope you won't hurt him. He's been through enough." You placed your hand over Inko's, smiling reassuringly as you nodded. "I won't leave him without a good reason. I feel the same way, Mrs. Midoriya. He doesn't deserve any more pain." Your expression turned serious, filled with determination. "I will be his healer." Inko suddenly pulled you into a warm embrace, catching you off guard. "I'm so happy that Izuku found someone as wonderful as you. I hope he treats you well." You chuckled and hugged her back. "He treats me like a princess, Mrs. Midoriya." She released you, wiping her tears and beaming at you. "That's wonderful to hear. I truly hope you're the one for him. I really like you for my son, Shizenji-san." You felt your cheeks heat up at her words, flustered by the compliment. It wasn't often someone praised you like that, aside from Izuku. "I hope so too," you mumbled, smiling to yourself. Unbeknownst to you, Izuku had returned and was listening to your conversation. He felt an overwhelming urge to hug you for everything you had said, wanting to cherish you even more because of your heartfelt words. He was falling deeper. By the time you finished preparing the drinks, Izuku returned with the mop, and you helped him carry it since his other hand was wrapped in gauze. After cleaning the kitchen, the 3 of you moved to the living room, where Inko brought out an album for you to look through. As you flipped through the pages, you couldn't help but smile at the pictures. If you could go back in time, the first thing you would do would be to take mini Izuku away because he looked so adorable in that All Might jumpsuit. Izuku closed his eyes in embarrassment as you pointed out a picture of him holding an All Might figure, beaming with joy. "Izuku, you look so wonderful and adorable in this. I just want to squish your cheeks,"